A child who looks like me. Youngo and Jian were such a beautiful couple that everyone envied their love. Suddenly, one day, Youngo discovered she was pregnant. Upon learning he was going to be a father, Jian was overwhelmed with happiness and made a plan to propose to her. Unfortunately, on his way to meet Youngo, Jian was hit by a car driven by a stranger. After the accident, Jian's memories from about 3 years ago completely disappeared. Jian's mother also took the opportunity to separate Youngo and Jian, causing her to misunderstand him even more. Could Jian regain his memory and meet his child later? In a small corner of the street, a couple was talking, looking very tense. I just need one word from you, just say that child is mine. The girl sadly looked up at the guy standing in front of her. He kept asking pressing questions, that Yenna was his daughter alone. Just say Yenna is our daughter. The girl trembled under his harshness. She pursed her lips and pondered, I'm the one who has to endure everything. Involuntarily, she slowly raised her hand and gently touched the guy's face. Why does your face show such extreme pain? Who heartlessly made this man so desperate? He grabbed her hand and earnestly begged, tell me, please. Confirm it to me. His words made her even more heartbroken. I have to say that for this man. She gently let go of her hand and chose to reveal all the secrets she had been hiding for so long. Yes, the child is yours. After hearing the words from the girl's own mouth, his heart pounded wildly. He hesitated and continued, that little girl is ours. 7 years ago, she was extremely confused when she held the pregnancy test stick with 2 clear lines in her hand. No way. How can this be? This girl was Youngo. At that time, she was just a junior in college who had just stepped into life. Youngo still couldn't accept this harsh truth. She collapsed on the table in helplessness. There must be a mistake. I don't remember. I just went out for a drink. No. Could the problem just be the alcohol? Calm down, be calm. She hugged her head and tried to remember the events of that night. Then everything started to go wrong. After drinking alcohol, Youngo and Jian had intimate moments together. He confidently promised her, I won't do that. Just thinking of that part made her face blush completely. Oh my! Thousands of questions appeared in Youngo's head. What should I say when I meet him? Will he agree to take me to the hospital? What if he gets angry? She pointed to the pile of pregnancy tests on the table and shouted, how can you be angry with that? It's Jian's fault. It's all your fault. While Youngo was at a dead end, she suddenly received a new text message. She suddenly remembered that it was time for her date with Jian, our date. Without thinking much, she quickly swept all the pregnancy tests into the drawer, but one test was still left on the table. After getting ready, she quickly went down the street into the bustling crowd. Youngo tried to look around to find Jian. A few minutes later, she finally found him. Youngo quickly called out. She happily waved to Jian. This is my boyfriend, a 4th-year college student. As soon as he saw her, he immediately asked, why are you dressed like this? Then Jian suddenly put his jacket on Youngo. We've been dating for 6 months now. The first time we met was 8 months ago. That day, when I was in Australia on a working holiday visa, I met a man while I was standing and crying in front of the Korean department store because I hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. He lent me money without hesitation when I said I was exhausted. Since then, we've met more often. He's really kind. This thoughtful man is also very reliable. He always follows and protects me, always a perfect person until now. While Jian was fixing Youngo's coat, the girl became embarrassed, so she quickly pushed his hand away and grumbled, hey, I have my own fashion sense, okay? Jian laughed and praised, it suits you very well. But in Youngo's heart, she was still troubled by thoughts, but is he perfect? And using contraception for me, that in every moment of our body's pleasure, everything is under control. She quickly brushed away those thoughts and held hands with Jian to stroll down the street. The guy turned his head and asked, do you want to go eat something? She replied with a smile, I'm full. Suddenly, Jian stopped. He made a cute face and turned to ask, did you just refuse to eat? Youngo stuttered, not knowing how to explain because she was currently feeling very nauseous. Jian stared at her face suspiciously. He gently put his hand on Youngo's forehead to see if she was sick. That caring action, plus the handsome face of a Korean guy, made her heart flutter even more. He suddenly touched both sides of Youngo's cheeks. After knowing that she was okay, Jian put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." A romantic sunset at Youngo's house. Jian carefully told her to go home quickly. Taking this opportunity, she also asked him, "You should come in with me." He immediately refused. "No, you look very tired. Go home and go to bed." Youngo smiled brightly and said, "No, I'm not tired at all. I have so much energy." On the surface, she was happy, but in her heart, she was extremely distressed. "Don't go. I need to talk to you." Even though she tried every way to keep Jian, she couldn't change his decision. "I still have some things to finish, so let's meet next time." Suddenly, a male voice called Youngo's name. Jian instinctively turned his head to look. A young man waved to Youngo with a happy face. She quickly recognized that it was her senior. As a habit, he ran to pat her head and kept asking, "Hey kid, how can you not see me for a whole month, even though we're neighbors? Are you that busy?" She only knew how to answer, "Yes, I've been a bit busy lately." The senior left and teased her, "Busy dating your boyfriend, right?" And so the two talked happily without remembering Jian's presence there. As soon as that senior turned his head, he was startled to see Jian's dark and murderous face. To ensure his safety, he quickly tried to get out of this place as soon as possible. "Okay, have fun playing. See you later." Youngo also smiled and waved goodbye to her senior. "Yes, drive carefully." After the senior disappeared, the smile on her lips also disappeared. She turned to explain to Jian, "He's a senior who lives in the same building as me. His room is also near mine." But the guy ignored that and told Youngo to go in. The girl was wondering, "I thought you said you had something to do." Jian didn't say a word, making Youngo even more confused. Both slowly walked up the stairs. When she stood in front of the room, those chaotic thoughts reappeared in Youngo's mind, making her even more worried. "I don't know why he changed his mind, but this might be good for me. I need to tell him, but where to start? What if he misunderstands what I want to say?" As soon as she stepped inside, Jian rushed to hug Youngo from behind. The bag on her shoulder also fell to the floor. Jian whispered in Youngo's ear, "My Youngo is so crazy beautiful." He also made a serious face and said, "That's a big problem." Youngo humbly denied, "What? You're even more beautiful than me." Jian turned her around and asked, "What are you saying? You can never compare to my beauty." So she leaned her head on him. Her heart felt like it wanted to jump out of her chest. Suddenly, Jian leaned his face close to Youngo and said softly, "It's quite cold today. I'll help you warm up." And so the two shared a passionate kiss in the freezing snow. After a while, Youngo interrupted that happy moment, worry increasing more and more. At this moment, she wondered what emotions he would show. Youngo finally used all her courage to confess, "I have something to tell you." Jian didn't get upset but gently told her, "Just say it. Don't keep it in your heart forever." Youngo hesitated. Because she was too nervous, she clenched her coat in her hands. Then she told him, "I'm so hungry." Jian sighed in confusion. "I've been wondering why you refused to eat." "Okay, let's eat together." Youngo smiled at him with gentle eyes. And so the main chef today was none other than Jian. The two kept discussing enthusiastically, "What should we cook? I only have Kim Kai." After thinking for a while, the guy decided to show off his Kim Kai pancake. Jian flipped the egg skillfully and caught the egg perfectly, no different from a professional chef. Youngo sat watching him cook with fascination. "Even though I've seen you cook so many times, I'm still captivated like the first time." Before her sweet compliments, he smiled happily. Finally, the hot and fragrant Kim Kai omelette was served on the table. "It's done." Youngo was also excited to enjoy it. "Let's eat." Jian also didn't forget to remind his girlfriend, "You should eat more." She chewed and replied, "I've eaten a lot already. How can I eat all of this alone?" A few minutes later, the plate of food was clean without leaving anything. Youngo smiled with happiness. It's not in vain to wait. It's so delicious. Suddenly, Jian touched her forehead and asked how she was feeling now. She quickly reassured him, "I'm fine. I was fine from the beginning." Jian glanced at her warningly, "Don't hide your illness." Youngo only knew how to smile at him and then thought to herself, I've decided when everything is clear, I'll tell him. Everything will be okay. After eating, it was time for Jian to leave. She was quite surprised that he had to leave so early. The guy said, that's right, work is still waiting for me. Let me clean this up. So before leaving, he carefully washed all the dirty dishes in the house. He also put the food in the refrigerator. Suddenly, Jian's eyes seemed to bump into something. He curiously turned his head to look. Then he found something on Youngo's table that looked familiar. So Jian went to take a look. The girl didn't know anything and happily came to him and said, thank you for the coat. Taking this opportunity, he also seriously asked her, what is this? As soon as he finished speaking, Jian turned around with the pregnancy test in his hand. Youngo froze for a few seconds. Before this awkward situation, without thinking much, she ran towards Jian, then snatched the stick from his hand and nervously threw it into the drawer. With his keen eyes, he soon discovered something else. The guy pulled the drawer open forcefully, revealing countless pregnancy tests inside. What are these? Before Jian's questioning, the girl only knew how to stand silently in fear. Seeing her trembling like that, he suddenly realized that his actions were a bit too much, so Jian gently put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Okay, don't mind it. First, you have to calm down. It's okay. Nothing happened. We'll talk later, okay? When he got home, he put his coat on while talking. Before leaving, Jian still didn't forget to tell Youngo, I'll contact you later. After he left the room, Youngo still stood silently for a long time. It was late outside. Youngo lay listlessly on the bed. Suddenly, the phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her love. As soon as she picked up, Youngo trembled and said, yes. On the other end of the line, Jian immediately apologized, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up? Did you put tangerines in my pocket? She sat up and replied, yes, please eat them. Jian suddenly called her name in a serious tone. Youngo, go to the hospital with me tomorrow. Youngo sat blankly for a while. She still couldn't believe that he would say these words to her. Jian kindly asked, you also need to get a pregnancy record book, right? I searched online and saw they say they would give you something like that. While talking, he fiddled with the proposal ring in his hand. Jian's care and understanding made Youngo extremely touched. Her eyes were teary as if she was about to cry because she couldn't control her emotions anymore. She burst into tears like a child. I thought you hated it. Seeing her like that, Jian became even more worried. Why would I be like that? I'm sorry. So, are you free? Let's meet and talk, then go to the hospital together. Youngo became much more excited when she unloaded the burden in her heart. She smiled happily and agreed to his proposal. Jian gently called Youngo's name again in a warm voice. She asked curiously, anything else? He smiled and planned to say, I love you. Those were the words she should have heard, but then he chose to hold back. And then finally, he only knew how to say to Youngo, good night. After hanging up, Jian kept smiling to himself. Tomorrow I have to act. It might be a bit sudden, but it will definitely be great. Although we've never done that without using protection, maybe there was a time we were careless. It's just a small mistake. Now everything has gone this far. I want to marry her as soon as possible. My dear Youngo, I will build a dream with you. I will try to become better for you. I love you. The proposal ring was also ready to be given to Youngo. Early the next morning, as soon as Jian finished showering, his phone suddenly rang with a notification. Youngo sent him a lovely text message, see you later. After reading it, Jian smiled happily. Looking at the way she texts, she must be very excited. He carefully stood in front of the mirror to fix his hair and clothes. In his head, he kept calculating the plan carefully. I need to go to the flower shop, so I should leave around 2 o'clock, he thought, planning to choose his favorite tie. Jian's mother suddenly called. As soon as he picked up, he quickly said, I'm listening, Mom. The mother had a little doubt. Are you busy? The guy honestly replied, a little bit. She sadly told Jian, how could you come yesterday without saying a word to me? I'm so sad hearing this. He only knew how to say 2 words, I'm sorry. I've been too busy lately. The mother looked at the family picture and kept complaining about Jian. You're always spinning like a top. Mom has come home and played chess and had dinner with Dad. Jian also asked a few questions. So everything is okay? The mother only sighed and recounted, nothing too bad happened to me, but a few days ago someone threw eggs at your brother's car. There are so many weird people in the world. Be careful. Jian smiled and reassured his mother, you don't need to worry about me. I need to pick her up early. There's someone I want to introduce to you. She was quite surprised after hearing this. Who is it? But Jian insisted on keeping it a secret until the last moment. Okay, I'll call you back later. As soon as he finished speaking, his mother hung up. The guy sat silently for a few seconds, then put on a very elegant suit. He didn't forget to bring the proposal ring. After preparing everything, Jian quickly left the house. He always imagined a happy family with Youngo and their unborn child. He couldn't imagine how lovely the child would be if it looked like Youngo. One day, he would let their child print their first footprints on the white snow of the first season. He would teach them how to ride a bike, holding their hand tightly to avoid all the cruelty of the world. He would look at them carefully and say that he loved them with all his life. He pressed the down button to open the elevator. Finally, the guy managed to get out of the apartment. On the way to the car, he kept looking at the watch. I'm not late, am I? While walking normally, suddenly there was a loud braking sound, making Jian curious to turn his head to look. The bright light of the headlights shone directly on his face. Everything happened too quickly, so Jian didn't have time to react. The car rushed towards him at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, Jian was lying on the ground. The impact caused a severe head injury. Blood kept pouring out like a waterfall. No, this can't happen. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Jian, lying down, wore a baseball cap covering his face. That person suddenly asked Jian, have you ever heard the name? Jian was confused, not understanding what was going on. Before he could understand the situation, the stranger left. Jian tried to use the last of his weak strength to beg him, don't, please save me. But in response to his plea was a loud roar of the engine. He brought his trembling hands closer to his coat pocket. It seemed he didn't have enough strength anymore. It's not good. I haven't picked you up yet. What if you cry? I just want. Youngo was startled and panicked when she met Jen's mother. The woman stared at her with a murderous look. Youngo became flustered. I'm sorry, is this not young Jen's house? She immediately asked. Are you Youngo? The woman questioned. The girl nodded in response. The woman stood with her arms crossed and introduced herself. I am Jen's mother. Come in. The mother glared at Youngo with hatred. Seeing her actions, Youngo secretly despised her. She immediately took off her shoes when told to come in. You really grew up without a father, Jen's mother said with a serious expression. Youngo was scared and sweated profusely. She politely bowed and said, hello, I'm very happy to meet you. Before she could finish, the mother interrupted. What the hell are you doing trying to open other people's doors? Youngo gently explained, Jen told me the password before. She snapped back, the password has been changed. If you keep trying and can't get in, shouldn't you give up? Worried, Youngo asked, I'm sorry, but has something happened to Jen? I'm very worried about him. Her concern made the mother even angrier. She said bluntly, how long are you going to bother Jen for? I've been wondering how much of a nuisance that person is, that Jen has to complain to me. If you understand, then don't look for him anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Seeing this, Youngo quickly ran after her and grabbed her hand. Mom, please, can you let me call him just one more time? She decisively shook off Youngo's hand and shouted loudly, who allowed you to call me Mom? Because of you, my son. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. Jen's mother used her last bit of kindness to warn Youngo, leave while I'm still being nice and don't bother Jen anymore. This request left Youngo stunned. At the hospital where Jen was being treated, his mother was always sitting by his side, confiding in him. The surgery was a great success, so why haven't you woken up yet? It's been 2 weeks. Didn't you say you would never let me worry? Yunai shyly appeared at the door of the hospital room. Mom, she said. As soon as she saw her, her mood brightened a bit. Oh my, you're here, Yunai. She sat down and began to ask, Have you rested at all, Mom? She tried to smile brightly and said, I'm fine, but Yunai was still very worried. Don't be like that. You'll faint at this rate. At least you have to get some nutrition in your body, so I asked a doctor I know to make it for you. She firmly reassured her, I'm really okay. Yunai was determined to coax Jian's mother to go home and rest. I think he'll wake up today. I bet he'll look for you first when he opens his eyes, so you have to look at him with a face full of energy. She smiled happily when she met such an understanding girl. She's so smart. I heard Yunai is the daughter of Judge Charch. She even received an excellent scholarship. Jian should date someone like this. She turned her head and smiled at Yunai. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Yunai happily replied, yes, Mom. Be careful on your way. She didn't forget to wave goodbye to Jian's mother. Yunai suddenly became more cheerful. She put her handbag on the cabinet and kept praising Jian's manly beauty. How can you be so handsome? Yunai sat and admired his handsome face for hours without getting bored. Should I steal a kiss? He won't know anyway. Just as she was about to act, a sudden voice rang out, startling her. So unexcused, Yunai was furious that someone dared to ruin her good deed. You almost made me faint, Park S. He curiously asked Yunai, why are you so surprised? Don't we meet often? This is Park Sangu, Jian's high school friend as well as his military comrade, the person Yunai extremely hates, and of course so does she. Yunai sighed and turned to talk to him. Why are you here, Park? He casually replied, what other reason would I be here for? Of course to visit a friend. That's right, something is very strange. Jian's accident happened at 1:10, but the call to report the discovery came at 1:30. Moreover, the caller was a man. Hearing this, Yunai was a little startled. Suu felt curious and asked Yunai, you said you were a witness to the incident, but you didn't report it immediately, did you? She tried to remain calm and explained to Suu, my phone was out of battery, otherwise I would have reported it as soon as possible. Hearing this, he felt even more unreasonable. If the phone was out of battery, you could have run to the support room to borrow a phone to call. Yunai suddenly sat up in a panic. Jian began to have unusual reactions. Suu and Yunai immediately called his name loudly. The guy took off the ventilator himself. As soon as he saw his best friend wake up, Sangu teared up and asked Jian, can you see me? Do you recognize me? He looked at Sangu with blank eyes, then gently asked, who is it? Suu was stunned. He tried to ask again, you don't know me? Park Sangu. We went to the same high school and university, and I was your squad leader in the military. We've always been close, even when you were discharged. You really can't remember anything? Are you kidding me? Jian asked blankly, the military? I went to the military? Upon hearing the news that her son had woken up, the mother rushed to the hospital. She kept asking Jian, are you okay? Can you talk? Do you know how worried I was? Suddenly Jian's face became distorted, looking very painful. After receiving the doctor's diagnosis, she could only stand in the hallway with a sad expression. It seems that his memory from about 3 years ago has disappeared. He can only remember everything until he was 23 years old. Restoring his memory is the top priority. The family should try not to stress him too much. Yunai approached and tremblingly called her mom. As soon as she saw her, Jian's mother couldn't control her emotions and turned to respond, Yunai, the doctor said that his memory from 3 years ago is gone. It's unclear whether those memories can come back or not. As she spoke, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Hearing this, Yunai was equally shocked. Then he must have forgotten me too, right? Oh, maybe Mom doesn't know yet. Jian was quite sweet to me. He said that we would become a couple when we returned to Korea, but he probably doesn't remember anything anymore. Her face lit up again when she heard this. Good story, isn't that great? You too can start over. Yunai shyly asked, do you really think so, Mom? She replied without hesitation, of course. Inside Jian's hospital room, he sat on the hospital bed with a dazed expression. The mother came in and asked, are you awake? How do you feel? He turned to reply, okay, I guess. Seeing her son like this, she couldn't hide the sadness clearly on her face. To make the atmosphere more cheerful, Jian's mother changed the topic. So you've met Yunai before, haven't you? When you were unconscious, she came to take care of you every day. Fortunately, Jian still remembered a little about Yunai, Chacha's sister. He happily confirmed, that's right. And also, do you remember this? Yunai said you liked her very much before you went to study abroad. You even wanted to date when you returned to Korea. After hearing her tell the story, he found it strange. Really? That's weird because Yunai's sister isn't my type. Jen's mother immediately said a few good words for Yunai. She's just a little quiet, but she's very pretty and kind. She's also very thoughtful to me. Suddenly Jen's headache came again. Seeing his uncomfortable expression, the mother was very worried. What's wrong? Does your head hurt again? She could only sit and watch her son go through the pain without being able to help him. After a while, Jian turned to reassure his mother, I'm okay. It's just that I have a feeling that I've forgotten something very important. One day, Youngo went to the hospital alone for a regular prenatal checkup. Seeing other people with their husbands taking care of them, Youngo felt even more lonely. In order not to let anyone see her at her weakest, she quickly turned around and burst into tears. She had to vomit every day because of the baby in her belly. At times like this, Youngo could only lie on the bed in exhaustion. Suddenly the phone rang. As soon as she looked at the caller's name, she realized in a panic that it was Jian calling. Youngo forgot all her fatigue and sat up, saying, Hello, Appa. On the other end of the line, a voice asked, Leono? Her eyes teared up again. It was really his voice. She said in a reproachful tone, Why didn't you contact me? What happened? Do you know how worried I was? Jian politely replied, Thank you, I'm fine. Youngo got out of bed and worriedly asked, Where are you? I'll come right away. Just when she thought they would be happy together again, Jian said something that left her completely stunned. I heard that Mom came to talk to you on my behalf. Everything is over, right? She asked blankly. Jian said bluntly, That's enough to clarify the situation, right? It would be very troublesome if you continue to call me. So can you stop this? You don't want to ruin other people's lives, do you? If you continue to contact me, you better prepare yourself for the consequences. Youngo tremblingly asked, Consequences? Jian didn't explain anything further. He just sighed and said goodbye. I'll assume that you understand, so I'll hang up now. Take care. Youngo still couldn't believe what had just happened. No way, this can't be real. She tremblingly called Jian again. This must be a joke. The whole sky collapsed completely when Jian didn't answer her phone even once. The subscriber you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please leave a message after the beep. Time passed quickly. Today is the first birthday of my child. The child said Mama for the first time. I don't know where she learned it from, but sometimes she even says Dada. Jian, our little girl can run now. Today she's going to kindergarten. She's very curious and eats very well. She also likes to touch my face and sometimes hums cheerful nursery rhymes. Do you know that next year Yenna will be in first grade? She is lovely, cute, and has many friends. Although she lacks the love of her father, Yenna is still bright as the morning sun. I don't want to wait for you anymore. Outside the park, the little girl curiously asked her mother, Mom, why is there a toy vending machine here? Why did people put this here? Mom, this is the lovely little girl Yenna. The little girl stubbornly asked her mother to explain it to her. Mom, why? Why? Youngo chuckled and asked, Yenna, are you asking that because you really want to know or because you want something in here? Be honest. Yenna made a clever face and replied, Because I want a toy. Youngo had no choice but to give in. Okay, just one. Okay, you're already so tricky at just 5 years old, just like someone. Then she gave Yenna a few coins and told her, Listen to Mom, just take one, okay? Yenna happily ran to the machine and put the coins in. She quickly turned the control knob and a random egg fell out. Yenna smiled brightly and shouted to her mother, Mom, look, it dropped right. What I wanted. Youngo was quite surprised Yenna liked this. The little girl smiled brightly and replied, Yes, it looks like a ghost stone. One black and one white. Seeing her daughter have such mature hobbies, she felt happy in her heart. Youngo sighed and told Yenna, Okay, put it in your bag and remember not to play with it outside. The little girl obediently followed. The hope that one day he would contact me has disappeared. Now that I think about it, he never said he loved me. I am happy with my current life because God brought Yenna to me. As soon as she got home, Yenna called out to her grandmother. Grandma. She happily came out to greet her beloved granddaughter. My little princess is back. Come sit down and eat. So the three of them sat down to have dinner together and talked lively. It's very delicious, Mom. Really. At the same time, Yenna glanced at her mother as if she had a sneaky plan. Just as she was about to put the ball on the table, Youngo quickly stopped her. Yenna, I told you not to play with food. The little girl made a pouty face and replied, I'm sorry. The grandmother sat on the side smiling at Yenna's cuteness, then thoughtfully picked up a lot of food for her granddaughter. My little puppy should eat this too. Seeing the grandmother always spoil her granddaughter like that, Youngo sighed and told her mom, let her do it herself. But she quickly retorted, but if you leave her alone, she won't eat. Hearing this, Yenna immediately flattered her, it's okay, Grandma. Just seeing Mom eat well makes me feel full. Before Yenna's sweet words, both of them burst out laughing. I don't know what to say to this little puppy. After finishing dinner, Youngo helped her mother clean up the dirty dishes on the table. Before she knew it, her mother snatched them away and told her, go inside quickly. You have to prepare for tomorrow's work. The girl asked blankly, what do I need to prepare for? The mother worriedly said, after all, it's the first day with the boss. Youngo didn't have any worries at all and quickly helped her mother wash all the dirty dishes in the kitchen. I just need to relax, so please rest, Mom. The mother could only look at Youngo with affectionate eyes. Early the next morning, she quickly left the house. I'm leaving. The mother didn't forget to remind her daughter, be careful. Remember to eat lunch properly. Youngo smiled brightly, hoping for a smooth day. On the way, she had a phone conversation with her boss. Yes, department head, I'm on my way. He immediately said, Assistant Lee, I plan to go to Nom. Hearing this, she was a little confused. Aren't we going to the headquarters in Ivory Planning? The department had announced shocking news to her. The company has been sold to Max Planning. The official announcement was from yesterday. Didn't you see it? Youngo stood still for a long time. Everything happened quite quickly. So I was assigned to Max Planning without having to rewrite the labor contract. It's a little surprising, but I think I'll get used to it soon. Max Planning treats assistants much better anyway. I'll be moving there sooner or later. There's nothing to be afraid of at Max Planning. Youngo stood and carefully read the information board posted in the lobby. An advertising company owned by the Song organization. At first, she thought she would be working at Enry Planning, but then it was changed to Max Planning. Is that a good thing? Anyway, it's a big company and close to home too. Suddenly, a man approached and called her name. Leong Oh. The girl turned her head in a panic and replied, yes. The man greeted her with a smile, nice to meet you. I'm Park S from the Human Resources Department of Max Planning. She replied awkwardly, hello. Then he turned to say to his superior team leader, this is our new content creator, Leong Oh. She smiled brightly and introduced herself, nice to meet you. I'm S. Miron, team leader 2 of the production department. Youngo also politely shook hands. Nice to meet you. She secretly felt that she seemed very easygoing. The two of them went inside the elevator together. During that time, Miron took the opportunity to confide in Youngo a little. You must feel quite confused when transferring from Ivory Planning to here, right? She also honestly shared, yes, a little bit. Miron also did not hesitate to say, there is still no content creator in the team. That's why I sent a request for this area urgently. Youngo followed behind the team leader. An eerily silent atmosphere was in the entire office. Miron also found it strange. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? This is our new person, come here, Assistant Lee. Seeing that no one was too enthusiastic, Miron had to shout to get attention. Everyone, pay attention here. She is the new member of our team. Her name is Leong Oh, the content creator of the team. This is the graphic designer Song Kian. He gave a bright smile and greeted Youngo. Miron continued to introduce, Over there is the deputy program director Park Yang-kwong. He also waved to her. That's also the designer Go Yunu. This person had a cold appearance. She turned to nod and said, "Nice to meet you." Yunu's attitude made Youngo a little startled. She didn't look very comfortable. However, she tried to remain calm and replied, "I'm looking forward to working with everyone." Team leader Miron also kindly led Youngo to her desk. "This is your workspace. Let's Kyun introduce you to everyone in the company later." He immediately agreed. The bustling atmosphere suddenly disappeared again. Everyone continued their work. Miron found it a little strange, so she whispered to Kyun, "What happened? I feel like the atmosphere has been tense since morning." He replied softly, "Director Jong is here. Aren't you going to see him?" Hearing this, Miron turned to Youngo and said, "Oh, you don't have to greet everyone. Let's go for now, Assistant Lee." Although she was a bit curious, she could only follow along. During break time, Miron and Youngo took a walk around the company. Taking the opportunity, the team leader also gave her some advice. "Actually, the director is even scarier than the CEO. It's only been a week since he came here," Miron said with a serious expression. "Hek, the chairman's son." Youngo widened her eyes and replied, "I understand." Coincidentally, the director Miron had just told her about was also there. Youngo thought to herself, "The chairman's son, he and I must belong to different worlds." Suddenly Youngo stopped abruptly. The director's face was clearly visible in front of her. Youngo was extremely shocked to recognize that familiar face. Fate is truly a trickster. "He's here." Youngo's heart rate increased unexpectedly. She kept staring at the director, that body, that face, the person she couldn't mistake for anyone else, the father of young Jian's child. Countless questions appeared in her mind. Why is he here? Jian walked slowly toward Youngo. The closer he got, the more Youngo's heart raced. Her hands and feet also began to feel weak. Unable to withstand this shock, Youngo's entire body began to stagger, unable to stand firm. Just as she fell backward, Jian managed to grab her arm in time. They both looked into each other's eyes. No one could have imagined that Youngo and Jian, after years of no contact, would meet again in this situation. "I've imagined this happening once or twice, that one day we'd accidentally see each other. Every time, I reminded myself I absolutely cannot be sad when I see you. After hundreds of thousands of times, it's still too much for me." Yo's body began to tremble violently, and the suppressed emotion seemed to burst out. Looking at the figure in front of her, Jian gave her a cold look. The two just stood there, looking at each other for a long time. Miron was flustered, not knowing what to do. Finally, she had to break the terrifying silence. Miron introduced enthusiastically, "Director, this is the new content creator of Production Team 2, Assistant Deputy Leong O." Jian was slightly surprised. "A new person? Nice to meet you." He extended his hand to shake hers. "By the way, my name is Young Jian." Seeing his cold and calm demeanor, Young's eyes flashed with disappointment, then bewilderment. "Is this your answer?" In another noisy place, Dolan's scream echoed, and the boy pleaded helplessly, "No, don't. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go to school." Dolan struggled with his mother, determined not to enter the classroom. His mother nagged immediately, "I'll teach you a lesson when we get home." Dolan's mother began to complain, "You were the one who said it would be fun to be on TV." Dolan gloomily hid in a corner. His mother continued to grumble, "You insisted on joining the class from the beginning, and I paid for you to participate. Why are you changing your mind now?" Dolan was very upset, but it was all his fault, so he had to endure it. He reluctantly followed his mother to the classroom, although he was still crying at the classroom door. His mother encouraged Dolan and promised him a reward if he behaved well. "Honey, just 30 minutes, okay? If you go inside and sit and study for 30 minutes, I'll let you play games for 30 minutes when we get home." At this time, Dolan wiped away his tears, feeling a little happier but still whining an hour later. His mother sighed and agreed to the request. "Okay, then go inside quickly." Dolan obediently listened. His mother solved the first difficult problem, but she couldn't help but feel sad. It's always like this, always having to use video games as bait. Am I a good mother? Inside the classroom, Dolan sat in a corner sobbing, ignoring the fact that the other children were all practicing together. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and started talking. "Hey, don't cry anymore. Look here." The girl pulled up a chair and sat opposite him. Then she held out her hand, palm down on the table, and said, "Do this." Dolan didn't understand why, but he did as she said. The girl began to place ghost stones on the back of Dolan's hand, 4 black and 1 white. Dolan was confused. "What is this? What are you doing?" The playful girl said, "If you drop them, I'll flick your forehead." Then she gave a bright smile. Dolan's heart skipped a beat, and his cheeks began to flush. The girl introduced herself. "I'm Yenna. What's your name?" Dolan replied, "Park Dolan." The girl continued, "You go to Oro kindergarten, right?" Dolan was startled. "How do you know?" Yenna said softly, "I saw your name on your backpack yesterday." The more the girl said, the faster Dolan's little heartbeat became. The fact that she had noticed him since yesterday impressed him even more. "She saw me yesterday." Yenna returned to her own game. "Look, this is a white stone, and that's a black stone. I know which one you like." Dolan shyly replied, "Black." Yenna took a white stone and placed it in the middle of the Go board. "Then I'll put my stone here to capture yours. Do you know how to do it?" Dolan focused on thinking, gently placing several black stones on the Go board until 4 black stones surrounded the white one. Yenna exclaimed in surprise, "So you know how to play?" The girl smiled, her face radiant. "If you know how to play, why were you crying? Don't be a crybaby." At this moment, Hubert officially shot Dolan. His heart skipped a beat. "I'm Park Dolan." He'd never met a girl like this in his entire 6 years of life. Outside, Dolan's mother looked anxiously inside. "It's been 30 minutes, but he hasn't come out yet. Could he have been crying since then? Ah, here he is." But contrary to his mother's expectations, Dolan waved goodbye this time. Moreover, his face was brighter, and a smile bloomed on his lips, which surprised his mother. "Hey, he's smiling." Park Dolan ran straight to his mother, ran as fast as a flower, and shouted loudly. He jumped into his mother's arms and hugged her tightly. Seeing her son so happy, his mother felt relieved. "How was class? Did you have fun?" Dolan replied excitedly, "Yes, I loved it." His mother stroked Dolan's head and asked kindly, "So, what did you have the most fun with?" Dolan blushed and shyly asked, "Mom, what are the signs that you've fallen in love with Dad?" His mother chuckled softly. "Oh my gosh, you even know about that." Dolan nodded and smiled slightly. "Yes, because I felt that way today." His mother and Dolan left. The boy said excitedly, "Mom, from now on, I'll go to school diligently every day." Back at the company, Jian focused on reading the report, but he still couldn't focus. "Why does that bother me so much? What's the name of the content creator from Team 2? The image of the girl he met that morning still made him think. She gives me a strange, rather uncomfortable feeling." At this time, a knock on the door suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Miron entered and nodded slightly to greet the director. "This is the list of candidates." Jian reached out to receive the documents from Miron. Skimming through a few pages, suddenly he spoke up and asked, "That new content creator, did she have a health checkup before joining the company?" Jian handed back the file. Miron received the question, which confused her. "Of course, it's mandatory." Jian then said, "She looks like she could collapse at any moment. It seems like there's a problem with her health." Miron was flustered because after leaving the director, Youngo immediately became radiant. Maybe it's because of the director, but who would say that directly? Miron changed the subject. "Maybe it's because she was too nervous. She looks quite outstanding." Jian's expression suddenly became serious. He said sternly, "Does this seem like I'm joking?" Miron was startled and stood still as a statue. Jian immediately made a request. "Call assistant Le Young-o here right now in the office." Young-o was listening to a new colleague explain how to work on the computer. "To submit your work, you can put it in the company's shared folder. It's quite convenient because you just have to drag it in." Young-o nodded, continuing to ask, "At my old company, we used cloud storage. Aren't you worried about security?" Kyun immediately explained, "That's why we have folder passwords." Young-go was surprised, as if enlightened. Oh, passwords. Thank you, Kyun, I've learned a lot. Kyun was flustered. I've only shown you everything I know. After all, I've only been here for 3 months. At this time, Miron suddenly came to them. One side was happy and normal, while the other side of Miron was a dark abyss. She called out, Assistant Deputy Lung-o, Director Young is calling for you. Young-o was surprised. Miron turned around and walked away listlessly. Don't mind me, let's go together. Young-go looked at her faltering gait, feeling somewhat worried. She hurriedly ran to stop her team leader. I can go by myself. Miron shook her head and said, It's okay, I'll go with you. But be careful, it'll be quite terrible. Miron trembled and raised her hand in a thumbs up. Let go. Seeing her pale face and hearing her reminder, Young-go suddenly felt uneasy. Why? Soon, she hurried after the team leader. He looks like he doesn't know me at all. Is he planning to ask me to quit? Tell me to get lost because I'm interfering with his life? Miron knocked on the door, then pushed the door open and entered. Director, I brought Assistant Lung Young-go here. Jian stood up, then walked over to Young-go. Are you okay? Young-go was surprised. At this time, Jian explained, earlier, when we met, you seemed quite uncomfortable. Young-go didn't understand even more, her face was blank. Jian continued to scold, hitting her sore spot. You applied for Ivory Planning but ended up in Max Planning. You're disappointed that you didn't get into the company you wanted, right? Because Max Planning is better in every way. Young-go began to feel uncomfortable. Why did he call me up here and rant about this? Jian asked the decisive question, can you do this job well? Young-go sighed and replied casually, yes. Jian smiled slightly, mocking her. I thought you would answer better since you're in the creative field. Young-go hesitated, thinking, did he bring me up here just to tease me? Young-go replied angrily, when I'm working, I'll be different. I'll do my best. Only then did Jian happily let her go. Okay, I'm looking forward to the results you bring in the afternoon. When the sun had flooded in, as Jian was about to put on his vest to leave, a knock on the door suddenly rang. Suu peeked his head in and asked, Director, are you planning to go home? Jian said helplessly, please act normal. Suu entered and continued happily, I'm still not used to it. It feels like you're out of my reach. Director Jian suddenly suggested, should I transfer you somewhere else so you can get used to it? Suu was shocked. What? Seriously? Jian then gave a sly smile. Seeing that sly face, Suu was furious. Hey, I got a heart attack because of you. Don't joke with me like that every time. You say that, and I always think you're being extremely serious. Jian listened to those nagging words. Suddenly he asked back, is it really that scary when I say that? Suu exploded and shouted, of course. It's even scarier when you ask like that. Jian was slightly sad and lowered his head, mumbling, so I'm really scary. Suu was surprised. What's wrong? Jian explained the employees. The two entered the elevator and continued their conversation. Oh, I know Assistant Deputy Lung-o. She works in content creation. Is something wrong? Jian said calmly, his face turned pale when he saw me. Suu sighed and frowned. Do you think there are only 1 or 2 people like that? Suddenly Suu thought in another direction. Wait, he saw her face. Young Jian, I know. Suu said in a suggestive tone, I understand, my friend, that assistant is pretty, isn't she? Jian coldly ignored him and changed the subject. Did you bring the car out yet? Seeing his friend not answering, Suu smiled even brighter. I bet something happened. Look at the way he's avoiding the question. Just as the elevator opened, Suu changed the topic. What are you going to do if you don't have anything to do? Do you want to come to my house? Why should I go there? Suu explained, your mother, the supreme being, told me to invite you out to play. Sometimes you have to get along with your family so you can get married quickly. Jian was bored. Why do you have to care about those words? Just pretend to listen to her. Suu sighed. There was no way to deal with him. Pretend. Do you think I'm like you? Jian said goodbye to Suu. I'm leaving first. He walked out to the driver who was waiting. The only life I have to pretend is the life I don't regret losing 3 years to. It's the life where I just have to maintain everything as it is without effort. I'm living such a bland life. Jian returned to the cold house, turning on the lights for some light. He took off his vest and tie and threw them casually on the chair, gently placing his watch on them. The image of Le Young-oh appeared in his head again. Jian suddenly thought, I'll say I like women with longer hair more. Is it because of her name? Jian took out a bottle of medicine. He always had a strange obsession with 12 o'clock. He took the medicine, thinking about how exactly 12 o'clock kept appearing in his head. Young Jian walked out listlessly, collapsing onto the chair and closing his eyes to rest for a bit. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound outside the door, the sound of someone entering. Jian opened his eyes slightly. The woman entered. Jian widened his eyes in surprise. The person in front of him was the person he had been thinking about, Lung-oh. Jian stammered, "What's wrong? What are you doing here?" Young-oh pursed her lips, unable to hold back her emotions. She rushed towards him quickly, then hugged Jian tightly. Young-oh looked up at him, then slowly moved closer, placing a kiss on his lips that she had been holding back for so long. Jian was dazed, still not understanding what was happening, but subconsciously he responded to her. Jian lifted Young-oh onto his body, pushing her down on the chair. Suddenly, he fell off the chair. Jian opened his eyes, panting. It turned out to be just a dream. Jian looked around, from the bedroom to the kitchen, there was no one there. Jian blamed himself. "I'm crazy." "You're going crazy, young Jian." Young-oh, walking on the empty road, was angry with the thought. Why are there such strange people in the world? Did he really call me up to the office just to say that? After returning home, her mind was still lingering with the thought, that's not the young Jian I used to know. No, certainly the young Jian from then on was fake. I didn't even know he was the young chairman of an entire corporation. Whatever, I don't care. Perhaps because I had Yenna, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the welcome hug of her little daughter. Young-oh also quickly responded to the girl with a gentle voice, "Mommy's little princess." Her mother was also shouting from the small kitchen, "Aren't you supposed to work overtime today?" Young-oh nodded in confirmation, "Yes, it's my first day." Then she didn't forget to examine her daughter. "How was Mommy, Yenna? Was today school fun?" The girl also responded with an enthusiastic attitude, "Mom, today I made a new friend at school." This information made Young-oh feel very surprised and asked back, "Do you even know what friends are? Are you already best friends?" Yenna immediately shook her head to correct, "Not yet. He doesn't know anything about Go." Young-oh at this time also gently explained, "Then you should show him." "What's his name?" Yenna immediately gave the answer, "Doing," making her happily ask more, "Is it a boy?" Then Yenna continued the story with another piece of information. "Both yesterday and today, his mother came to school. I think she'll come tomorrow too." Seeing the current appearance of the girl, Young-oh hurriedly asked, "Are you jealous of friend Doing?" But the girl immediately responded, "No." Yenna hesitated for a moment and then frankly admitted, "Actually, there is a little." This made Young-oh feel extremely guilty. "Mommy's princess, I'm sorry. It's not that I've never thought how much easier everything would be if your father was here. But didn't he recognize that I had his child? Or does he think I abandoned the baby? He must have many other women, right? Surely Hek is the kind of person who would open his heart to anyone. Should I give up early?" The next morning, while Jian was eating with his parents, involuntarily he reached out and kneaded his shoulders, causing his mother to suddenly feel worried. "What's wrong, son? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Jian also immediately gave a perfunctory reason. "I just didn't get enough sleep." Secretly muttering to himself while remembering what happened yesterday, "I can't say I left the sofa when I was asleep." His father also deliberately gave a reminder. "You should keep a calm state when standing in front of employees. Dad doesn't want to cause any misunderstandings. How's the new job? Is it worth it?" As soon as he heard this, he spoke up to confirm, "It's fine." His strictness made Jun's mother hurriedly interrupt, "Honey, Jian hasn't been home for a long time, and all you can talk about is work." "Oh, you might also works at the company with you." Her words did not receive attention from Jian as he was evading the topic. What about my brother? Jian's father also happily announced. I heard he was sent on a sudden business trip. After returning to the living room, he felt extremely empty. He'd always feel very strange every time he went home to his parents. His childhood memories were very clear, but he didn't remember anything from the last 7 years. Since realizing that, he felt like he was struck by lightning. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a loud call. Son, what are you doing? Jian turned his head and answered. Just messing around. Dad, what's up? She replied in a gentle tone. He just left for work. Mom told Dad to tell you, but he seemed to be in a hurry. Jian quickly said goodbye, then I should go too. But when she nodded in agreement, okay, be careful. He suddenly called out, Mom, the 3 years of my lost memories, what happened? Jian's mother's face suddenly changed. Then she forced a smile and explained, you went to the military. Nothing special happened. Causing Jian to quickly fall into thought, so that's probably the reason. She quickly advised her son, losing your memory simply means you don't have to worry about the past anymore. Then Jian's mother came to his side again with a whisper, do you remember you used to have a small mark right here? Mom can know what you're thinking by looking at it. Every time you feel bad, it turns red. He quickly confirmed after hearing this information. I remember. That's why I use my hair to cover it up, because it's quite uncomfortable for me to have my thoughts read. At this time, she deliberately reminded him, if you're having any problems, can you tell Mom? Jian happily agreed to reassure his mother. I understand. She quickly gave him a warm hug. Mom loves you. You are all I have. After arriving at the company, Young-go secretly complained, I couldn't sleep at all last night, but I still have to go to work. Her colleague greeted her warmly, good morning, making Young-go feel better. Kyun, here early today too? He replied with a bright smile, I'm still new anyway. Would you like to go to the break room with me? I can show you how to use the coffee machine. Young-go nodded in agreement after hearing the offer. Sure, wait for me to put some things down first. While she was rearranging things in her bag, she heard a familiar voice. Guess who we have here? Yo, is that really you? Do you remember me? Young-go said, it's me, Chun Bin. She immediately replied, I remember you, Chun Bi. There's no way I could forget you. She was still very happy. It's great to see you again. How have you been? Young-go had to politely reply, I'm fine. Do you work here too? Yunin friendly took her hand. Yes, I work in content creation. So you're the assistant production manager. How long have you been working here? When Young-go answered, only about a year, Yunin exclaimed in surprise, really? What have you been doing? She paused for a moment, then continued to boast, I'm already a manager here. Young-go and Yunai were classmates throughout the first year of high school. She always asked her about the things she brought to class. Do you like it? You know I never touch it, although she tried to refuse. No thanks, I don't wear makeup. Yunai kept pulling her, you're already pretty, so if you wear makeup, you'll look like an angel. And this is a branded item. But Young-go continued to refuse. Thank you, I really don't need it. Her classmate spoke up, she doesn't need it, Yunai. But Young-go's attitude didn't change. With her final words, sorry, that was the only time she talked to Yunai. A few days later, while getting food in the cafeteria, Young-ho called out, Mom. But she signaled him to be quiet. Young-ho's mother was working in the kitchen, which caught Yoon's attention, and she secretly watched them. Then she quickly went to get food. Young-ho's mother, despite being exhausted from the hot working environment, cheerfully wished Yunai, enjoy your meal. Unexpectedly, she was met with a harsh attitude. Hey you! How can you blatantly scoop food with those wet hands? You have to change your gloves. Young-go's mother, though a little surprised, quickly complied. I'm sorry, I'll change them and get you another tray. However, I used my sleeve to wipe, not my hands. Anyway, I'm very sorry. Enjoy your meal. Yunai committed an outrageous act by deliberately spilling the soup. The loud noise caused Yo to look up. The cafeteria became noisy, causing the manager to appear immediately and question, what's going on? A friend of Yunai deliberately accused Young-go's mother. She threw the soup at Yunai after he gave her advice on hygiene issues. Although her mother tried to explain, No, it's a misunderstanding. She still made an unreasonable request. Apologize. You're an adult. You shouldn't act like this. You should apologize like a responsible adult. Young-go, unable to watch any longer, angrily left the table. But her steps suddenly stopped when she saw her mother constantly shaking her head. She whispered, "Don't come here," causing Young-go to bite her lip and try to endure. Her mother bowed her head with respect. "I'm sorry." That's how her mother was fired from the cafeteria. In the following days, Young-go always heard whispers from her classmates. "I heard that the person who pushed Yunai in the cafeteria was Young-go's mother. I also heard that she takes leftover food from the cafeteria home. She probably does that to feed him. How disgusting. Begging at school?" At the same time, Yunai deliberately spoke up, "Hey everyone, you shouldn't say that," causing the friends surrounding her to exclaim, "You really forgive her after she hurt you so much?" Yunai is so nice. Her current confident appearance made Young-oh feel a little uncomfortable, but she politely continued. "So, you're a manager?" Yunai still couldn't change her arrogant personality and made a request to her. "That's right, so you should use the proper title. You know that, right? We'll be seeing each other more often. Try to work hard." Even though Yunai had left, Young-oh still didn't understand what was happening. A discouraged thought appeared in her head. From Jian to Yunai, another reason to quit. "I should probably write a resignation letter." Then she unexpectedly received a phone call and happily answered, "Yes, this is production team 2. To the other end of the line, a proposal. "I'm Park S from the HR team. Could you come here for a moment?" Young-oh walked while constantly wondering why the HR team. She opened the door and entered, receiving a friendly greeting. "Hello," and received a warm welcome. "You're here, Assistant Manager Lee. This way. I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's been a change in your salary. Please have a seat." This information made Young-oh gasp in surprise. Suu cheerfully said, "It's increased. It clearly states the terms and conditions for a salary increase this year. See if it's okay." After looking over the information, Young-oh eagerly asked, "Yes? Should I sign here?" Her mood was more excited than ever. This company isn't too bad after all. Unexpectedly, Suu made another request. "And this is the personal information form that the HR team has prepared. Please fill it out completely." She accepted it while comforting herself, "Just bear with it a little longer." Young-oh then her eyes widened in surprise when she discovered the information on the survey. There's no family information. Suu, seeing her questioning eyes, deliberately asked, "Is there a problem?" But she refused his help. "Oh no." Then a thought appeared in her mind. "That's good. If Jian didn't investigate, then I don't want him to know anything about Yenna. Married yet? I'm still single. That's enough, honestly. This is also a suitable company for my job. The location is very convenient. That's right, just stay for a few years." Before she could finish her thought, she saw him standing right in front of her. Her mood became extremely panicked and confused. "Where do I hide?" Young-oh quickly hid in a corner with a shameful thought. "Why do I look like this?" After silently checking for a while, she also discovered they were carrying out the event announced yesterday. Announcement from Max Planning. Event announcement on May 10th at 9 o'clock. Children from O Kindergarten will come for a practical experience program. Please act as good role models. Do not shout or make careless statements and be worthy of the children's learning. Seeing his friendly smile as he looked at the children made her feel suspicious. "Jian, are children also cute in your eyes?" The children's teacher stepped forward to express gratitude. "Thank you for the invitation." Jian happily replied humbly, "You're welcome. I hope this will be beneficial for the children." "The conference room is on the upper floor," the teacher quickly added and handed over a gift. "I understand. Oh, and this is just a small gift we baked together. The little ones spent all day yesterday making it. We also needed the support of a professional chef, so I'm sure it won't taste too bad. Please eat it with the others. There are also cards written by the little ones." Jian immediately accepted the gift with a promise, "Thank you, we'll eat it together." Before taking the children to the conference room, the teacher reminded them to say goodbye before going upstairs, causing the children to quickly say in unison, Goodbye, Uncle Jian. Jian quickly raised his hand to signal. The elevator door closed, and Jian intended to turn and leave but stopped after moving a short distance. He threw the bag of cookies into the trash can. This action made Young-oh feel extremely indignant. She quickly rushed out with a loud shout. Wait. Young-oh decisively grabbed Jian's hand, her eyes fixed on the bag of cookies with a disappointed thought. Is the father of my child this kind of person? She loudly questioned. How can you throw them away like that? Jian was stunned for a long time, then quickly pulled his hand away. For some unknown reason, he touched her hand again and deliberately held it tightly without letting go. Let me talk for a bit. This caused Young-oh to panic and shout, Hey, what's going on, director? What are you doing here? Please hurry up, you're late. Before pulling Jian away, she didn't forget to say goodbye. Excuse us, Assistant Lee. I mean just me. I'm sorry. I'll contact you later. The two quickly entered the elevator. When only the two of them were left, Suu began to scold, Hey, you scared me to death. You're in big trouble. How could you hold a female employee's hand like that? No matter how much you like her, you can't do that. She's not just any woman, she's Assistant Young-oh. Jian maintained a calm attitude and replied, You were rude to me. While returning to the office, Young-oh couldn't escape the feeling of disappointment. I knew it. Everything he showed all this time was fake. I can't stop feeling upset. She continued to receive a call. Production Team 2 speaking. She heard a familiar voice, Assistant Lee, it's me, Suu. You must have been surprised just now. I apologize for his strange behavior. I hope you can forgive him. Although Young-oh outwardly replied cheerfully, Oh yes, it's okay, she felt resentful inside. Why is Suu the one apologizing? Doesn't Young-oh have a mouth to apologize? He continued to explain, Actually, I'm Director Young-oh's classmate. We were classmates in high school. He was also my senior, although he probably doesn't remember anything. Therefore, as a friend, I will give him some advice. I will definitely ask him to apologize to you. Young-oh deliberately dissuaded him after hearing this. It's okay. It's not too big of a deal to make a fuss about. I'm fine, really. Before hanging up, Suu enthusiastically reminded, I understand. Well, feel free to tell me if you encounter any difficulties in the future. I will do my best to help you solve them. After hanging up, Young-oh shuddered in fear. I want to go home. Seeing her appearance, her colleague came to ask, Assistant Lee, I just wanted to remind you not to forget the drinking party at 10 o'clock. See you later. We'll wait for you there. Young-oh felt extremely stressed. Drinking party, that's the celebration party with Yoon's team. During the meeting, Young-oh was constantly promoted by the head of the department. The plan for the new product of One Liquor will be handled by Team 1 and Team 2. This is our content creator assistant Lee Young-oh. Yoon enthusiastically greeted after hearing the introduction, You're here. I don't know how to take on all that work. I'm looking forward to working with you. The people in the room continued to discuss. The target audience is office workers in their 20s to 30s. The idea will be a special fermented barley for me to enjoy after work. Then how about telling the story of a single person? We can make them look sad because they constantly see couples day to day. Then Team 2 will have a great advantage because everyone is single. Kian immediately asked Young-oh, Do you have a boyfriend? She naively replied, Not yet. Yoon unexpectedly spoke up, probably not suitable for the conversation. The story of living alone is a long time ago. Or should we let Assistant Lee write the main script? The team leader immediately concluded, We will try to further develop what we just discussed. The next meeting will be next Tuesday. Thank you everyone for working hard. Yoon then continued to flatter the team leader, You must be very tired. She quickly replied, Maybe I don't feel well either. Oh, right. When are you planning to get married? Yoon whispered in the team leader's ear, The thing is, my mom wants to do it this year, but you know she's very busy, so I'm not sure. Have a nice lunch. After saying goodbye to her, Thank you, you too, Manager Chai. The team leader whispered in Young-oh's ear, Oh Assistant Lee, actually I was passing by earlier and saw the director holding your hand in front of the elevator. Is it because the director threw away the children's gift? At this, Young-go honestly replied, "It seems you saw everything. I probably went too far, but I don't think the director did wrong." The team leader explained further, "I understand, but you see his situation is different from ours. Director Young was involved in an accident. The company is trying to keep it quiet, but they said he was seriously injured and has amnesia. He lost 3 years of memories, but that was a few years ago. They said he doesn't even remember going to military service." This information quickly reminded her of the phone call earlier. That's what Suu said, that he was also her senior in the military, but he probably doesn't remember anything either. Then the team leader continued to analyze, "I guess he became more cautious after the accident. Those cookies too, it's hard to blindly trust food made by strangers. Eating it could be risky." Young-ho, trembling, continued to ask, "Do you know the exact time of the accident?" She quickly pulled out her phone to search. "Wait a minute, here it is. Here's a news article about the accident. A hit-and-run accident in a building's parking lot. The victim is in critical condition. Reporter, Moon Gill. On November 3, around 1 a.m., the accident occurred in the parking lot of an office building in Yongsan-gu, Seoul. A young man in his 20s was hit by a vehicle." The team leader emphasized again, his family tightly controlled the news articles. Only this page remains. Young-go quickly and quietly remembered, 7 years ago, on November 3, the day he promised to pick her up at 3 p.m. to go to the hospital together. Seeing her silent and not responding, the team leader urgently called out, "Assistant Lee, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Young-go, with her trembling body, immediately replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for telling me this." She quickly ran away before the team leader's bewildered gaze. In her mind, she was concerned, "So he's forgotten me." Young-go rushed to the secretary's office and urgently asked, "Where is the director?" But she lost all patience and decided to barge in. Despite the secretary's obstruction, he's with a client. They're waiting on the first floor. Entering the staircase, Young-go trembled with the thought, "He's not pretending not to know me. He really doesn't have any memory of us, even Yenna. How could he forget everything about me?" Jian, upon seeing her staring at him, immediately turned his head to look behind him, then awkwardly looked forward as if not understanding what was happening. Young-go took a gasping breath and boldly stepped closer to him. While the two were face to face, Young-go looked at Jian with a heartbroken gaze. He was in so much pain that he lost all his memories. Then she boldly spoke, "Do you know who I am?" Jian replied with an innocent look, "Of course. You're the content creator assistant manager Lee." Her voice became urgent, "What else?" She was still trying to suppress the thoughts in her heart. "Jian, your child was born. Our daughter has grown up so beautifully." While she was about to reproach him, she heard a familiar voice, "Honey, what are you doing?" She turned around to look and discovered it was her friend Yunai. She even proactively introduced, "Honey, have I ever told you Assistant Lee is my high school classmate?" "But Young-go, something's not right here." Young-go frowned when she heard the question but denied, "No, there isn't." Chennai said happily, "You must be going to lunch, right?" She said reluctantly, "Yes." Suddenly, she said, "Young-go, you can talk freely when no one is around." Hearing this, Young-go was startled. Yunai raised her voice to poke, "Or are you trying to make yourself look bad?" She explained awkwardly, "That's not it." Then she looked for an excuse to leave. Yunai asked deliberately, "You said you were going to lunch?" Young-go pretended to answer, "I just realized I forgot some things." She turned and left hurriedly. After speaking, the two looked at Young-go's footsteps. Just then, Jian took his hand off the arm Yunai was holding. She immediately followed, "Honey, what happened? What did Young-go say to you?" "Just a small warning, but you have to be careful with Young-go. When we were in high school, she secretly used my makeup. All my friends knew, but she still tried to hide it. Maybe she's fixed that now, but it doesn't hurt to be careful, honey." And said coldly, "Chai Yunai, step back over the line." Yunai watched his back. They had to pretend to be in a relationship to avoid facing trouble. Years ago, a rumor spread among Yoon's relatives that they heard Chai Yunai and Lee Jian of the Syrian group were dating. Seizing that good opportunity and using it as a reason, Yunai offered something to Jian. She asked him directly, Should we pretend to be dating? I'm not saying we should really date, just pretend. Seeing him leave, she tried to persuade, you're tired of the girls following you day and night, and your mother will find you someone to go on a blind date with because I'm in the same position as you. Hearing that, Jian said, just do whatever you want. Yunai thought, we have the same interests, so this relationship has been good until now. The name Jian will soon become the name of the groom. She also showed this relationship in the company. She deliberately wore a ring. Everyone exclaimed, your ring is so beautiful. She pretended to answer, I know. It's a gift. Everyone thought it was her boyfriend who gave it. That's how, by unilaterally enjoying it, she didn't expect Jian to be assigned to Max Planning. Announcement from Max Planning. There is a change in personnel. We are pleased to announce the personnel appointments as follows. Date of issue, May 2nd. Details of the issue. Change of position issued by Jian, Strategy Department, Saurian Food Division. Change, Director of Strategic Planning Department of Max Planning. Honestly, Yunai was a little hesitant at first but then immediately felt relieved. Jian was always like that, both in the past and now. The things she found showed that his relationships in the past had been wiped out. She received a report of his personal life. This is the report for the request she sent a month ago. After the information gathering process, they did not find any impact on Jian's personal life. He has good relationships with everyone around him but has never been too close to any woman. She's not sure if he has misophobia or not, but is always alone. Therefore, the only person who can be his wife is Yunai, she thought. The cake and the letter were thrown on the table. Thank you for inviting me. I learned a lot and became a great teacher. I hope you like the cakes. Jian thought to himself, again, why? What did she mean by asking me? What else was there? Was it because of what happened this morning? To ask why I grabbed her wrist? Or did Park scare her? Is she really sad? He leaned back tiredly. I should ask her outside. The sun had set. Jian was very tired, his head was a mess, but when working, time flies. He called his mother, saying that he had to work overtime today. His mother asked, okay, have you eaten anything yet? Young-go said she had eaten and asked about Yenna. She had eaten rice and some ice cream. Suddenly, her mother added, there's a hair clip at that shop. She was surprised. What hair clip? Young-go's mother replied, a purple hair clip you used to look for. The time was about a year ago. She admitted that if it had been a year, she would have forgotten it. But her mother said, only you forgot it. You mentioned it a lot. How could I forget it? You cried looking for it and now you forget to get it. Young-go replied casually, it must not be important. The woman heard and said, it's okay if you forget. At least I remember it. Go back to your work then. She said goodbye to her mother. When she turned it off, she secretly thought to Jian, Young-go is only worth as much as that hair clip, lost without realizing and not even bothering to look for it. That's also a type of amnesia, right? While she was lost in thought, Yunai called assistant manager Young-go. She asked if she was also participating in the plan discussion meeting. She pointed to the file. Can you bring this to that room for me? It's essential for the meeting. Young-go agreed. When she heard, suddenly she asked assistant manager Young-go, did I say something that made you uncomfortable? She was surprised. I'm not uncomfortable. Yunai poked again. You're not upset that I'm giving you more work, are you? Of course, Young-go said no, but she sighed. Assistant manager Young-go, if you know how to be angry to the point of turning red in the face just because of those little things, you should also know how to stop hurting others and ruining their mood. Yunai deliberately attracted the attention of the staff, then she picked up the file. Okay, I'll do it myself. Try to calm down. Young-go just stared blankly after her. What's wrong with her? The sound of children crying loudly filled the sky. No, I'm not going to brush my teeth. This makes the parents very tired. This kid, come here now. The boy hugged the leg of the man who had just come home. Dad, save me. The mother scolded. Come back here quickly. The boy begged, Mom, just today, just today. She shouted, no, today. Do you want to get hit or brush your teeth? The boy would rather choose to get hit. Seeing the boy running away, she hurried after him. This kid, stop there. You chose to get hit. Why are you running away? He took the opportunity to pick up his daughter. Doan, come here, Dad's Doan. The mother was curious. Come back here. As soon as Mom is still kind, but he retorted, Mom is never kind when she says that. He cried loudly because he was being dragged away. No, I'll never brush my teeth again. She used the last trick. Wait and see. I'll tell Yenna about this, that Park doing never brushes his teeth. It's very dirty. Suddenly, the boy stopped, then wiped away his tears. Mom, I'll do it myself. He walked away after speaking. His father was also stunned. What did he just hear? He followed quietly. Unbelievable. Our son has changed. The child who always secretly eats his boogers. He was shocked and asked his wife, who is Yenna? She said, she's Doan at the BEDC center. She's very pretty, talented too. She looks very smart. The head of the center has to praise her too. She's really an excellent child. He was very happy to hear that. That's right. They have to become close friends. At the company, Yunai kept finding fault with Young Go. Young Go, what's wrong with your expression? She didn't understand. What do you mean? Yunai said, you look like you're busy thinking about something. Young Go refused, thinking, I'm not bothered by anything, but she argued, that's exactly what I'm saying. Even when you're very normal, you look like you're bothered by something. Young Go, I'll say this to you, I think you better fix your expression a little. I didn't do anything wrong to climb to a higher position than you. Young Go's face went blank when she heard that. She laughed, understanding. Young Go wondered, maybe this is a good thing for some people. Chai Yunai has always been like this, a bad-tempered, malicious person. She can only curse her at the meeting. The current calls were experiencing slow connection. However, Metal has a technology combination that can completely solve this problem. It can also operate stably even in areas with weak signals. That would be a great tool for people who frequently make phone calls. Just then, Jian entered. Everyone was stunned. Director, he said. Don't mind me, just continue. Everyone was sweating. Hello, Director. How can we pretend? Then he pulled up a chair and sat down. Okay, let's continue. Everyone watched Jian and Yunai. They were sitting close to each other. They must have something to say, Young Go thought to herself. 7 years ago, Jian was always the one who took the initiative. He never cared where it was. It would always erupt without a bit of restraint. It may be a little different for those he has only met for a few months or with those who have forgotten him for a few years. But from just now, she glanced. Why does it feel like he's staring at me? Why don't you focus on the meeting? Why are you doing that while your lover is sitting right next to you? The presenter continued, the expected product price is now 50 billion won in 3 months, including production costs and online costs. Jian suddenly spoke, very good, I'll look forward to it. Young Go got goosebumps. Don't say that while staring at me. Finally, it was time to go home. Young Go tiredly entered the house. I'm home. Her mother peeked out, you're back. As soon as she got back, she asked where Yenna was. She said the girl fell asleep while waiting for her to come back. She slumped on the chair. Every time I go to work, I feel like I'm getting a year older. If I stay there for 3 weeks, I'll be the same age as Mom. Suddenly she jumped up. Mom, should I just quit? Unexpectedly, she was very nonchalant. Yeah, just quit. Quit and I'll quit working at the restaurant too. She pouted. Why are you quitting at the restaurant? We have to work together. She said, you can't even cook a decent meal. She asked, is the job not going well? Why do you want to work at a restaurant? She sighed, no, I just want to try something else. Just then Yenna came out. Young Go quickly stood up. Little Princess Yenna, are you still awake? Let's go to bed with Mom. The girl asked, why are you so late, Mom? I waited for you a long time. She coaxed, I'm sorry. Mom promises to play with you a lot this weekend. Yenna softly called her, saying that Park Doing keeps walking around after her. He bothers me a lot. Young Go asked, has Doing taught you how to play chess? The girl replied, Mom, only the teacher teaches us how to play chess. Both Doing and I learn from the teacher. She hugged the girl, that's right, you have to learn from the teacher. She sighed, I wish I had a teacher, someone who could give me advice whenever problems arise. The next morning at the company, Jian thought to himself, I've been working hard with the company's main meeting. The more meetings, the more events, the less time I have to rest. Just then, the secretary asked him, Director, you're back. He replied, yeah. Is there any contact? She said, she would make a report right away. Before leaving, he said, by the way, there was an employee who came to visit yesterday. Young-go, when did she come? The secretary replied, around 12 o'clock. He smiled. It seems urgent. Did you talk to her? Call Young-o back for me. Outside, Young-o was told there was a typo in the text. The boy said, if you discount up to 75%, isn't that too much? She begged, please don't tell anyone. Keep it a secret for me. Keihan, proud, said, let me see. She tried to beg, come on, don't say it, I'll treat you. Suddenly, someone called Y.O. The secretary said the director was calling her. She was stunned. Why call me again? Keihan cheered, good luck, assistant manager. Young-go knocked on his door and bowed her head to greet him. When she entered, she said, hello, director. I was informed that you were looking for me. He said, that's right. Jian approached, making her afraid with his sharp eyes and cautious, slightly tense expression. His words hinted he wanted to say more than one thing. The silence stirred curiosity. Okay, I admit this feeling is not normal, but being pulled doesn't mean you have to follow. I have to understand it correctly. Jian's voice interrupted her thoughts. Sit down. Young-o was very tired. She wanted to be with him but also didn't want to abandon herself. Jian pointed to the cake tray. Just take as much as you want. These are the cakes from yesterday. She asked in surprise, did you pick them up again? He asked back, you don't want what I picked up? She quickly denied it. No, Y.O. picked up a cake. Jian was always watching her every move. He said, I just heard today that you were looking for me yesterday. You should explain why you were looking for me so urgently. Seeing that Young-o seemed hesitant to speak, Jian offered, just speak freely. The girl pursed her lips for a long time, then boldly replied, I came for the cakes. Jian had to stop for a while because of this reason. Young-o said calmly, because I will be the one eating it from now on. If you intend to throw away food, please give it to me. I just wanted to say that. Seeing her aggressive attitude, Jian smiled and asked, so you only looked for me for that? Young-o answered without hesitation, yes. He asked, but you cried and didn't say that. Young-o explained awkwardly, that's because the situations are different. The more she answered, the more curious Jian became. What are the different situations? She had to answer to get over it. It's just my personal problem. Suddenly, Jian glared and asked in a serious tone, did Vice President Park Sang-gu threaten you? Young-o asked in confusion, afraid that Jian would have unnecessary misunderstandings. She replied, no, definitely not. Vice President Park Sang-gu is a great person. Jian stared at Young-o without saying anything. A silent atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire room. Young-o looked at Jian with sad eyes and thought, more than you, I shouldn't have been weak. The man who never talked about family with me, the man who ruthlessly forgot everything, the man who doesn't believe in me anymore, doesn't know I have a child. I wonder if you are a bad or pitiful person. Old memories suddenly rushed into her mind, but didn't I talk to him after the accident? How can he call me when he doesn't have any, like that? Is that really a man's voice? Y.O.'s lips moved as if to ask Jian something, but in the end, she chose to be silent. Maybe it wasn't done by this person. If that call was an arrangement for us to leave each other according to someone's plan. After a while of reasoning, Young-o whispered, Director, have you ever heard my name? My name is Leong-o. Jian panicked and asked, have you ever been in an advertisement for a famous brand and had your name on their product? The girl also wanted to go crazy at Jian's ridiculous question. You idiot. She took a deep breath to calm down and contemplate. Is it right to reveal the truth about herself and Yenna right now? Isn't this person about to get married? It seems that Young-o is standing between these two difficult choices, but it's better to know now than after getting married. After careful consideration, Young-o took the courage to call the director. I have something to say. At the same time, The school bus had arrived. The teacher happily led Yen off the bus. Yen, we're here. Be careful. A stranger just seeing the girl waved hello. Hello, baby Yenna. Just a quick glance, and Yenna recognized that this person was not the teacher. The girl immediately asked, "But who are you?" But that person pretended to ignore it and told Yenna, "Thank the teacher." Baby Yenna obediently followed. "Thank you." The babysitter said goodbye to Yenna while watching the other children on the bus. "Okay, Yenna, have a good time at the center. Mincio, don't get down, sit properly in the seat. Jinwoo, don't take off your seatbelt. Goodbye, Yenna." Just as she finished speaking, the teacher got on the bus and left immediately. Now only Yenna was left with a strange teacher. She gently took Yenna's hand and said, "Letten, go. We're late." The innocent girl asked, "But where are we going?" She still answered naturally, "To the center." Yenna found it strange and turned her head back to ask, "The center is over there." But this mysterious teacher always found a way to lure her. "You've moved to another center. Didn't anyone tell you?" Yenna still turned her head back with a bewildered expression. In just a blink of an eye, she was led a long way away. The girl started to feel that something was not right here. "Where is this?" Yenna immediately used all her strength to pull her hand out of the teacher's arms, then she said loudly, "I'm going to call my mom." She said to Yen irritably, "Why don't you listen to me? Follow me quickly." As she spoke, she turned around and continued to move forward. After walking a little further, she suddenly turned into a small alley without paying attention to Yenna running after her. Because the girl was going too slowly, she lost track of the teacher. Yenna breathed heavily and called out in fear, "Teacher." Everything around was strange to Yenna. The girl stood alone on the sidewalk trembling and calling out, "Teacher." Mom, in helplessness. Inside the chest center that Yen was attending, Doing ran up and called out, "Teacher, are you going to pick up Yen?" The teacher smiled and replied, "That's right. I'll be back soon." Doing smiled brightly and asked for permission, "Can I go with you?" The teacher kindly let the boy follow. "You want to let Letten go together?" The two went outside together and waited for Yenna for a long time. Doing was also eager and kept looking around. "Teacher, why hasn't Yenna arrived yet?" Hearing that, the teacher was also wondering. "That's right, she should have arrived by now. I'll call her." "Yes, hello, this is the bed center that Yenna is attending. The girl hasn't arrived yet." The managing teacher was shocked after hearing that and recounted, "I heard that Yenna got off the bus and the teacher picked her up." The teacher was even more confused. "Yes, I haven't brought Yen in yet." Hearing that, the manager immediately replied, "Impossible. I'll check again and call you back." After the phone hung up, the teacher could only stand still in shock. Doing, after hearing the news, couldn't believe it either. "Teacher, has Yenna been kidnapped?" Back in the office, Young Go had made her own decision. "Director, I have something to tell you." Just as she was about to tell the whole truth, between the two, the phone rang. Seeing her sitting still like a statue, Jian asked curiously, "Aren't you going to answer the phone?" Young Go was embarrassed, blushed, but still tried to calm down and replied, "No, it's okay." Seeing that, Jian said to her, "Just listen in case there's something urgent." After getting his permission, Young Go stood up and asked to go outside. "I'll be right back." Jian stood up in shock. "I didn't tell you to go outside." After getting out into the hallway, Young Go opened her phone to check. It turned out that it was a call from the teacher. Young Go answered the phone. "Yes, I'm listening." On the other end of the line, a panicked voice said, "Yen's mother, Yen hasn't arrived yet. She got off the bus." After receiving the bad news, Young Go immediately took a taxi to the center. As soon as she saw the teacher, she asked in a panic, "Teacher, what's wrong with Yenna? Have you found her?" The teacher hurriedly calmed her down. "Yes, we found her. I just received a call. She's with the police. They're on their way here." Young Go, relieved of all her worries, sat down on the ground and said, "Thank God." The teacher ran to support Young Go. "You must be very worried. We apologize for this." Suddenly, another person came forward and started talking. "Sorry, nice to meet you. I'm Doing's mother. Yen's friend at the center. My Doing likes Yenna very much, so he wants to meet your child." Young-go turned to nod and replied gently, "Oh, so you're doing?" Suddenly, she couldn't control her overwhelming emotions and screamed, "Yen." The girl smiled and waved hello to her mother. The two ran and hugged each other in tears of happiness. Yo kept asking Yen, "Do you hurt anywhere? Did anything happen?" The girl obediently replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Young-go made a frowning face and asked her child, "Where did you go? Why did you wander around alone like that?" Yen honestly recounted the whole story. "I didn't go alone. There was a woman who said she was a new teacher." Hearing that, she asked in confusion, "Teacher?" The girl firmly confirmed, "Yes. She said she was a teacher at the Badu Center." The police officer standing behind spoke, "This is quite suspicious. To be sure, I will investigate. I will contact you after surveying the area. I am Wan from the Wong police station." Young-oh hurriedly bowed, expressing sincere gratitude. "Pleased to meet you and thank you very much." Back in Jian's office, he was still sitting there waiting for Young-oh. What call is taking so long? Feeling quite curious, he went outside to check. Not seeing Young-oh outside, Jian asked, "Where is assistant manager Liang-oh?" The receptionist stood up and replied, "She left a while ago." Jian was dumbfounded that he was being toyed with by a woman, so he ordered, "Call her back immediately." Jian also felt a little worried. What's wrong with her? After getting information, the receptionist returned to inform Jian, "Director, assistant manager Liang-oh has left the company." After finding out, the center teacher bowed immediately in front of Young-oh. "It's my fault because she looked quite similar to the teacher who usually comes to pick her up. I shouldn't have just glanced over like that. I'm really sorry." Young-oh didn't dwell on these things and encouraged the teacher, "Yenna is okay, so everything is fine. However, it shouldn't go too far, so I hope you will be more careful from now on. It's complicated, so could you please contact the center teacher before dropping her off? Is that okay?" The teacher also accepted Young-oh's feedback. "I will learn from this." Before leaving, the center teacher waved goodbye to Yen. "I'll go first. See you later." Yen, the little girl, obediently replied, "Goodbye, teacher." Young-oh sighed in relief. "It's been a long day, hasn't it?" Doing's mom suddenly approached and asked, "Sorry, Yen's mom, I drove here myself. I can take you home. You must be tired." Young-oh smiled shyly and replied, "I owe you one." Doing's mom chuckled and said, "I'd be happy if you agreed." Doing's mom even thoughtfully opened the car door for the two kids to get in first. On the way, she took the initiative to start a conversation with Young-oh. "So, where are we going?" She replied, "I guess we should go to the market first." But Doing's mom asked back, "Are you talking about the market nearby?" Young-oh nodded in confirmation, "Yes." Hearing this, Doing's mom excitedly recounted, "My parents used to have a small flower shop there. It was called Genso." Hearing this, Young-oh suddenly remembered, "Really? I know that place. My mom also works in a restaurant there. Do you know GCK Sunrise?" Doing's mom quickly replied, "Of course. This must be fate. I definitely have to say hello to your mom." Yen, sitting in the back, called out, "Mom, I have a picture I want to show you. I drew the animal at the daycare." Young-oh was curious, "Really?" So she gently opened Yen's bag. A picture of a strange animal appeared. Young-oh asked blankly, "Yenna, what is this?" The little girl excitedly replied, "It's a deer." Hearing this, she could only smile awkwardly to make her happy. "You're so good." Yenna thought it was true, so she eagerly asked back, "Really, Mom?" Young-oh didn't say anything but secretly prayed for her to grow up healthy. Suddenly, she noticed a strange piece of paper in Yen's bag. Young-oh curiously tried to take it out to see what it was. It turned out to be a small letter tucked into Yen's bag. After reading the contents of the letter, Young-oh's face turned pale. She has her mother's looks and her father's personality. She is the embodiment of both of them. Young-oh fell into her own silence. Someone knows. She looked at Yen, who was laughing innocently. "That I gave birth to young Junk's child. There are eyes watching me and Yen. Should I call the police? Will the police come for a non-emergency call? But what if I'm facing a very powerful person such as Sun Gant's father? Seeing young Go sitting lost in thought, Doing's mom called out, "What are you doing?" She startled and stammered, "You're really cool." Doing also expressed admiration for young Go, "You're really cool. You're doing a great job raising your child. You're amazing." Young Go modestly denied, "No, I don't know what I would do if something like today happened again. I left the office because Yenna went missing." Doing's mom seemed to understand young Go's feelings. "That's understandable. By the way, Yen's mom, how about I take Yenna with me after picking up Doing at the daycare? After her Go class, she can come to my house to play with Doing and Doan. I think her mom can pick up Yenna after she closes the restaurant." Young laughed shyly and replied, "That's a good idea, but I'm afraid it will bother you." Dolan's mom confidently replied without hesitation, "It's okay. Yenna is very well behaved. Doing listens to her more than me. If Yenna is around, I think Doing can change completely. So, Yen's mom, let's try that next week, shall we? I will take care of her and ensure safe play for just 1 week." In Youngo's eyes, Doing's mom was like an angel sent to save her life. How can there be such a wonderful person? Inside Jian's office, he was still sitting motionless like a statue. His face was pensive and thoughtful. Suu suddenly entered and asked, "Aren't you going home?" Hearing this, Jian stood up and replied, "I'll go right now." Seeing that Jian's attitude was a bit different, Suu approached and tried to strike up a conversation to change the atmosphere. "Should I tell you this funny story? My son is crushing on a little girl. It's love at first sight. My wife secretly told me that kids grow up pretty fast." Jian indifferently asked back, "Is that all?" Suu was curious, so he asked directly, "You seem cold today. What's wrong?" Jian retorted testily, "What is it?" As soon as he opened his mouth to say, "Is there something?" Jian suddenly turned and left, avoiding the question. "Nothing. Let'n get ready to go." Suddenly, Suu teased, "Do you hate me?" Hearing him chatter on in his ear, Jian could only sigh in exhaustion. Then he turned and said directly to his face, "You talk too much nonsense. I like you very much." Suu was quite surprised by this. "You like me? You?" Jian didn't hesitate to reply, "Yes, I like you. That's why I kept you here even though my mother brought you." Jian's words stunned his friend on the spot, but he didn't pay attention to his emotions and continued to speak incessantly. "I will handle things well. I definitely won't let you down." Unable to endure it, Suu questioned, "Do you see me as that person's person? Someone sent by your mother? Is your life easy? Don't you have anything valuable? And don't all the friends you meet mean anything to you? Still, I'm supporting you even though you don't trust me. I don't know what you're thinking, but I've always considered you a good friend. You jerk, I'm supporting you, not your mother. You idiot." After expressing all the frustrations in his heart, Suu turned and left, leaving Jian behind with a mess of troubles in his heart. Switching scenes to Yen's house, young Go kept reminding her child, "Yenna, you can't talk to strangers, do you hear? If someone offers you food, you can't follow them, okay? If you don't like it, shout. You can do it, right?" The little girl nodded in response, "Yes." Young Go glanced at the little girl and asked, "You'll say you'll do it, but you won't listen to mom anymore, will you?" Yen replied confidently with overflowing enthusiasm, "Yes." "No." Young Go then presented a hypothetical situation. "If an adult comes and says, 'My hand hurts, can you help me carry things?'" Yenna gave a gentle smile and replied immediately, "I'll help them." Young Go could only cry silently in helplessness. What should I do with this clever child? She hugged Jenna tightly and confided, "An adult asking a child for help is a bad adult. Can you refuse to help a stranger?" Yenna blinked and replied, "Yes." Early the next morning at the company, Young Go stood enjoying a cup of coffee. Suddenly, someone came to talk to her. "Hello, Assistant Manager Young Go." She replied warmly, "Yes?" "Hello," the new receptionist asked. "Have you met the director yet?" Young Go asked blankly, "Why?" She said, "I saw a note on your desk. Have you seen it?" Young Go shook her head in confusion. "I haven't seen it." The girl said, "The director was looking for you yesterday, HK, in his office." Hearing this, Young Go's face turned pale. "I forgot. If he's been waiting for me so long, He might get angry. She rushed to the director's office to find him, but fortunately, Jian had fallen asleep some time ago. Youngo boldly went closer to admire him from a distance. Thoughts suddenly flashed through her mind. His mother must be the culprit behind this. He inherited his looks from her, while his personality is like his father's. He resembles you 80%. Maybe his mother has meddled in this. Does she know a lot? Does she know about Yenna? I'm not sure about that. I have to find out through the people around this man, of course, about this man. Tears welled up in the corners of Youngo's eyes. Jian, wait a little longer until I find the culprit. I must dig up information from the people around this man and ensure Yenna's safety. Everything else can be taken care of later. I will let you meet Yenna one day. Unintentionally, Youngo's tears fell on Jian's hand, but she was unaware of it. She turned away with lingering feelings. Just a little longer. But as soon as she took a few steps, someone grabbed her hand. Youngo blankly turned around to look. She saw that Jian had woken up and was holding her hand to stay. Jian stared at Youngo and asked, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, he grabbed Youngo's hand and stammered, "She kissed me." His words made her blush with embarrassment. Standing frozen, she slowly pulled her hand away, stammering, what nonsense is this?" Hearing this, he replied, "I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You have to take responsibility for this." She hurriedly explained, "Wait, that wasn't a kiss." Without letting her say more, he slowly stood up and said, "Okay, we'll say it was just a light kiss." It sounded a bit off, but she still said, "Once." He stood with his arms crossed, his face a bit sulky, and said, "Unbelievable. I've been through a lot, but I've never received a light kiss while sleeping." Hearing this, she panicked and explained, No, director, you misunderstood." At this moment, her face became embarrassed as she stammered, "That was tears." Youngo sighed and didn't dare look directly at him, saying, "That wasn't a kiss. I only shed a tear." His words stunned him for a few seconds, then he turned away and said something. Seeing this, she quickly grabbed him and said hurriedly, "No, I'm telling the truth." Hearing this, he asked, "Then why did you shed tears when you looked at me?" As he spoke, he turned back to look at her with a serious expression. Hearing him ask that, she hesitated and replied, "It's because you resemble my late father too much." She didn't know that lying like this would be very serious. He propped his hands on his hips, questioning her, "You think I'll believe that?" She sighed and said seriously, "It's the truth." Hearing this, he moved closer, asking repeatedly, "In what way? How do I resemble your father? Do you have a picture of him? Show me." The continuous questions made her unable to react in time, and she became flustered, stammering, "Wait, She slowly took a step back and said, "You look handsome like him." "My dad was really handsome." Then she quickly turned and said, "Well, I'll leave now." Before she could leave, he called out in a loud voice, "Wait. Yesterday you said you wanted to say something." She clung to the doorknob and stammered, "Ah, that's right. Yesterday I also wanted to say that you look like my dad. Now, if you'll excuse me." As she prepared to pull the door and leave, he said again, "Yesterday I waited for an hour." His words made her pause for a moment, thinking that she would be touched, but no. She turned around with a disgruntled look and said, "Just an hour." These words stunned him on the spot as she left the room. Youngo thought to herself, he's showing off just because he waited for an hour. Well, I've waited for 7 years, you idiot. She was about to sit down when she thought to herself, "Oh, my back." Suddenly, the CEO called her. "Assistant Youngo." She replied, "Yes." She waved her hand and smiled, saying, "Can you come here for a bit?" Although she was a bit doubtful, she still stood up straight and asked, "What is it, CEO?" In her head, she was still thinking, "Why is she calling me like this?" The CEO, with a serious expression and her hand on her chin, asked, "Where were you yesterday?" Youngo replied, "I asked for permission to leave early because I had some urgent matters." The CEO deliberately made it difficult for her and smiled mockingly, "I didn't think you were the only one with urgent matters." Her face was very unpleasant, but she still had to endure it, thinking to herself, "She just wants to pick a fight with me." She propped one hand on her chin and gently flipped through the book, nitpicking at her. "We agreed to distribute the positions after the meeting yesterday. Everyone tried to do your part too. Without letting her continue, she quickly replied, but I already did it, CEO. Her face was incredibly surprised when she heard her say that. Seeing this, she continued, I completed it early and uploaded it to the folder already. Didn't the CEO see it? Have you checked them? She hurriedly opened her computer, stammering, no, wait, She interrupted her, saying, I think the other members have checked it already. Then, as she turned to leave, she said, you should check again if you excuse us. In her head at this moment, she was thinking, don't bother me. As she walked away, she thought, don't threaten me about work and hinder me. I won't forgive those who threaten me easily anymore because I have to protect myself and Yenna. I've decided. But she turned back to her desk and looked at it carefully. Work really drains all my energy. After work, her face became haggard and droopy. She thought back to the tasks she had done today, meeting after meeting, arranging meetings, thinking about ideas. She felt incredibly tired, massaging her shoulders and thinking to herself, it's already difficult enough without anyone bothering me. The elevator slowly opened, and in it, she met Lian again, which startled her. Thinking to herself again, he crossed his arms and asked, aren't you getting in? She stepped in and said, I am. Standing next to him was incredibly stressful. She thought to herself, not comfortable at all. Suddenly, she saw someone approaching outside and said, oh. She quickly pressed the open door button and said loudly, CEO, come in, come in. She turned to look at Jian. Seeing that his expression was tense, he didn't dare to enter and turned away, saying, you go first. The elevator doors closed again, causing her to pause on the spot. She turned to look at him and asked, did something happen between you two? Not seeing him reply, she asked further, why? How can you argue with someone as good as him? These words stabbed directly into his chest, no different from saying that he was too evil. She continued, I don't think CEO Park Yu is the one at fault. The more she spoke, the more his expression darkened. At this moment, she realized that she was being too blunt, so she quickly said, I'm sorry. You look like my dad, so I'm concerned. I'm very sorry. Hearing this, he asked, does your daughter like that? She didn't understand and said, huh? He turned to look at her and asked curiously, does your daughter care about her father that much? She replied, yes, of course. She tilted her head to look at him and said, daughters care about their fathers a lot. Suddenly, she hesitated and said, by the way, I think you two should make up. It seems that CEO Park Sang-gu cares a lot about you, director. Her words stunned him for a moment. Elsewhere, at Park Sang-gu's house, a little boy spoke up, saying, Yen, look at this. The boy held out a candy and said, this candy is sparkly. It looks like your eyes. As he spoke, the boy gave the candy to Yen. Park Su's wife, seeing the scene, couldn't help but think, the kids are so adorable. I used to be like that too. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ring. She wiped her hands and went out, saying, yes, I'm coming. It seems like the laundry is done. She opened the door. Behind the door was Jian. He said, hello, I am Jian. Seeing him, she froze for a moment. Later, she reacted and shouted, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is it? Oh, it's nice to meet you, Jian. He politely replied, yes, it's nice to meet you. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. She awkwardly replied, ah, yes, please come in. He stepped in, bowed, and said, then I'll bother you. She opened the door and replied, yes, this way. He handed the basket of fruit to her, saying, here, I bought some fruit. Seeing this, she smiled and replied, oh my, you didn't need to buy anything. Haha. Then she asked, why did you come here? He replied, I came to see you. Is he home? She thought he came home early. She stammered, ah, he hasn't arrived yet. You might be mistaken. Hearing the conversation between the two children turned to look at them. She led him to a seat and said, I'll try to call him. Please sit here and wait a moment, okay? The boy ran out and asked, Mom, who is it? She put her hand on the boy's shoulder and said, ah, Dolan, say hello to Uncle. He is your dad's friend, Uncle Jian. You know him, right? The boy bowed to him, saying, hello. He patted the boy's head and smiled, saying, "Well, hello. You've grown bigger, Doin." He pointed to Yen, looked at him, and smiled, saying, "My friend is also here." He turned his head to look at Yenna. Sitting, the little girl with sparkling eyes stared intently at him. The two of them looked at each other carefully. Jinya was a little flustered and quickly reminded her son, "Doin, you should say my friend came too. Hearing this, Doin smiled and said again, "My friend came to play too." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian smiled and said, "My son's friend came to play at our house." He enthusiastically replied, "Ah, yes." He looked intently at Yenna, drawing, and thought to himself, "Ah, Doin's girlfriend. Didn't that kid say that he was in love at first sight?" Li Jian stared at the little girl, admiring her, thinking, "Well, the kids are all very cute." Switching scenes to in front of a store, Park S slowly took steps on the road. He thought of his wife's reminder, "You know, right? Today Yenna will come to play at our house. You should work overtime and come home a little late. Don't disturb the kids playing." This made him sigh in dismay. Looking at the door with the tall wine bottle made of LED lights, he mused, "Although Li Jian is not emotional, he always drinks alcohol with me." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang unexpectedly. Before he could even finish saying hello, he heard his wife Jinyo scream in panic, "Honey, come home immediately." Hearing this, Park Sangu was extremely startled and asked, "Yenna has returned already?" But his wife's next sentence directly turned him to stone. "No, this is very urgent. Li Jian has come to our house." In another scene, Doin carried the Go board and slowly came to Li Jian. Then he unhesitatingly asked, "Li Jian uncle, do you know how to play Go?" He replied, "Ah, yes." Just before he could finish his sentence, the boy immediately said, "Then let's play Go together." Saying this, Doin smirked, revealing his two small fangs, and said softly, "You can beat me, right?" Doin quickly sat down on the floor, and Li Jian slowly stood up and said, "How do you know how to play Go?" The boy happily replied, "I went to Go class." When he saw Yenna slowly approaching, Doin immediately turned his head and said, "Yenna, come here and watch me play. I'll show you how I play Go." Hearing this, the girl didn't say anything and sat down beside Doin. Doin opened his mouth a little shyly and said, "Uncle, please go first." Yenna turned to look at him and said, "That's not right. Black should go first." As soon as the words were spoken, Doin followed suit, placing the stone in his hand and saying, "Ah, of course. That's right." Meanwhile, Li Jian was still watching intently, his face more cheerful and amiable. Just like that, the three of them focused on playing Go together. After a while, Yenna suddenly spoke, her face serious, saying, "That's the wrong way. You should block its escape route." Making Doin sweat a little anxiously, he froze, not knowing what to do. When it was time to decide to place the black stone on the board, he was immediately stopped by Yenna's hand helplessly, saying, "Oh my God, look at me." Just like that, his next moves were all stopped and redone by Yenna. "It should be placed here, then Uncle will place a stone here, and then place your stone here." A series of Yenna's actions made Li Jian marvel, thinking, "How does this child know how to play?" Then he pointed to a position on the board and asked, "What if Uncle places it here?" Hearing this, Yenna put her hand on her chin and pondered for a while. Then she fiercely dragged the piece from the bottom to the top. The previous move completely amazed Li Jian. As he looked at the little girl in front of him, he pondered, "She's the same age as Doin, so she must be 6 years old. How can a 6-year-old play so well?" Suddenly, Jinyo came from the kitchen carrying a plate of red watermelon, saying, "Yenna is very good at playing. I'm very proud of her." While saying this, she secretly signaled, "Eat some fruit." The two uncles and nephews then had the usual inquiries. "What's your name, Yen?" The girl replied, "Yes, it is." While Li Jian remained curious, Yen was remarkably calm. He asked, "Where did you learn to play Go?" She replied, "From my teacher." He was a little surprised and asked further, "Not your dad, but your teacher?" Upon hearing Yen's innocent and heartbreaking response, "I don't have a dad," he fell into thought. "Ah, I shouldn't have brought this up." Doin innocently turned to Yenna and said, "Then can I give you my dad?" Yenna quickly replied, "No, you can't." When someone cleared their throat, it turned out to be Park Suu who had arrived home. Doin excitedly said, Dad's home. Daddy. He hugged his two children while looking at Lee Jian and asked, "What are you doing here?" He replied, "I came to see you." He slowly stood up and said, "I should stop here." At this moment, Yenna looked very sad, her head bowed as she stared blankly at the Go board. He continued, "You should play with Dolan instead." However, the little girl immediately stood up, her face filled with anticipation, and leaned on the table with both hands, asking, "Uncle, will you come play again?" As soon as she finished speaking, he looked at her with a questioning expression and asked, "Why?" Yenna happily replied, "Because it's fun." The two exchanged a few more words back and forth. "Will you come tomorrow?" "I have work tomorrow." "Then next Monday?" "I'm very busy that day." At this moment, Yenna stood right in front of Lee Jian, shyly asking, "Then the Monday after next?" Then, using both hands, she tightly grabbed the hem of his shirt. If not the Monday after that, the pulling force grew stronger and stronger, begging, "Please play go just one more time." Making Lee Jian very flustered, his face covered in sweat, he finally had no choice but to agree to end the conversation. "All right, I'll come play next time." His words made the little girl very happy. As he went outside, he thought to himself. 3 weeks later, on a Monday, Lee Jian stepped out the door and said, "Goodbye, see you later." Another voice echoed immediately after, "Yes, please come play again." He still thought children usually forget quickly, so it should be fine. Walking along the sidewalk with his best friend, he said, "I can't stay long, I'm a bit busy." His friend replied, "I know." After that, they continued to walk silently side by side. A little later, also on that same stretch of road, Young-go hurriedly ran across the street, preparing to go up a few steps on the sidewalk and stopping in front of an apartment door, continuously ringing the bell. After a very polite greeting from two girls, Young-go, "Hello, Gino, come in," and after the sweet call of Mommy, she and her daughter quickly opened their arms and happily said, "Mommy's princess, Jna." The little girl happily called Mommy. After that, she turned to her friend and said, "I'm sorry for bothering you so much." But Gino replied with a smile, "Not at all." While looking at little Yenna, she continued, "Thanks to Yenna, Doing is more well behaved. I really like her. You can bring her here often." Doing and his mother kept saying heartwarming things. "Dolan wants that too, right?" "That's right. Yenna, live with us." Park Doing, "That's too much." However, both girls couldn't help but giggle. A moment later, outside the building, it was a quiet night scene. She led Yenna along the sidewalk, and the two of them kept talking back and forth. "Is something fun?" "Yeah." "What is it?" "It's a secret." Hearing this, she tilted her head and asked, "Keeping a secret from Mommy too?" But the only response was a request from the other party. "Mom, next Monday after next, can I go to Doing's house to play?" With sparkling eyes and a chubby face, she said, "I want to go there and play again, please." Under the silent night, in a corner of the street, Lee Jian's voice rang out, "I'm sorry." Park Sunu, with his arms crossed, asked, "Why do you have to apologize?" Lee Jian replied, "I'm sorry for being so harsh with you." Hearing that, he silently nodded. After that, Suu asked again, "Do you really think I'm someone your mother sent?" Lee Jian replied, "No way." Suu pouted, looking sulky. Jian affirmed, "I'm telling the truth." Park S felt more relieved and picked up his can of beer, saying, "Okay, but I was very sad." He continued, "You always trust your feelings when making decisions, right?" "Not at all. Even using them just a little bit can hurt others." After speaking for a while, Suu sighed, crossed his arms, and looked at Jian with sympathetic eyes. He thought to himself, "Of course you don't know why I'm so sad." 7 years ago, before the accident, Jian had very bright and beautiful eyes. He smiled more and showed more emotion than he does now. But because of the accident 7 years ago, I lost my friend. On the outside, he looks cold and calm, but I know something is hidden deep inside him. This summer, it feels like he is the only one still stuck in winter. I want to help him get out of that state, but there's no way to do it. So I can only be by his side. Returning to reality, Suu placed his hand on his left chest sincerely and said to Jian, "You are a part of my life." He thought, "That's why I always hope you can be happy." He continued, wishing him to be more cheerful and optimistic. Not my whole life, but a part of it, Suu thought to himself. I hope you won't be so cold anymore. Finally, he scratched his head and said, anyway, thanks for coming to see me. I'm also sorry for saying harsh words to you. But what made you come to my house anyway? Jian let out a soft smile. He remembered Young O's words to him. Try to talk to him. If you can't meet him, then you should go to his house yourself. Isn't he your precious friend? Jian answered Suu's previous question, because you are my precious friend. Hearing that, he let out a sigh. A moment of silence passed under the dark night. The next morning at the company, Jian was walking down the hallway when he passed a room where there were many voices coming from. He entered the room, looked up, and saw two people talking excitedly to each other. Ki-hoon, not noticing that Jian was there, said to Young O, you've been working very hard on the notes, assistant manager. Hearing that, she humbly replied, I just wrote what I thought. Ki-hoon continued to praise, you're the best I've ever seen. I acknowledge that. Young O smiled and said, you always praise me no matter what I do. He laughed and said, because you're very good. At this moment, Jian cleared his throat to make his presence known. Ki-hoon was startled and stood up straight, saying, oh my, hello director. He asked, when does the meeting start? Jian replied, it will start in 10 minutes. Jian strode forward and said, Ben Sanon, go print the minutes from last week's meeting. He immediately obeyed, yes, sir. Jian approached Young O, pulled out the chair next to her, and sat down. Jian turned to her and said, thank you. I made up with my friend. Thank you for advising me. He remembered her advice. Isn't he your precious friend? You can't cut off the precious thread just because there's a knot on it. You need to untangle it. Returning to the present, Young O turned her head to look at Jian and replied, ah yes, it's good to know that. Although that's what she said outwardly, in her heart she thought, actually, I'm saying that to myself as well. If only I had searched for you longer, if only I hadn't given up, if I hadn't lost faith and trusted you more, then would our lives be different? Jian crossed his arms and suggested, if you miss your dad, then just come here. Hearing that, Young O silently nodded. Then she suddenly realized something confusing and said, sorry. He said seriously, you said that I resemble your dad. I don't mind, so come by sometimes. Young O asked confusedly and helplessly, does it show on your face? Jian replied, you don't want to. I'm thinking of you. Young O outwardly smiled and said, right, thank you for talking about this. But in her heart, she thought, you must be very happy, huh? After a while, Ki-hoon had printed out the documents. He happily smiled like a flower and said, director, I brought the minutes here. Jian was surprised and said, so fast? Ki-hoon smiled and replied, of course. Someone mumbled, he did it very quickly. Extending the time until the meeting took place, a girl said, today, I hope everyone can give their opinions. After hearing the opinions, we will make a decision. Another girl spoke up and said, should I volunteer first? That girl started her presentation. People in their 20s and 30s are often physically healthy but mentally exhausted. Jian kept twirling a pen in his hand. Sitting next to him thought, he's losing focus. He's been distracted a lot lately. The girl was still continuing her presentation. They have many things they want to do, but first they have to follow the orders of others. Suddenly, the pen in Jian's hands slipped and fell. The girl continued, therefore, their work efficiency decreases and they feel exhausted. On their way home, Jan's pen fell to the ground, and the presentation was still continuing. They also feel envious when they see people in the park. The fallen pen was rolling closer to Young O's feet. She turned her head and thought to herself, did he drop it on purpose? Is he telling me to pick it up? Young O had no choice but to bend down and pick up the pen while the girl was still engrossed in presenting her ideas. When they got home, the first thing they look for is not food but beer. They will think, this is why I continue to work. She reached out for the pen. Suddenly, a larger hand reached out and also picked up the pen. It was Jian, also bending down to pick up the pen he dropped, so it unexpectedly created a somewhat awkward situation. Young O was embarrassed, her face turning red. She didn't say anything and quickly stood up and sat in her chair. Young O sat stiff as a statue, thinking to herself, What was that? He probably didn't do it on purpose. The meeting was still proceeding normally. I think there are two catchphrases. Young-go looked at her presenting colleague thinking. But Chai Yunai is sitting right there. She was still enthusiastically speaking. That is, single needs beer and this is the taste of youth, this is the healing course. That is all. A man added, that's great, but is it too simple? Healing like that seems too negative. A person said, we still have to look at the practical issues first. Beer commercials usually feature young models in bars enjoying themselves refreshingly. Is it okay to remove that? Is it risky? Young-go contributed an idea. How about this? People see a bar with many young people drinking on TV, but is it really that noisy? I think the noise level has decreased, and the advertisement focuses on the sound of drinking beer. Actually, we can drink beer in the living room while watching a movie alone, right? The gray-haired man nodded in admiration after listening. That's great. The short-haired girl also said, I like this idea too. I hope that customers don't feel sad or distressed when they drink. Ki-han raised his index finger, expressing praise for Young-go. Yunai glared angrily at her. Young-go, receiving everyone's approval, smiled in return. Right at this moment, inside the women's restroom, someone was turning on the tap and using it. Chornbai seemed not to notice that she was turning on the tap but stood still and pondered. Young Jian is acting very strangely. The atmosphere at that time was also strange, even in today's meeting as well. Young-go, director Young Jian is looking for her, even the notes on Leo's desk. Young Jian is not that kind of person. He was once so distant from women that others doubted his character. Moreover, Young-go. Suddenly, at this moment, a red-haired girl suddenly approached and called out, "Oh, manager. Manager. What's making you sad?" Chornbai wearily sighed and replied, "Nothing." The red-haired girl, seeing this, asked again, "Is there a problem? You can tell me." Hearing that, she seriously warned, "First, I'm only telling you, okay? This is a secret." She quickly affirmed, "Yes, of course." She began to explain, "I'm talking about Belly, Young-go, and Teen too." She asked in surprise, "The secretary who takes notes? Why?" She then explained, "Actually, we used to be classmates." Hearing that, she was very surprised and quickly asked, "Really? I didn't even know. Are you close to her?" She hesitated a bit and replied, "Well, her family situation is quite difficult. I always try to help her, but when we get a little closer." Seeing Chornbai suddenly sigh in the middle of her speech made her very curious. She quickly asked, "Did something happen, manager?" She leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Do you know what kind of person she is? The kind that takes other people's things without permission and uses them freely. She always tries to imitate others to look more perfect." Hearing that, she was very surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my. Really? I'm really shocked. I didn't expect her to be that kind of person. Has she changed?" Seeing Chornbai suddenly sigh, making her very curious, she hurriedly asked, "Oh my, what about now, manager?" She then replied, "Well, I don't know, but perhaps this change isn't easy. But Young-go often visits Jian." She asked with some curiosity, "Why?" She hesitated a bit and guessed, "Well, about that, perhaps she has a lot to discuss with Jian." After listening to the words she had said, she said with great dissatisfaction, "Oh my, that's ridiculous. She should know her place. Why is she interfering in other people's affairs? Don't worry, manager. I will testify for you. With just a little carelessness, she will be ruined." Suddenly, at this moment, Samiran suddenly opened the door and walked out, and without saying a word, she just walked away. The red-haired girl, seeing this, covered her mouth with her hand and said worriedly, "What to do? Team leader Samiran divorced her husband because he had an affair with a colleague. Will Lee Young-oh be hated by her?" A few days later, at the apartment complex where Young-oh lived, she was sitting, tying Yenna's hair while pondering. The atmosphere at the company has been a little strange these past few days. The production team, I can feel the sharp eyes of production team 1, team leader Samiran, our team leader as well. Did I do something wrong? Right at this moment, Yenna suddenly spoke. "Mom, it's only 1 week away." Young-go blankly asked, "Huh?" The The little girl smiled brightly and reminded, "Mom, don't you know what day next Thursday is?" She didn't answer but smiled softly, thinking, how could I not remember? I can't believe my little one is already 6 years old. Yenna was born prematurely and had to stay in the hospital for an extra week because she was sick. Something strange happened. While holding Yenna in her arms, young Go asked in confusion, "Why is her forehead so red, as if it's been burned?" The nurse explained, "Ah, that's a birthmark. It's quite common in newborns and usually disappears after a year." She hurriedly brushed the girl's bangs up and thought doubtfully, a birthmark should disappear a year after birth, but it's still the same now. In many places, birthmarks are called a quat or angel's kiss. A quat means the baby is too beautiful, so the angel kissed the baby. After thinking, young Go asked, "What do you want to do for your birthday, Yenna?" The little girl asked in surprise, "A birthday party?" She suddenly hugged the little girl tightly and thought emotionally, that story seems to be true, as my world is like heaven thanks to Yenna and Jian. Our child is almost 6 years old. The next day at the company, someone suddenly asked assistant Lee Young-go, "Have you heard about the company's emergency dinner with Don Liquor today?" She replied, "I haven't heard about it." The red-haired girl, hearing that, immediately reminded, "Please try to pay attention and listen." Then she worriedly thought, will this make production team 1 worse? I look like Chorn Bai. Then she loudly announced the current situation to her. The advertiser is coming. They want to hold a dinner with the company production team, but the person in charge has to go on a business trip, and everyone is very busy. I want the assistant who is free to find a location for the company dinner. She continued, I'll do it. Yes, I'm quite free. Then, while walking, she calmly thought, in the past, I used to avoid getting involved in entertaining advertisers by all means, but I've been through that, so it's okay now. I should find something delicious, a person with 5 years of experience in the office. A moment later, in the area of production team 2, Lee Young-go suddenly walked in, then went to the side of the red-haired girl and called, "Manager Cho." Causing her to be startled, she hurriedly responded, "Ah, yes." He asked with curiosity, "Where did everyone go?" She sweated nervously and replied, "Assistant Ko and Song have gone to the printing photo shoot, and Assistant Young-go has gone to the Don Liquor Company dinner." He frowned slightly and asked again, "She's gone already?" She replied a bit flustered, "Yes, because the advertiser said they would arrive early." He immediately questioned, "Why are the members going out to play and leaving the advertiser like that?" She hesitated to explain, that is, everyone has other things to do." He quickly turned around, then immediately took out his phone and called team leader Young Jian. "Send me the contact information of assistant Lee Young-go." That night, the weather outside was rainy. Someone suddenly asked, "Are there no umbrellas left?" The other person replied, "Yes, because it suddenly rained." While standing in the rain, Young-go worriedly thought, "The rain is so sudden. I have to go back to the office and borrow someone's umbrella. But the rain is also light, so should I wait for a while?" Just as Lee Jian was about to call her, he was lucky enough to see her figure nearby, so he admired in his heart, "She's here. She doesn't seem to have gone far." Park Yu quickly approached and asked with a big smile, "Oh, my friend, do you have an umbrella? Let me share it." He unexpectedly gave her the umbrella and said, "Use it alone." He asked in confusion, "Huh? What about you?" He replied, "I'll run." Hearing that, he was very confused, so he hurriedly asked, "What are you talking about? We can go together." He immediately refused. "No, you go alone." Then he smiled and turned his head to look at Lee Young-go and asked, "Do you have an umbrella?" Suddenly, he took off his jacket, causing Park Yu to be a little confused. She replied startled, "No, I don't have one." He quickly suggested, "Then let's go together." Then he quickly used his jacket to cover both of them. Seeing that, she hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. "No, it's okay. No." And thought with some doubt, he wants to share that jacket. Then she pointed to the store across the street and said, "I'll go over there and buy an umbrella." He continued, So we can go over there and buy an umbrella, right? Let's go. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be flustered, thinking, wait, this is crazy. Then she had no choice but to reluctantly run across the street with him. In this situation, Park Yu, standing nearby, said with some helplessness, really, looking at him makes me feel like I'm filming a movie. No, I have something to tease him with now. Lee Jian and Lee Young-oh are walking under the rain. He is holding a jacket to shield them both from getting wet. He lowers his head and speaks up. I think I just need to go straight this way. After that, the two are preparing to enter a building. She looks up and says to him, thank you, I will buy one for you. Lee Jian uses his hand to brush the water off his hair while replying, it's nothing. She looks at the umbrella stand and exclaims in surprise, there is only one umbrella left here. The storekeeper, seeing this, walks over and gives her 2 umbrellas, smiling and saying, there are many more. Don't worry. She also smiles and replies, thank you. Lee Jian gives Lee Young-oh 1 umbrella. She says, take it. He frowns upon hearing her words. He takes the yellow umbrella reluctantly. Can I return this? I have many umbrellas at home already. She replies, then just use it today and return it to me later. I don't have any at my house. She thinks to herself, the rich are the ones who bring umbrellas. He walks away, then turns back and calls her. Let's go. Lee Jian points to a building. I will stop by the company that Ki-hoon introduced. It's right at the intersection over there. He speaks up. All right, then we'll split up there. She continues. If someone laughs at my face and tells me I chose the wrong place, then can I say that it's all because of the director's choice? He replies coldly. Just do whatever you want. Inside the office of production team 2, there is a voice. Where did assistant B Leo go? She hurriedly raises her hand to explain. It was I who asked her to go prepare for the evening drinks event. The purple-haired girl smiles insincerely. Oh my, really? It can't be helped because everyone is busy. This girl thinks to herself. Assistant Vice Joe, you're still doing a good job even now. No, I didn't ask you to. The purple-haired girl's eyes reveal satisfaction. Lee Young-oh must fight alone until she sweats. Before the others arrive, she calls. Ira, are you off work? Could it be that the director is also finished with work? Ira replies. Yes, Manager Chai. The purple-haired girl smiles woodenly. The director said that he would come meet the production and advertising teams. Are you not going along? Scene switches to a restaurant. Inside, there is a coughing sound. Cough, cough. The purple-haired girl and the red-haired girl run hastily. The red-haired girl shouts, Manager, slow down a bit. The purple-haired girl replies irritably, I'm running because of you. What you said, Vice Assistant Joe, how can you let the creator go alone to entertain others? In her head, she considers. Nothing is going according to plan. She walks in with a flustered face. However, the purple-haired girl is extremely shocked when she sees the scene before her. Young-go sitting next to Lee Jian along with the others, talking and laughing happily. He is holding a glass of water and watching, secretly pleased in his heart. The purple-haired girl, standing at the door, is so angry that her blood boils, her hands clenching tightly. The man wearing a blue shirt appears and whispers into the purple-haired girl's ear. Chai Yunai, can't you handle it for even a day? How many years have you let young Jian slip out of your hands? She remembers what the man in black once said. Because next year is the general election, you should get married before then so that you can be more comfortable. Even if you're not good at anything, you must at least make a show in marriage. She closes her eyes, gritting her teeth and listening to the man in blue saying, Chun Bai, wake up. She replies, I know. She, with a determined and certain gaze, thinks, I must marry young Jian. That's the only reason I exist. Scene switches outside a convenience store. Young-go is standing, gasping for breath. Everyone is talking. She is reaching for a bottle of water when there is a noise behind her. Swoosh. Are you afraid to go to work tomorrow? Lee Jian is also holding a bottle of water like her. Let me buy it. She considers. Well, then if you're paying, Then I'll drink something more expensive. She grabs the bottle of water and takes a big gulp. Jian speaks up to ask, "Are you okay?" She happily replies, "Yes, thank you." For this, he looks at her and asks, "What do you think? Have we captured the attention of the advertising side yet?" Young-go feels uncomfortable and suddenly covers her mouth with her hand. He stands to one side, bewildered, not understanding what is happening. "Did you drink too much?" After that, she throws the bottle of water in her hand into the trash can. "I don't feel very well today." Suu suggested, "Let Young-oh go home. I'll take you." But she refused. "No need." I said, "Don't worry. I can get home myself." Then she turned and left. Jian watched her retreating figure, a little sadness in his heart. "As always. You turn your back to me and walk away." He wondered, annoyed by the small thing. "Why do you always do that? What do I have to do to make you look back?" Jian suddenly called out, "Jongo." Hearing his voice, her steps faltered. He asked, "Where do you think you're going?" She turned around in surprise. "What? What is this?" She took a few steps closer to him and asked, "What do you want?" She looked at him with longing. "Huh." He reached out to hug her, his face flushed with embarrassment. "What's with this reaction?" He looked at her face, flustered. "This is a joke, right? What should I do?" He forced a smile. "Oh look, you really are drunk," he said. "Get a grip, Lee Jongo." "Oh, I know I look like your late father." Just then, she stepped back in shock. "Are you serious?" He said to her. "I know, but you shouldn't treat me like this right now." His words darkened her expression. "If you're drunk, you should go home quickly." He glanced at his phone and said, "Lee Young-go, I'll take you home." He looked at her, waiting for an answer. Jian watched the taxi pull away, confused. Lee Young-go was a little flustered, morning in the city of lights, filtering through the trees. "Look how much you drank. How could you drink so much?" Soup was brought out. "You look like a frog. How could you drink so much that your eyes are swollen like that?" Young-go ate her rice while defending herself. She thought to herself, "I wish young Jian hadn't said that." Then Young-oh chewed her rice and replied, "I drank in moderation." "Is that your moderation?" So Young-oh spoke up, reminding her mother, "Mom, Yenna will hear you. Are you finally ashamed in front of your daughter?" At this point, Young-oh seemed more awake instead of feeling dizzy. "I feel like I have a cold," her mother said helplessly. "You eat so much, and you're still tired. How about taking a day off to rest?" "How can I ask for a day off when I've only been working there for a few days? Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, so I just need to get through today." Her mother scolded her. "But you." Young-oh reassured her. "Don't worry, Mom." Young-oh inhaled the outside air and felt like she didn't want to go to work at all. "I shouldn't pretend that everything is okay." At this time, Jian was sitting at a cafe looking at the watch on his hand. Young-oh worried and thought, "That monster will beat me black and blue today. It's okay as long as I can avoid Jian. I'll be fine." As soon as she thought of him, his footsteps approached her. Jian came forward to greet her. "Assistant Manager Young-oh." She was startled. Where did he come from? Yesterday, before she could finish speaking, Jian saw Young-oh standing far away from him. "What is this? He's acting like he's been waiting for me. He doesn't even look like he's in a good mood. Always making me worry. What is he going to do now? Apologize." In the elevator, all the employees were bustling. "The director is here too. I need to move to another corner. Why is the elevator so crowded? All of a sudden, I can't breathe." The elevator announced that it had reached the destination. "Wait, I need to get off at this floor." But Young-oh's voice wasn't loud enough for everyone to wait for her. Then suddenly, her hand intertwined with a man's hand. Her body was completely in Jian's arms. The two were very close. So Young-oh spoke up, resisting. "Let me go." Jian looked at her face and asked, "Are you sick? You don't look well." But Young-oh quietly replied, "I'm fine. Don't tell me you're still drunk. It's a cold. Whose fault do you think it is?" Before Young-oh left, she turned around to look at him and thought to herself, "There's nothing about him that I like. It was foolish to think he would apologize. Oh well, stop thinking about things that give you a headache and wake up. You'll know I have a lot of work to do. Ki-hoon appeared from outside. I did what you asked me to do yesterday. I was wondering if there was something so urgent that you forgot your bag. Young-go took her bag and thanked Ki-hoon. You're welcome. You've been working very hard. He replied cheerfully. That's right, Young-go, work. Young-go gradually regained her spirits. It was late, and Young-go was exhausted in the office. Take the medicine to get better quickly, that way, you can work effectively. Young-go found it ridiculous. He made me sick and then gave me medicine to cure me. This isn't what I expected. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to argue with him. I wish my body felt better. Then suddenly, Jian put his coat on her. When you're sick, you should wear more clothes, he said in a very warm voice. I have my own fashion sense, Young-go replied coldly. Jian even gave her a compliment. It suits you very well. Just wear it and pretend you don't know who it belongs to. Anyway, I rarely touch it. I would appreciate it more if you let me leave here sooner rather than later, Young-go said sharply. Jian agreed immediately. Okay. Do you want me to take you home? He didn't even bother to apologize for yesterday. He was only concerned about trivial things, she thought, then replied, no need. I'm going back to work. I'll only take this medicine. Jian was left alone in his office, folding his arms and silently looking at the door. Then he said coldly, you should take more. This is really difficult. At this time, the office was bustling. Leton ate while everyone enjoyed their lunch, but Young-go slumped at her desk, not in the mood to eat. She had no memories of years ago, the time when Jian also put his coat on her, the way he carefully adjusted her coat, his expression warm. Yet he could do the same action with the same smile now. She remembered when he said, it suits you very well. Suddenly, someone came to ask her, Assistant Manager Lee, are you feeling any better? Team leader said, I've taken some medicine, so I'll probably get better soon. The team leader exclaimed, I bought some cereal. Let's eat together. Thank you for this, Young-go replied softly. You're welcome. I always like to be with you, Assistant Manager Lee. But Assistant Manager Lee, I don't know if it's rude to ask, but I keep wondering. Young-go immediately replied, it's okay, please ask. Is it that you've known Director Jian from before? Hearing this question, Young-go suddenly felt scared. Perhaps she dated the director during the time he lost his memories. Young-go's hands trembled and her voice faltered. Seeing her attitude, the team leader quickly spoke up, you don't have to answer me right away. You must have your own reasons. I'm just a little worried because your face always changes whenever someone talks about Director Jian, like the time in front of the elevator. But if you knew him 7 years ago, wouldn't you have any intention of saying anything? The director is also getting married soon, and you work at the same company. Young-go unconsciously replied, I haven't decided yet. It's okay. Assistant Manager Lee, tell me whenever you want someone to go out for a drink with. I'm sure I can't help you solve a problem, but at least I can listen to your troubles. Please don't think too much about it, okay? That's the most important thing. Young-go had no choice but to reply happily, of course. At this time, everyone was going down the stairs and ran into Jian. There's the director. Hello, director. I don't know if you've had lunch yet. Jian also said at the same time, by the way, about yesterday you're the one who had Team 2 replace Team 1 to interact with customers. I heard that you suggested new employees go to entertain the guests. Hearing this, the girl's face turned pale. That's because Assistant Manager Sin was too busy. She has a lot to do, but only after work, the girl replied. I have quite a lot of work to do, and the deadline is approaching, so I had no other choice, she added. I understand your busy schedule. From now on, don't let this happen again. Now, can you show me the results you've done since yesterday? Hearing this, everyone was startled. I'm very disappointed. You've been working so hard, but there are no results. Jian pretended to say, you should stay at the company after dinner to continue working. Now I understand why customers always return what you've done. From now on, Assistant Manager Sin must send a report on what she has done by email at 6 p.m. every day. Then Jian left, leaving everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Sin cried miserably. Manager, what should I do? It's okay. I'll talk to him. At this time, Jian and Youngo accidentally met each other. Youngo caught sight of a girl following him. The director is getting married, and I work at the same company. That's right. He's about to become a groom. I should stop bothering him. As soon as they entered the office, the two felt the atmosphere was gloomy. Has something bad happened? Assistant manager Sin promised to work harder. If you continue to be so strict with her, wouldn't she become sad and work worse? Inside the director's office, there were voices of two people talking to each other. Jian remained cold, ignoring those words. My mom already mentioned the wedding. What should I do? Yunai said excitedly. But she received a cold reply. You can handle that yourself. Don't you understand my mother the best? So what about you? What do you want to do? I'm not so thick-skinned as to ask you to do anything. Yunai worriedly thought, I've said too much to everyone. If I said I wanted us to get married, what would you think? Yunai happily looked up, but she didn't receive any response. Jian's glance meant, how dare you do that? Without opening his mouth to say any words, Yunai could understand that sharp look. Jian took out a document and said coldly, you can't solve the problem by saying Tell my mother that we're over, even though we haven't dated once. Yunai felt extremely angry. How could those words come out of your mouth so easily? I can't understand why that's so difficult for you. I'm busy. Can you go out? When she heard these words, Yunai's eyes were no longer excited. So she quickly left the office. As soon as she stepped out the door, she ran into Suu. The two passed each other and whispered. He said he's very busy right now. Yunai has said that much, and is still stubborn, Suu replied. I should check how hard he's working. He must have just argued with Yunai, but he doesn't look angry. As soon as Suu walked in, he noticed an umbrella placed at the edge of the door. He picked it up and asked Jian, you probably don't need it, right? I'll take it home. My daughter will probably like it a lot. Jian coldly said, that's mine. Put it back. Suu sat on the chair and said, you were especially polite to Yunai. I can't even imagine it. Jian was still focused on the pile of documents. You don't understand. Suu suddenly remembered something. That's right. Yunai, 7 years ago, when Jian was still in a coma, helped the police catch the criminal who caused the accident and ran away. It is rumored that she is also very concerned about Jian's mother. Besides, Yunai is the younger sister of my friend, and he and she see each other as family, so it is obvious that they cannot ignore her. Suu continued, however, I still have to tell you this if you really want to date someone. Before he could finish speaking, Jian replied that there wasn't anyone. Okay, if you don't mean that, then who did you give your umbrella to? Not the umbrella, but the jacket. I saw everything yesterday. It's like a cheesy romance movie right in the middle of the public. Assistant manager Youngo wore the coat that I gave you as a gift, right? Jian asked in surprise. That was a gift you gave me. Suu angrily rebuked, you really are a heartless and cold-blooded person. Do you still want to deny it? Those are romantic feelings. Jian said, I have my own appearance preferences. I have never felt this way, so it is quite annoying. I'm not worried about getting wet or anything, but I'm not saying I like it, right? I want to be by Youngo's side, but not because I like her. If she is in pain, I will be very concerned, but still not like her. That's called early love, my foolish friend. Youngo stood in front of the elevator and felt the wind blowing on her body. It's not strange to be curious about Youngo. It happens naturally because I am a man. It is just a little desire like wanting to eat when hungry. How can I be moved by a woman I have only met for 10 days? Youngo said softly. I will wash the coat and return it to you later. Jian continued, just give it to me because it is a very precious gift from a friend. So I will take it to the laundry myself. Youngo thought in a panic, why did he lend it to me if it was so important? Ki-hoon waved his hand from behind and called, sister. He ran over happily. Hello, director. Are you about to go home too, sister? I just bought a car. Do you want me to take you home? Youngo asked in surprise. Tonight is Friday. Do you have any plans? My meeting is also near your house. Do you want to come with me? Ki-hoon invited her with a very warm look. Jian immediately turned to him and said, Ki-hoon, there seems to be a phone ringing in the office, but no one is answering. Ki-hoon asked blankly, really? But I didn't hear it clearly. Jian said coldly, but I did, so I have to go to the office to check. Wait for me a moment, sister. After a while, he turned around and said, Assistant manager, you should go first. I have to send some documents urgently. Young-go replied, I know. Good luck. So the two returned to their previous silent state. Jian even put the coat on Young-go at home because it was very important. For my friend, it must be returned on Monday. It can be returned on the weekend, too. Young-go only replied softly, I know. But in her heart, she thought, he doesn't intend to make me go out on Sunday, does he? Evening at Young-go's apartment building, she received a message from Jian. Documents on consumer behavior of customers on the floor, customer care. I am sending you this because I think it is a useful template for preparing the upcoming advertisement. Why send this on Friday night? Does he intend to make me study now? Young-go was playing with Yenna when she read this. Yenna said innocently to her mother, Mom, look, there are only 6 days left until my birthday. All Yenna wants on her birthday is to eat cake with her grandmother and mother. Is that all you want? You look forward to that day so much. Young-go replied, yes, because Mom will be home early. Young-go felt that the child was really warm. Then Yenna went out and said, I want to play, go to. Looking at her child, Young-go wanted to give her more affection. I work so hard for this lovely child, but because I am so focused on work, I don't have enough time to show my love to her. Yenna is really a good child. Mom always feels so sorry for you, my little princess. Every time I see Yenna, I feel like I have more motivation to overcome difficulties, even if I look like this. That's right. Yenna is the only source of strength for me to face the director who sent me the homework message on Friday night. Yenna said seriously, Mom, shouldn't put it here. The cake needs a way to live. Young-go looked at her baby daughter in surprise. This is the good position that Mom must choose so that it won't be eaten like this. Young-go had figured it out. She needed a way out. Retreating does not mean running away because it is the way she can survive. She should retreat with the director who will soon enter the wedding hall. All she needs is Yenna, so just follow that path. The next day dawned bright and clear. Young-go replied to him with a message, I understand. I'll review it carefully. Jian looked extremely displeased. I sent the message on Friday, but she didn't even bother to look at it over the weekend, and now she says I'll review it carefully. In the office, people were bustling around. A message was sent, and it took her 3 days to reply because it's work that I have to do on weekdays, not including weekends. She replies to me like a delivery person. That's right. Work is only processed on workdays. If you want same-day delivery, you have to send it before 3 p.m. on business days. No, it's about getting a response the same day. A loud laugh came from the director's office, startling the employees outside. If you say so. Jian found it interesting. This is also very useful to look at. Jian sent Young-go a piece about the expectations for a new world, the world SOR media desires. Your message has been received. I will handle it. Young-go felt that this director was truly annoying. I don't know how I can see all of her expressions through just a few lines of text. Before, time felt stagnant and sluggish to Jian, but now it seemed to be flowing along. You're quite interesting, Assistant Manager Young-go. So interesting that I want to sit next to you right now at the conference room. At this time, a voice came out. After the dinner party last night, Dawn's advertising team gave us some feedback. They liked all the proposals we made. Therefore, they requested that we combine all 3 drafts together. The comments started to become more heated. Combine them into one? How do we combine them? Are we making something like Beauty Jaggi? This is an army stew made by mixing many American and Korean ingredients. Saying that is like telling us to start all over again. And even if we combine them, 2 would be enough, let alone 3. Sin angrily asked back, Assistant Manager Young-go, do you have anything to say? Young-go calmly replied, what should I say? If you hadn't mentioned all those drafts to the advertising side at that networking event, this wouldn't have happened. Young-go softly replied, I only told them what Team Leader Cup asked me to. That's right. Isn't that great? They made a decision very quickly. So what's the deadline for the script? The first draft is Friday. One draft is enough. If it is the first draft, there will definitely be a next part. We need to pass the first round first. Yunai spoke up. If that's the case, I'd like to suggest that assistant manager Youngo be the final editor for the draft. I've spoken privately with the advertising side, and with the specifics of my job, I won't have much time. You know we have to prepare a lot of copies to ensure the requirements for quantity and quality, right? Youngo angrily thought to herself, is she trying to punish me like this again? Thursday is Yen's birthday, so I definitely have to finish it before then. Well, it's better than being dragged around everywhere. I want to be the one holding the reins. Youngo replied, I understand. Then let's cooperate. Everyone, send your ideas via email. Just share your opinions, and I'll compile them and select from them. That sounds very exciting. Then that's all for today's meeting. Thank you, everyone, for working hard. Yunai added, Assistant Manager Lee, here's my idea. Just take it first so you don't have to do what you said in the meeting. Youngo had to repeat once again, I said to send it by email. When I send you the file, you have to copy it and send it. Anyway, you need to learn to work more systematically. Yunbai seemed annoyed. Kun, I have something I want to ask you. Just for a moment. Our idea team will have a new model on Wednesday. I wanted to ask if you could design for this plan. Are you free tonight? Kun blankly asked back, you mean tonight? Youngo spoke up to help. How about starting next Monday? Kun also has a lot of work to do in the group. Are you busy then? Monday is fine too, Kun said, looking grateful. That's great. I owe you one. Thank you very much. It's nothing. By the way, Kun, you're always being called like this, aren't you? He didn't expect her to know this. Talented idea people were always being held back. At this time, he ran into Jian and greeted him. Director. Jian also asked, hello. Has the meeting ended? It just finished. If you haven't done it yet, he'll still nag about it anyway, so there's no need to rush. Just relax. Jian had just stepped into the office when he heard Youngo's voice. Working on Monday is the least troublesome when the plan draft is almost finished. So it would be better if you forget about it. Just put it aside. Youngo said in a gentle voice. You understand, right? Kun blushed with embarrassment. Assistant manager, I have something I want to tell you. I want to ask assistant manager. Before he could finish, Jian opened the door and walked in, startling both of them. They turned to look. He said in an unpleasant tone, Assistant Manager Youngo, don't you have something to return to me? My coat. Youngo suddenly remembered. Yes, I'll bring it right away. Wait a moment. Youngo awkwardly got the coat to return to the director. Then Jian coldly said to Kun, follow me. Thank you very much, director, Youngo said as she returned the coat. I told you not to wash it. How's your cold? I've recovered. Jian felt more relieved after hearing that. That's good. Kun, I'll meet you in the office in a bit to talk about your work. I think I need to see the draft myself. Okay. When Jian went out, Kun felt lighter. Youngo worriedly asked, is everything okay? Kun shyly replied, of course, there's nothing wrong. The director is indeed very meticulous. I never thought I'd get a full 2 hours of one-on-one guidance. Look at this. When I said I should go back to work because my phone was about to die, the director gave me this. I think he's really kind. Time flew, it was already Wednesday. By the way, assistant manager, you haven't said anything about that. Kun shyly scratched his head. I really like you. Youngo suddenly remembered that statement. She thought it was just liking her as a colleague. She really felt very awkward and hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Are you okay? Sit down first. I just thought it was a joke. Kun seriously said, no one would joke like that. You're really pretty, but I think you don't even know it. That's exactly what makes you even more attractive. You don't know you know it. You definitely know it. You're very pretty. Super pretty. That's right. You're beautiful. Kun only spoke the truth. No, I mean I'm not pretty. Just a little misunderstanding. For me, I really like looking at you, assistant manager. The more I look, the more I find you strangely attractive. So I just keep liking you more and more. Anyway, it's a good thing, isn't it? Assistant manager Youngo worriedly thought, are all young people like this these days? Why can't this stop? Is it because I'm being nice? What should I do with this innocent guy? I can't hurt anyone. But I also can't create distance. So Youngo spoke up. You know, Kun, actually I am already a mother. Upon hearing this, Kun's expression was incredibly shocked. Assistant manager, you're hurting me quite a bit. Do you hate me that much? Youngo politely replied, no way. How could I hate Kun? It's true. Look. Youngo took out a photo of herself with her daughter. This is my daughter. I didn't adopt her. I gave birth to her. My little princess. I don't have a husband, but I have a child. And next Thursday is her birthday. Kun still couldn't believe it. But no one told me. It's just circumstance. Because I'm not married, I also declared myself as single when I joined the company. When I submitted a copy of my resident registration, I only included personal information. So no one knows. You're the first person in the company I've told this to. I dared to tell you because I know Kun is a very good person. I'm very grateful that you're always gentle with me. But my circumstances are like this. I'll continue to live like this and protect her well. I'm sorry, but I will fully support Kun's love life. You'll meet someone better. Kun couldn't believe his ears. It was late afternoon, and there was a voice from Yenna. Mom, wake up, Princess Yenna. Guess what day it is today? Yenna looked very excited. It's the birthday of my little princess. Youngo hugged her daughter. Happy birthday, puppy. Mom, why also discovered it? No, not yet. I'll open the presents after the party tonight ends. Not now? Yenna asked, disappointed. Has our princess planned the party clearly? The dishes were already laid out on the table. Everything had been prepared for the little girl's birthday party. Yenna at this time was like a princess stepping out of a comic book. I'll be home early, Yenna said. With that hairstyle, the two of them looked alike. Yenna also didn't forget to tell her mom. You have to come home early today. Of course. Kun in the office saw Youngo working incredibly enthusiastically today. Yenna also wanted to pinky swear with her mom. I'll miss you, okay? I promise. The pinky swear was a promise to each other. At this time, in another house, there was a voice. Mom, the tie. Mom. Doing wondered. What's this? You want to button up all the buttons to tie the tie? The boy innocently replied. Because today is Yenna's birthday. But my little one, do you really think Yenna wants a ring? Doing didn't hesitate to say. Because that ring is very pretty. That's fine too. Anyway, it's a gift from the heart. Mom, Doing added, are you only planning to give her a ring? Not at all. There's also a letter. The boy gave his mom a small letter. Mom Doing opened it and saw the handwritten lines of her son. Yenna, your eyes are like a garden of jewels. Please marry me later. A ring and a letter, is there anything else? Doing excitedly replied. There are also 3 magic tricks, 3 lines of poetry to Yenna, the puppy dance, and flowers from toilet paper. Mom Doing still couldn't understand what the 3 lines of poetry were. This is Yenna. Yenna is very pretty. Please marry me. The boy read the lines of poetry he composed himself. Son, just do the magic coin and paper flowers. So what about the 3-line poem? Well, the poem and paper flowers are okay, but I want to do more. Mom Doing spoke up to explain to him. You shouldn't show off too many of your skills at once. We'll do it little by little. Let's do what you're best at first. So let's save the rest for Yenna's birthday next year. That means I still have to prepare more than 14 more. His mom didn't understand. Why 14? Doing spoke up. Because I still have to perform for the next 14 years. Of course, because I'll have to get married at 20. Doing excitedly said. But Doing, aren't you planning to perform after getting married? Doing happily said. That's impossible because I still have to raise babies. So it'll be very difficult. Doing was still young, but he was already thinking about family and children. Mom, you know raising children is very difficult. How could anyone not know that? Doing even knows. Anyway, Mom will still support you. The boy's first love will probably be beautiful. Today, the weather was really beautiful. The sky was clear blue, and the wind was light. Young-go happily went to the company and didn't forget to hum a tune. But suddenly, she met her director, Jian. So she turned and said, "Good morning, director." Young-go's face today was extremely cheerful. Jian was just immersed in that beauty but didn't forget to say hello. Young-go thought to herself, "Jian, today is our daughter's birthday. So I also hope you're as happy as I am. Because thanks to you, our little angel was born. Good morning, Kun. Hello, assistant manager. Ah, here, this is." Kun handed out a small gift box. "It's a gift for the little girl. Just a small hair clip." Young-go happily said, "Thank you. She'll be very happy if I tell her it's a gift from amazing older brother Kun." Kun shyly replied, "What older brother? Anyway, today I'll help you get home early, so try your best." "Thank you." But they didn't know that Jian was watching them from afar. Young-go's face was full of joy. Jian looked resentful when he saw that appearance. "I'll send it to you today. I have some important matters at home, could you please understand?" He asked her, "What important matters?" Leong-o hesitated and replied, "Just family matters." Young Jian stopped abruptly and raised his voice at her. "If you can't even talk about family matters, how can you do a proper job of it when you take it home? I know very well that when you get home, you won't even bother looking at your phone. Instead of standing here, shouldn't you be quickly revising everything to get it done?" Leong-o grabbed his sleeve and begged him, "Director, can you let me go for about 2 hours? I'll definitely be back in 2 hours, please." Young Jian snatched his hand back. "You're asking me to wait 2 hours because of a family matter you can't even explain clearly? You have to take responsibility for what you've caused. Understand? I'm telling you clearly that because you are in charge of this part, if you can't do it, call team leader on Chan up and work with them." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Leong-o teared up. "No way. Is there no one who can help me?" Returning to her office, she asked Cha Yunai for help. "I'm so sorry, but could you please complete this project draft for me? I have something important to do today. Please help me. Please, just this once. I'll do anything you want." Manager Chorn B looked visibly displeased. "What? I can't believe you. You're the one who made the mistake, and now you're asking me to fix it. So demanding." At this moment, Leong-o realized how foolish she'd been to ask Chorny. There was no way she would agree to such a request. On the other end of Kian's phone, someone said, "I think the problem will be solved soon if the team leader returns earlier." Kian politely replied, "Yes, thank you." Seeing Leong-o return, he exclaimed, "Senior." Leong-o interrupted, "Kian, you must have heard everything in the meeting room, right?" Kian continued, "Yes, unfortunately our team leader is away on a business trip. Senior, I'm sorry. I can't help you. I wish I were a creative person too." Leong-o lowered her head. "It's okay. Thank you for caring." She took out her phone and texted her mother. "Mom, something came up. I'll be home in a few hours. Please play with Yenna for me. I'm sorry." Suddenly, young Jian came to find her outside the door. "Assistant manager Leong-o, bring your work and laptop to the conference room. We'll work on it together." Hearing this, Manager Chorn Bai was surprised. What does that mean? He's going to be alone with Leong-o. Leong-o quickly followed him to the conference room. Before she could sit down, he reminded her, completing work on the same day before the deadline is a very basic thing. When you wrote the script, I had to watch the video very carefully to give you instructions to complete it. This is an important project. If you don't complete it, don't expect to go home. Let's get to work. The goal is to finish before 9 o'clock tonight. When it's done, I'll take you home." Leong-o felt wronged. "I know I have to take responsibility for what I do, but why am I still so sad?" Her eyes were red and teary. If it was like before, He would always be the one to listen to everything I said. But now he's become the kind of person who doesn't even look at desperate pleas. Admit it. Stop being so foolish, Leong-oh. This person is no longer the same as he was 7 years ago. He's a completely different person. Young Jian looked at her. Are you crying? To keep him from noticing, she lowered her head. No. Knowing it was a lie, he continued, an employee is crying because they have to work overtime? She still insisted, I'm not crying. Leong-oh quietly worked. Young Jian occasionally glanced at her. She still looks calm, even when she made a serious mistake. And now she's crying because she can't go home. The only reason must be family matters. She wanted to leave for 2 or 3 hours. How could I let her go like that? Outside the conference room, Manager Cha Yunai was angry when she saw young Jian looking at Leong-oh. This is ridiculous. How could a person's eyes become like that? How could Jian make that kind of expression? He's never looked at me like that. So why is he doing that to her? Seeing that it was late, he said to Leong-oh, all right. Thank you for working hard. Pack up and go downstairs. I'll take you home. He waited for her at the elevator, but she didn't come. Why hasn't she come yet? Afraid something had happened to her, he called her. Hello. Where are you? You said you had something urgent to do. I'm already outside. I'm standing in front of the elevator. How dare you say you're already outside? I went by the stairs. He was even more annoyed. I told you to wait. I was going to take you. I don't want to. Do I have to be with you until I get home? This isn't work time. I'll see you again tomorrow. Finally, she arrived home. Princess. Yenna ran into her arms with tears in her eyes. Mom. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for so long. Seeing Yenna cry, Leong-oh felt terrible. Mom is sorry. Let's start the party. Let's party. Yenna hugged her tightly. We've already finished eating, Yenna's grandmother said. Mom took videos. Doing and their mom came too. Everyone sang and ate cake together. Yenna started to whine. I wanted to do it with Mom. Leong-oh indulged her. Then let's do it again with Mom, okay? She rushed out to the bakery, bought a birthday cake, and celebrated again. The bakery staff greeted her cheerfully. Have a good evening. She politely replied, thank you. Bringing the cake back, she lit the candles and sang. Happy birthday to you, happy lovely birthday, happy birthday to Yenna. Let's hold hands and celebrate. Is my daughter happy today? Yenna said excitedly, yes, super happy. I received a lot of presents. Doing even did magic and danced. I wish every day was my birthday. But Mom, I'm so sleepy. I want to go to sleep. Okay. Let's go to sleep with Mom. Helping Yenna lie in bed, she gently kissed her forehead. Leong-oh's mother entered the room and softly asked, are you still not asleep? I always do this. She's very pretty, isn't she? Of course. This child is your everything. Her mother looked at her. I don't know how hard you work to get home early, but my daughter, I'm sure you're very beautiful too. You're the most wonderful thing I've ever created. The daughter I was willing to give birth to is more precious than my life. I love you as much as you love your child. Before leaving, she added, if it's too difficult, take a break, okay? Do you think I can't take care of you? It's not just me, there's Yenna too. Once Leong-oh had made up her mind, she only hoped that the world would be gentle and protect her so she wouldn't have to suffer pain and hurt. At young Jian's house, he threw her book on the table. He got a drink from the fridge, took the can of water to the table, and sat down. Opening the book, he saw a bright blue line of writing on the first page. Hey rainbow weirdo, I think that's enough. He chuckled. She's really interesting. I want to keep her by my side forever. He kept looking at the line and smiled to himself. Then suddenly, his smile faded when he saw something. He put the book down, went into the room, and took off his shirt. He turned on the shower to the strongest setting. While showering, he remembered the line from the book. The person who forgot me will cry when they remember what they forgot. His mood had never been so chaotic. It seemed that what he was about to say was difficult for him. He clenched his hands tightly, looking towards Leong-oh. His mouth mumbled, not daring to say the words. It took a long time for him to say what he wanted in his heart. I'm sorry for teasing you, assistant manager Leong-o. Leong-o felt very strange. Why did he suddenly agree to apologize? And for making you stay overtime? Leong-o frowned and asked, what will you do next time? Young Jian replied, I will do what you want. What I want? You know what I want. I just want. Leong-o hadn't finished speaking when Kian and Go Yoonju opened the door and called out, assistant manager Lee. She was startled. Are you guys waiting for me? Kian said shyly. I was just too worried. Go Yoonju saw the box in Leong's hand and asked, what are you holding? Just cookies and some snacks. This is the director's apology for making me stay overtime last Thursday. Go Yoonju continued to ask, he gave you cookies for making you stay overtime? Leong-o flustered, explained. Actually, he was going to throw it away. Go Yoonju whispered in Leong-o's ear. Could it be poisoned? He gave you something he was going to throw away. Director Young is really a hateful guy. I couldn't stand him from the beginning. Leong-o smiled secretly. Young Jian, you have to protect your reputation more. After work, Leong-o brought the box of cookies home for her daughter to eat. Yenna asked her mom, is this Yenna's present? She gave a loving smile. That's right. Yenna obediently asked her mother for permission. Then can I eat it now? She immediately said, of course. It's from your dad. Leong-o instructed her daughter. Yenna, you can only eat one, okay? Yenna whined for more too. She rarely saw her daughter so happy, so she indulged her. Okay, two. Then Yenna tried a bite of the cookie and praised it happily. It's so delicious. Seeing her daughter happy while eating the cookie, Leong-o thought, my child is eating something her father gave her. Yenna was curious. Who gave it to you, Mom? Leong-o smiled. It's the director of the company. When Yenna knew that the director only gave the box of cookies to her mom, she said innocently, then the director likes Mom, right? Leong explained to her daughter. No, it's because Mom has been working too much. Yenna interrupted. But I still hope he likes Mom. Leong-o asked her daughter in surprise. Why? Yenna bit into the cookie and replied. That way, Mom will have more cookies. Mom still buys cookies for you. Is this more delicious than what Mom buys? Leong-o's face changed completely when Yenna asked, Mom, who do I look like? In fact, Yenna looked very much like young Jian, but Leong-o couldn't tell her daughter, so she had to lie. Are you still asking? Of course you look like Mom. Yenna touched her mother's forehead. But Mom draws very well, and Mom doesn't have a birthmark here. Leong-o immediately said. It's because Yenna is still a baby. You will draw better when you are 7 years old, and the birthmark will disappear when you grow up. Yenna turned away. Mom can't even play Go. Leong-o said loudly. Mom can play if Mom is willing to learn. Seeing that her mom was angry, Yenna left the cookie and ran to tell her grandmother. Grandma. Mom is scolding Yenna. The grandmother patted Yenna's head. That's because Mom is sad that she's not as good as Yenna. Yenna smiled. Really? Mom doesn't know how to play Go. Leong-o looked at her daughter shyly. After playing around for a while, Leong-o took her daughter to the bedroom. The next day at the office, Leong-o told Kian that her laptop had a virus because someone installed it. I'm not sure. I heard people say that the planning team is also having problems, so it's probably been common these days. Kian continued. Ah, so it was an accident. It could be, but the file I uploaded to the shared folder was definitely deleted by someone. Kian exclaimed. Oh my gosh. Then that person is definitely the culprit. I knew it. Leong-o propped her chin up and sighed. That's right. Luckily, what happened wasn't my fault. Kian asked her. So they haven't found the culprit yet? Not yet. Because I did it on the company's public computer in the printing room. Too bad. Suddenly, an idea came to Kian's mind. Senior, I have a way to catch the culprit. Joe Siney heard and trembled in fear, while Leong-o was eager. How? Have you ever heard of a fingerprint logging mouse? I heard that the computer in the printing room is always broken, so they switched to a fingerprint logging mouse. The part where we put our thumb on to enter information into the computer will be recorded. So we can find out who broke the computer. Leong-o was surprised. Really? Let me check. Yes, please check it. Because of security, the information is not made public but is only encrypted and stored in the computer. Anyway, no one wants the information in the computer to be deleted. That's right. If the computer itself has a virus, then we can catch the culprit. I need to check right away. But I'm not sure if the company management will cooperate because of this sensitive issue. Kian offered. If it's too difficult, I'll go with you. My friend is also in the information management department. Leong-o happily said. Oh, thank you so much, Kian. Then let's go tomorrow morning, okay? Jo Siney was restless, fearing that her wrongdoing would be exposed, so she decided to go out and think of a way. On this side of the desks, Leong-o praised Kian. Well done. That evening, seeing that no one was in the office anymore, Jo Siney tiptoed into the printing room, thinking as she walked, fingerprint information is stored on the computer. I don't have time to find and delete each one individually. If I fix it in time, no one will know I'm the culprit. I'll be forgotten along with the laptop I broke. The USB was made by a casual acquaintance. Just plug it into the USB port and it will automatically spread a virus to the PC. I can erase all my traces with this. Jo Siney, holding the mouse, moved it back and forth, muttering, "Faster, faster." The data on the computer was slowly running. Finally, what she wanted was done. But right at that moment, misfortune struck. Leong-o, standing right behind her, spoke. "What's going on here?" Jo Siney was startled. "Huh?" She turned around to look at Leong-o. Leong-o interrogated. "What are you doing, Jo Siney?" "This is the virus in my laptop, why is it appearing in this newly purchased computer?" Jo Siney, frightened, hurriedly explained. "It's not what you think. When I was writing the report, the screen suddenly became like this." Leong-o took out the USB. "Then what about this USB? This is yours, right?" Jo Siney stammered. "Well, yes. But you deleted all the data I uploaded to the folder. So now you're trying to delete the fingerprint storage from that day, right?" Jo Siney tried to argue back. "Don't accuse me. What evidence do you have? Did you see it clearly?" Leong-o pointed to the camera. "This is the evidence. The camera will prove everything." At this moment, Jo Siney turned pale. "What? There's never been a camera here. When did they install them?" Jo Siney insisted on not admitting it was her. "Anyway, it wasn't me. Since things have come to this." Leong-o indulged Jo Siney. "Okay, things have come to this. But you still insist you didn't install the virus on my laptop." Jo Siney snapped. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're too suspicious. We can find out by examining this USB. The data in here is exactly the same as the virus that ruined my computer. I guarantee the encryption algorithm of this USB is the same as that virus." Young Jian, seeing the office was too noisy, asked, "What's going on here?" When he appeared, Jo Siney became even more frightened and trembled even more. She pretended to cover her face and sobbed. Young Jian spoke up. "Assistant Manager Jo, stop crying and explain clearly what's going on. Why is this PC like this?" He turned to ask Leong-o. "Do you have something to do with this USB?" Leong-o immediately said, "I think this USB is the cause of the virus. And it belongs to Assistant Jo." Young Jian continued, "Let Jo explain. This won't do. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Assistant Manager Jo, your work ends here today. Go pack up and go home quickly. I'll keep this USB for research. It's late too. If you have nothing else to do, you can go home." When she heard Manager Chuni call Assistant Manager Jo, Jo-s cried louder. Manager Chu and I took Jo's hand. "I'm very sorry about this. If this is just a baseless accusation, I'll resolve it immediately. If you want me to do anything, please tell me clearly. However, because of you, Jian is working overtime alone with Leong-o. Do you know that?" Chai Yunai finished speaking, turned and took Jo's arm. "Let's go. Assistant Jo, we still have things to do." The next day, early in the morning, the accurate information was tracked down. The IT department checked and confirmed that the code of the virus in Assistant Leong-O's laptop and the USB of Assistant Jo Siney matched 100%. Young Jian invited Jo S in and said, "Everything is clear. Like this, the company can't do otherwise. Are you a spy from a company, or do you just have a personal grudge against Assistant Manager Leong-O? We can't ignore this and entrust you with important tasks anymore. Assistant Manager Jo will stop doing the tasks currently assigned to her until everything is fully processed. It would be better to transfer you to the reading room at headquarters." Also on that day, everyone received an email with the content. Announcement from Max Planning, announcement of personnel transfer. We respectfully announce that there will be employees transferred as designated. Jo Siney, position, Planning and Production Department 1, Group 1 change of position, Reading Room Manager at headquarters. After reading the email, everyone was surprised. Assistant Manager Jo? That was fast. Transferred to another department in just one day? Kian, seeing that it was almost time for the meeting, reminded Leong-O. "Assistant Manager, let's go to the meeting." While walking to the meeting room, Leong-O said, "Thank you to Kian. Thank you so much. Thanks to your help, we were able to succeed so smoothly." Kian turned to say, "If you want to thank me, I have a few small requests." Leong-O replied, "Okay, tell me. What is it? Can I call you without adding the title after your name?" Seeing Leong-O laugh, Kian continued, "Of course, I'll only call you that when it's just the two of us. Is that okay?" Leong-O agreed. "Okay. Let's talk comfortably like friends. You too. How would I dare? Especially with you. I told you before, I will always respect you." Seeing Leong-O and Kian talking happily to each other, young Jian felt uncomfortable in his heart. I was the one who helped. Why is she only thanking Kian? The colleague who was left behind spoke to Jian. "You see it clearly now, right? You almost got into a huge problem. I told you she used to steal my things. That's the kind of person she is. Now quickly fire her." Jian didn't want to hear the story anymore. He was displeased and asked her to leave. She was unconsciously surprised. He demanded, "Don't ever interfere in my affairs again." At a Go club, a little girl, Yenna, happily showed off. "I'm very good at playing Go." But her grandmother and mother weren't. The little girl wondered, then why am I so good at this game? Maybe it's because Dad is also good. Dolan, her friend, always proudly talked about his father, always listened to his father's words. The little girl looked at her friend Dolan always talking about his father. "Is it so great to have a father? I like being with Mom." Yenna was very curious about Dolan. "What do you like about having a father?" The boy blanked out. "Heh. Dad. There's nothing good about it." The girl asked further, "Nothing at all?" Dolan just remembered. "Ah. I know now. Mom said Dad goes to make money so our whole family can live and eat." Yenna was curious. "Anything more?" Dolan innocently recounted when his father and he bathed together. "That's the happiest time," the boy said. "Because I'm a boy, of course I have to shower with a man, my dad. Then I don't need a dad, because I'm a girl, right?" Yenna asked naively. Dolan just came up with something. He immediately showed off. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Dolan recounted that his father hugs him when he's sick and has to go to the hospital. Yenna was also very curious. "Dad hugs you?" "That's right. When I go with Mom, Mom can only hold my hand. But Dad can lift me up completely, because Dad is very strong." The boy hugged the pillow happily and told the story. He even imagined the future. "Yenna, when I become a father, I will also carry my children when we go to the hospital." Yenna understood everything. She also felt sad in her heart. "I also want to have a father too." Dolan asked, "Then let me ask my dad to be your dad too, okay?" The little girl felt embarrassed. "Of course that won't work." Dolan innocently said, "No, my dad will agree." "I don't think so," the little girl said, lowering her head to hide her sad expression. When leaving, Dolan told his mother about it. The boy quickly said, "Mom, Yenna and I have agreed to share Dad." His mother was surprised. "What do you mean?" The boy happily said that dad and mom always say they love him very much and give him everything in the world, and he loves Yenna, so he will give her everything too. This is love. Because Yenna doesn't have a father, I will give her my dad. The mother was helpless before her child's innocence, not knowing how to explain to him. The mother asked her son, then you can't marry Yenna, okay? Can you accept that? Why? If you two share one father, you two will be siblings. If you are siblings, then you can't marry each other. Don't you know that? After hearing her mother's explanation, Dolan was stunned. It was like a thunderbolt striking the boy's ears. He held his head in confusion. Then what should I do? I already promised Yenna. I haven't even asked to marry Yenna yet. His mother could only stand and laugh at her child's naive way of speaking. The goal was not achieved, because Yenna cried on her birthday. Yenna also just got home. The little girl called out chirpily, "Mom, I'm home." Grandma asked her daughter, "Youngo? Oh my, why are you home so early today? Have you eaten?" She said she hadn't yet. "I'm too hungry, Mom." Little Yenna's eyes lit up and asked her mother, "Mom, what is this?" Mom bought ice cream for little Yenna. "Have you eaten rice yet?" Little Yenna was clever. "Yes, then can I eat it, right?" Grandma set the table for Young-O to eat. Young-O tried to eat. Her expression at this moment was uncomfortable, feeling stuffy and unhappy. Her mother worriedly asked, "Is something bad happening?" "How did I know?" Her mother gently said, "The mother hen who raised me knows, you know." Young-O recounted the story to her mother. "When I was in high school, there was a friend I hated very much. And today I met that friend again." Hearing that, Grandma asked in return, "Why don't you play with your friend?" Young-O shared stuffily, "We don't get along. That little one has a dog heart. It's still like that now. Today we had a clash, so I'm very annoyed." The more Young-O told, the more upset she became. "I will never forget this. I will make her pay the price. I will definitely take revenge." She told the story to her mother to vent everything. Her mother asked, "Yo, really? What is that grudge like? Did she sell your house or something? How can a mother who already has a child be so petty? Do you still think you're in school?" She resolutely said, "Mom, do you know what people call people who have a personality like Mom? It's roasted sweet potato. Nowadays, people call it that. Even if Mom ignores it, no one will call Mom a saint." The mother said happily, "Roasted sweet potato is very delicious. When I was young, I didn't even have any to eat." Young-O sighed to her mother. "Oh my God, Mom, you're bringing up that time again." The mother was helpless before her daughter. She said, "You never give in at all. I don't know who you take after." Little Yenna innocently said, "Grandma, Mom is like Grandma." Young-O and Grandma were startled by this little girl. The little girl said, "Mom is like Grandma. And I'm like Mom, right?" The whole family had to laugh because of this kid. "That's right, Mom has to be like Grandma." Night fell. The whole street was lit up. At a small pub on the side of the road, Young-O sat alone drinking alcohol. She regretted herself. She remembered the image of her mother from before. Her mother had to beg the teacher just because of her when her mother didn't need to do that. "I'm so heartbroken." And I heard that in front of him. I understood how much pain Mom had to endure. She sipped each mouthful of alcohol. Her eyes were full of sadness. Suddenly, an acquaintance passed by and saw her. The two were surprised, unexpectedly meeting each other here. It was the police officer who was in charge of Yenna's case. Young-O happily greeted, "Hello, police officer. Are you on patrol?" He replied, "I'm just going home after work." The two talked for a while. "Your house must be nearby." "That's right. And the incident happened right in this area." "That's right. It's really surprising." He instructed her, "If you need any help, don't hesitate to contact the police directly." Young-O gently replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, Young-O shed tears. He gave her a tissue, gently saying, "Here, use it." "Ah, sorry. Seeing a police officer makes me feel too safe, so I naturally." Young-O sniffled, wiping her tears. "It's not a big deal. It's just that today at work something bad happened to me, so I can't look my mother in the face." "I bet you've never had this feeling before." The police officer awkwardly said, I haven't. But I understand. He empathized with her story. She continued, both smiling and crying. Even the police have things they can't solve. I also have something similar. Young-go told her story. I have a mother and Yenna. A small house with a family like heaven. So I should be happy, right? She remembered the moments of being together with her loved ones. But why do I feel so hurt and painful? Life is painful. She lamented before her own life. But if you only see the misery or pain, everything will fall apart. The sky is not always dark. There are still twinkling stars or meteor showers on it. That's why I'm not allowed to give up. Young-go was very strong and told herself that she must face the truth and overcome it strongly. I'm not the only one. This harsh world still has some wonderful people. I admire the people who wipe away their tears to see the moment the meteor shower falls. She told herself, so I have to be able to do that too. Young-go looked up at the sky, her eyes sparkling. Her soul also felt lighter. I will see those twinkling stars clearly, she said to herself like that. I suddenly felt stuffy in the car, so I decided to get off near here and walk. And what are you doing here, Assistant Manager Lee? The testing session is quite far from here. She says, I'm going to the university nearby. I wanted to walk because it brings back old memories. The two spend time walking and talking. Jian asks, have you eaten yet? I haven't. He suggests they go together. She reminds him, no, you should go to the testing session right away, director. At this, Jian suddenly remembers something and checks his schedule on his phone. Young-go asks anxiously, are you not going? Wait, I'm getting too many work calls. If you're that busy, maybe I should go. Jian disagrees. Suddenly, Liolo gets a phone call. She answers, this is Lee. Her team leader asks, Assistant Lee, haven't you arrived at the testing session yet? We're late, so you don't need to come right away. Young-go is surprised and asks, why? So Miron says apologetically, last time, letting you take charge of the advertising department alone caused you a lot of trouble. It'll probably take about an hour or half an hour, so go eat or go home. Young-go replies, I understand. Jian asks, was that team leader S. Miron? What did she say? Young-go recounts, she said the team members might be late for some reason. Jian suggests, then I think we should go eat something. Young-go directs the director to the restaurant that has the fried pork cutlet she loves. Suddenly, while going up the stairs, she remembers something and stops. Jian asks, is everything okay? Young-go hides her embarrassment and replies, yes, please follow me, director. Young-go is worried, thinking to herself, this restaurant isn't the same as it used to be. I thought I could bring back some memories for him if I brought him to the restaurant we used to frequent, but I didn't anticipate that they would change the entire interior. Even the menu has changed. Young-go is even more bewildered when she sees the plate of hot fried pork cutlet that the new employee brings out. It's not the same as what I used to eat. Everything has changed except for the name of the restaurant. Jian notices Young-go's sad expression. She puts a piece of fried pork in her mouth and feels a little better because at least it's delicious. Director Jian says with concern, Assistant Manager Lee, don't mind what Manager Cha Yunai said yesterday. I don't care either. Young-go, chewing the pork cutlet, thinks for a moment and asks, are you still worried about my lie? Jian gently says, I know everyone has family circumstances. I hope you're not hurt too much. Young-go is very surprised that he's apologizing for what Chunbai said. She understands what he means and replies gently, it's okay. Talking about my father doesn't hurt me. He wasn't around when I was born. Jian asks further, what about your ex-boyfriend? Is he doing well? Young-go is startled and freezes. What do you mean? Jian is curious but too embarrassed to ask directly. I just want to know if he's doing well. Like, stable. Young-go doesn't understand. Why are you asking that? Jian says, just curious. Because someone said he looks like me. She is embarrassed about what happened before. It's not like you. It is you, she thinks. She laughs to gloss over it. He's doing well. Maybe he's eating something delicious right now. Embarrassed to admit it, but I wished he wasn't. After hearing that, Young-go chokes. Her eyes fill with sadness. What? I hope he lives well. Really? I hope he's okay. But I want him to not have seaweed every time he cooks noodles. Or stand in line at a famous restaurant for an hour and get cut off right when it's his turn. I also want him to win the lottery, but when he writes down the numbers, he writes them wrong. She crosses her arms and smiles mischievously. Jian feels like a huge stone has fallen on him. Moreover, I wish he would work hard on a report for 3 hours, and then forget to save it. No, just 2 hours is enough. Jian smiles, finding her story very interesting. He reaches out his hand and touches Youngo's cheek. She is very surprised. The two look at each other for a long time. She feels confused, not understanding what just happened. She skewers a piece of meat, gently places it in her mouth, and continues. I've told my story. Now it's your turn. Youngo asks him more deeply, you had an accident, didn't you? A few years ago. Jian admits that information. Exactly 7 years ago. It must have hurt a lot. I'm okay now. She asks curiously, you lost your memory, right? Jian stops skewering the meat and puts the plate down. He props his chin up. It seems like you know a lot about me. She explains, flustered, it's not like that. I read an article about it. He says, but it didn't mention my name, did it? You wouldn't have looked it up just out of curiosity, would you? No. Team leader told me. She startles, remembering she shouldn't have said this. Please pretend you didn't hear me say anything. Youngo blushes, embarrassed. But he keeps smiling, making her even more uncomfortable. He sighs and shares, I lost about 3 years of memory. From when I was 24 to 26. People also say my personality changed a bit. But those memories aren't important, except for the event I went to military service. Worried, Youngo says gently, you don't know. How can you say those memories aren't important when you don't even know exactly what you've forgotten? Jian is silent, not knowing how to answer her. Have you ever tried to remember? What if you borrowed money from someone? He just says, if that's the case, they'll come find me first. Youngo asks further, what if you lent someone a lot of money? If that's the case, then I can't do anything about it. She doesn't know how to advise him. She's helpless. He doesn't have any intention of getting his memories back. Jian sighs and asks her, can we go now? Yes. She has finished her meal. While going down the stairs, she says to herself, I wonder if the people around him are trying to help him get his memories back, or maybe they're even preventing him from remembering. But anyway, I need to find out more about his mother. There must be a story there. She tells herself, I have to try my best, no matter what happens. Outside the door, she suddenly sees the plum tree. She used to be close to it. Each step she takes is slow and gentle. She looks at Jian and suddenly remembers. Today, our daughter learned about the seasons at kindergarten. She remembers Yenna pointing at a leaf and showing her, Mom, it's autumn. Yellow leaves fall in autumn. The little girl was very excited. A fallen leaf representing autumn. Youngo reflects, but unfortunately, we can't share that wonderful moment with each other. One day, I cried when I saw a flower bud blooming out of season. She looks up at the tree and reflects, that winter seemed endless, but it disappeared with just a fallen leaf, picked up by our little daughter. Will there be a day when I can tell you everything? She asks herself this. Young Jian, you need to remember our story yourself. I can't help you anymore. But when you get closer to that region of memories, you will meet me halfway. So I hope you will try your best. I hope you don't get discouraged and give up. Youngo turns to look at him as he slowly walks down the stairs and says, keep going, Jian. Before leaving, she sincerely thanks him. Thank you for inviting me, director. Oh, thank you too. Youngo has to go now. I'll go to the testing session. Before leaving, she also says, oh, director. I hope you'll find your memory soon. She smiles brightly. I'm sure they're not useless. Maybe they'll be one of the most precious memories, but stuck in a place that no one can reach, like a time capsule. Youngo has great faith in him. Everything inside them is precious. Jian stands stunned, moved by her words. Youngo's phone suddenly rings on the way. Youngo directs Jian, then suddenly, she slips. She falls into his arms, and they exchange passionate glances. Even after 7 years, There's something very predictable in this gaze. This is his explosive gaze of emotion. Jian can't control his soaring emotions at that moment and kisses her lips. Young-go is very surprised. "What are you doing, assistant?" Jian holds his head. She says, "Are you doing something wrong to me?" She asks bluntly. "Answer me right away. Are you making a mistake for the sake of your life? Let me tell you, you can't look at other people like that without permission. Moreover, you're already engaged." Jian doesn't understand what he just did. He is very confused. Young-go angrily leaves first. Jian asks himself, "What? Who's getting married?" Suddenly, he receives a call from Assistant Park S. He says, "Hey buddy, I was just about to call you." Jian asks him, "I have something to ask you. Is there a rumor in the company that I'm getting married?" The assistant wonders, "What do you mean?" Jian says patiently, "I heard there's some kind of rumor." He replies, "I only heard that you're dating manager Cha Yunai. But I don't know anything about a marriage. Anyway, I haven't been at Max planning for long." "Okay, thank you." The door shuts. Jian is speechless. It turns out that Young-go is still in the room and has heard their entire conversation. She's very flustered and tries to cover her mouth so that no sound comes out. She's sweating profusely, wondering, what did I just hear? Jian and Cha Yunai aren't getting married? Yunai is the one who spread the rumors. What the hell is going on? How did everything happen? No, I'll think about it later. I have to find a way to escape from here. Before she can calm down, Jian suddenly approaches from behind and says, "Dear guest, if you've heard everything clearly, then it's time to stand up, right?" Young-go freezes, staring at the director, not knowing what to do next. Jian tells her again, "If you've heard everything clearly, then you can stand up now, right?" Young-go stammers, explaining confusedly, "Actually, the truth is that I didn't want to listen. Since the director also made a mistake with me yesterday, can we consider it even this time?" Jian gently says, "I know. That's why I called you here." Young-go realizes at that moment, "So you're trying to tell me the truth? Why? What's the reason?" Jian asks her in return, "So you want me to continue letting people misunderstand? No one's getting married. No one at all." Young-go understands. "So you called me not because of work issues, but because of the misunderstanding, right?" She stands up abruptly, giggling, and hurriedly tries to escape. She asks cautiously, "So, can I go? Anyway, we've resolved the misunderstanding, right? Okay, bye." After saying that, Young-go rushes out of the room like a whirlwind. Seeing her like that, Jian is dumbfounded and confused. Young-go runs very fast. While walking, she thinks, "What's going on? What's that supposed to mean? He's trying to say that the story about the wedding was all arranged by Chorn Bai?" Kyun sees her returning to the room in a confused, hurried manner and asks in surprise, "Assistant manager, what's wrong?" Young-go replies, "No, nothing's wrong." Kyun still wonders, "But why are you covering your mouth? Are you hiding something? You're eating without me?" Young-go still hasn't completely calmed down and says, "No, I didn't eat anything. It's because I was too surprised." She continues to think about what happened in the director's office. Everything is like this because of the rumors from 4 years ago. The two of them were just pretending to have that relationship. The reason I believed Cha Yunai was going to marry Jian for 4 years was because there were no other women around Jian. And he called me up just to say that. Young-go is very confused now. She just wants to shout, "Why are you beating like this, heart?" It feels like the day that Yenna and that person will see each other is getting closer and closer. That's the reason. Scene changes to a clothing store in the city center. Yunai sits anxiously in the store. Why hasn't she come yet? She's 10 minutes late. Could it be because he told her everything? Just then, Jian's mother walks into the store. "I'm sorry I'm late, Yunai. The traffic was too bad." Yunai sighs in relief and replies, "It's okay, Mom." After that, the two of them walk around looking at clothes, chatting. While browsing, Jian's mother asks, "Is work difficult? You must be busy and tired." Yunai replies, "Work is okay, Mom. But I'm having some problems with someone else. It's a problem with my friend." Jian's mother is surprised to hear this. "Are you worried?" Yunai smiles and says, actually, a classmate from high school came to work as a creative content creator, but she doesn't like me at all. Jian's mother is a little confused. Why? You're so pretty. Yunai pretends to guess, maybe it's because she's just an assistant manager while I'm a manager. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's because I tried to help her because of her family circumstances throughout high school. But it must have left a bad impression. Jian's mother is completely fascinated by her. She feels sorry for her and advises her. It seems like she would have been grateful back then but now feels inferior. It's because you're a manager and your friend is just an assistant. I'm sure that's jealousy of your position. And also, your friend comes from a fatherless family. No matter how much she tries to hide it, I can still tell that a person doesn't have enough love. It's because there are no adults around to point out her mistakes, which leads to a bad lifestyle. That's right. I've also reminded our Jian from a very young age to be wary of children who don't have both parents. And it seems like Yunai here understands me very well. Yunai is happy to hear that and giggles. Really, in fact, she has been planning this all along. His mother loves me very much. How can he break up with me? It goes without saying that Le Youngo is trying to snatch my position. I really can't accept it. Scene changes to Youngo's house. Yenna naively tells her mom, Doing said he's going camping with his dad, mom, and Doing. Youngo gently asks her daughter, do you want to go camping too? Yenna replies understandingly, no. I'm just saying. Mom is very busy. Even today, or on Saturday, mom has to go to work. Youngo smiles and tells her daughter, even if mom is busy, we'll go. It's very hot this summer, so let's go to the waterfall. We can invite grandma too. Yenna is very happy. Really? Youngo promises her daughter, of course. Yenna is eager to ask her mom, can I tell Doing? Can I borrow your phone? After that, the little girl immediately calls her best friend, Park Doing. The two children excitedly tell each other stories. As soon as he picks up the phone, Doing says, I'm sorry. Actually, you know my dad can't share himself with both of us because my mom said no. Doing's mom, upon hearing her son say that, just wanted to scream at his excessive honesty. Yenna cheerfully said, oh, it's okay. Doing was surprised to hear that. Aren't you mad? Yenna replied, of course not. Because I know it's impossible. But you know what? I'm going camping too. At that waterfall. Oh, and I'll come to your place on Monday, okay? Youngo asked her daughter, what did you say okay to Doing about? Yenna innocently replied, Doing said he'd share his dad with me. But he wasn't allowed to. Youngo felt a lump in her throat. He said he'd share his dad. Yenna told her mom, I didn't ask him to. Youngo understood then. So that's what these kids were talking about. She remembered thinking the radio ad was done, so she took out her phone to double-check. Only then did she realize, I definitely sent the 5th version. So why is one missing? I have to resend it, the file is in the company computer. I should try calling Kyun. If he's still working, he'll answer. When Kyun answered, Youngo said, I'm sorry, but could you turn on my computer and send me the file? Please email it to the studio too. As she was reading out the email password, suddenly there was someone else's voice on the other end of the line. Youngo was stunned, completely baffled. Why is director Jian answering the phone? Jian immediately told her, I answered because there's no one around. Is something wrong? Is something not right? At this point, he realized working on the weekend is tough. Youngo hesitantly said, yes. I'm missing a file from Hodi Studio, so I need to resend it. Jian replied, first, I'll call you back from my phone. After that, he went to her desk. I'm at your desk, assistant manager Le Youngo. I'll resend it to you. Tell me the password. But Youngo frantically refused. No, I'll come in person to resend it. I'll be there in about an hour. Jian told her, you said you needed a URL. I know how to send an email too. Let me do it, it's okay. But Youngo still insisted, no, I'll do it myself. She gave the excuse, the password is personal information, so I can't give it to you. Jian didn't understand at all. How could the password used for the company shared PC be personal information? And weren't you going to tell Kyun? Sorry for asking like this. I'll put the password in one ear and out the other. So just tell me. Youngo understood. Was he implying he'd forget it as soon as he was done? She had no other choice but to read the password to Jian. As soon as Jian reported that he'd finished sending it, Youngo quickly thanked him and hung up. Jian still didn't understand why she was acting so strangely. He sighed. She ran away again. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but this is quite disappointing. A feeling of dissatisfaction. What is this uncomfortable feeling? After that, he returned to Youngo's desk, typing something into the notepad, then smiling triumphantly. Just you wait, Youngo. Mom. She turned around, smiling, and replied, Princess. Yenna, the little girl, ran over and hugged her tightly. She asked, Did you just come from the playground? Yenna obediently replied, Yes. The little girl curiously asked, Mom, why are you home so early? She smiled and said, Someone gave me a ride home. Back in the car, after a while of talking, Jian finally agreed, saying, Okay, I'll come. Parku was delighted to hear that and said, Oh, thanks, good buddy. I'll treat you to a meal. He smiled and said, Remember, you have to do it. The afternoon sun shone brightly on the glass windows of a towering building. Inside, a conversation was taking place. Let's start the meeting at 7 o'clock. Please have Assistant Manager Lee inform the director, the other person said. Quickly, came the reply. Scene changes to outside the room. A fair hand gently knocks on the door. Then the person enters and says, Director, the meeting. Jian, putting on his vest, asks, What's up? Youngo is a little flustered to hear that. Weren't you planning on leaving? You said you'd decide on the group leader's competition methods today. He gently replies, Ah. Then Jian raises his hand to his forehead, his face showing a little fatigue. Something suddenly came up. I'll take care of everything later. Since the planning team hasn't completed preparations for the research session, I'll look at both of them tomorrow. Youngo's feet lightly step forward a little. Then she probes, Is something wrong, Director? His words are a little hesitant. It's personal. Hearing that, Youngo's expression turns slightly angry as she mutters inwardly, Look at this, he made me work like crazy on Yenna's birthday and now he's saying this. Then she questions, What kind of problem is it? This makes Jian remain silent. Then Youngo puts her hands on her hips and continues, I hope you can stay until it's done. This is very important for you. His expression carries a bit of resentment. Is it because of what happened before? I already apologized to you. She remains firm. To be honest, it was just for show. These words stun him. After a moment of silence, Jian raises his hand and strokes his hair, rebutting. Well, I sometimes lack empathy also because of the accident years ago, but admitting that, I've never tried to understand others. So I apologize. He continues, I'm sorry. Jian's feet begin to move. Even though I said that before, too. He gradually leans closer to Youngo, his mouth still constantly apologizing. I'm sorry. From her perspective, Jian's face is magnified to the maximum. I'm sorry. The two faces are very close to each other. He continues to speak, making her embarrassed. Sorry, my friend. His volume gradually decreases. Let's skip it and meet again tomorrow, okay? Then Jian turns and leaves, causing Youngo to feel a little let down and scold inwardly, Young Jian, you deceitful guy. In another room, the door is being opened along with a question, Where's the director? Youngo enters and replies, He said he has things to do today, so we'll move the meeting to tomorrow. Upon hearing that, she shows a delighted smile. Tomorrow? Great. The planning team just sent the research results and found we missed some parts. Let's fix them tomorrow morning. Returning to her seat, the colleague at the next desk speaks, Oh, assistant manager, are you not feeling well? She replies, Huh? No, why? Then he points to his face. Because your face is very red. Youngo is a little flustered and raises her hand to cover her cheeks, denying, No, it's just a little hot in the company. Scene changes to the outside, a conversation again taking place. Can I let the little ones see my face and then go? The other person replies, Why? Are you busy? Jian, holding the steering wheel, answers, I feel burdened because I don't know how to play with kids. Suu laughs and says, Come on, you don't need rules to play with kids. He is still very tense. I can't make them as happy as you can. Then Suu brings Jian to a performance, also with animals. Well, you just need to sit by and watch them smile brightly whenever they do something, and sway a little. Hearing this, Jian startles and asks, sway? Suu turns to him, I'm not saying you have to dance and sing. But you need to walk around when you're with kids. He continues, this is great experience for you. One day, you'll become a dad too. Jian is a little hesitant. Well, that's true. The car shakes a little, then gradually enters an apartment complex. The person in the car asks upon seeing the movement, what's wrong? Nothing. I feel a little dizzy. The door opens. A joyful greeting rings out, Dad's home. The kids' voices are lively. Dad. Suu replies with a happy smile, hello. Yenna smiles gently, looking at Jian. Yenna's here too. He also looks at the kid kindly. You have to greet uncle too. Before Yenna can greet him, Doing excitedly speaks first, I greet you, uncle. Following him is Jen. Yes, hello, uncle. Jian replies, hello, Doing. Below also comes to him with a babbling tone. How be you at this time? Jin Seo comes out of the house. Nice to meet you again, Jian. He politely replies, yes, sorry for bothering you. She continues, it's nothing. Thank you for stopping by despite being so busy. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yenna runs over and grabs his hand. Uncle, she smiles and shakes his hand. I'm still waiting for you. After that, the two come to sit at the table. Jian looks at Yenna and thinks, looks like she still wants to play Go. Then Yenna speaks. Starting from here, we were at this point back then. Upon hearing that, his eyes light up with surprise. Then he asks, Yenna, you still remember? She quickly replies, yes. Image shifts to the box containing the Go stones, along with Jian's thoughts. The Go board is from 3 weeks ago. I can't even remember anything. Suddenly, Doing appears and speaks, Yen, did you win or lose? She indifferently replies, I don't know yet. Then the boy turns his head to Jian. Well, what if this uncle loses? He can only remain silent. Suddenly, a sound appears, startling Yenna to turn around. Huh! It was Gino, lying motionless on the floor. Suu's panicked voice rings out, Gino, honey. Jian also quickly runs over. What's wrong? He puts Gino on his lap, his mouth stuttering, Gino, my wife. Doing's mom. The children's voices ring out throughout the house. Mom. Mom. He grabs his phone. Let me call an ambulance. The children's voices gradually turn into crying. Mom. Mom. Suu supports Gino on his shoulder and turns to say to Jian. No, Jian, it'll be faster if I go myself. Then he steps out the door and continues. Jian, really sorry, but could you look after the little ones for a bit? Don't worry, it'll be quick. The kids, seeing that, shout, I want to go too. Mom. The two gradually go away, the little ones shouting even louder. Mom. Dad. Mom. Then the door closes tightly. The scene is now extremely chaotic. Doing stands below, pulling on Jian's shirt and asks, what's wrong with my mom? Is she going to die? Jian has to soothe Doing on his shoulder while reassuring him, no, it'll be okay. Doing is still scared and stubbornly asks again, what if mom dies? Jian calmly replies, Mom will be fine. Don't worry. After a long time, the house returns to its previous state. Doing has calmed down but still doesn't trust him and questions, how do you know? Jian is a little reluctant. Uncle knows everything. Then he picks the boy up. Hey, what if your girlfriend saw you crying like this? You can't let her see that, right? After that, he coaxes Doing to sleep soundly and breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he pauses, realizing someone is looking at him. Yenna, with a face full of rays of light surrounding her, attacks Jian, but he refuses. I'm sorry. I can't hold you. The little girl's eyes are full of sadness mixed with a bit of coyness. Jian is fighting his own ideology. Then he gives in and sits down. Okay, I'll hold you. But promise me first, don't tell your mom that I'm a bad person. Understand? After receiving Yenna's nod, He continues. Okay. Then he holds the little girl by both arms and lifts her up high, making Yenna feel a little surprised. Wow, she exclaims inwardly. So high. He's a little flustered. Yenna thinks, even higher than when Mom holds me. Suddenly, she closes her eyes, tilting her head slightly toward Jian. Seeing that, he puts his hand on her forehead. Are you sick? You look like you have a fever. Yenna replies, no, I'm fine. His eyes suddenly look intently at something on Yenna's forehead. It's a red mark. I used to have something like this. Hearing that, the little girl brings her hand close to Jian's forehead. Do you also have a birthmark, uncle? The image of the two is incredibly heartwarming. Jian speaks to the little girl. It's gone. But I used to have it. A moment later, as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, Yenna's grandmother immediately ran to the front of the apartment door and rang the doorbell. Upon hearing it, Li Jian quickly stepped out and opened the door. The grandmother, somewhat taken aback, said, "Hello everyone," and then quickly asked, "You're not the children's father, right?" He immediately replied, "No, the couple just went to the hospital." Upon hearing that, the grandmother exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" Just then, seeing the grandmother, Yenna happily called out, "Grandma," and quickly explained, "Uncle, this is my grandmother." Upon hearing that, he immediately bowed and introduced himself. "Hello, I am young Jian, Doing's father's friend. I stopped by for a moment and became an unexpected babysitter." The grandmother exclaimed and asked, "Ah, thank you. Is Doing's mother okay?" He immediately replied, "Yes, I just received a text message saying that everything seems to be getting better." A moment later, on the way back home, Yenna said cheerfully as she walked, "Uncle is very tall, Grandma. I was lifted up really high by Uncle." The grandmother immediately asked, hearing her speak, "You seem to have had a lot of fun playing with Uncle, didn't you, little pup?" The little girl smiled brightly and replied, "Yes. And I even won at Go, but I know Uncle let me win." "Uncle, ah. There's another uncle?" The grandmother asked, somewhat surprised, "Another uncle?" Suddenly, seeing the man made Kwan Il extremely astonished. Before he could speak, the little girl quickly introduced him. "Grandma, this is the police uncle I told you about the other day. Do you remember?" He immediately took off his hat and respectfully said, "Hello, I'm Wn Il, working at the Wang police station. You're probably Yenna's grandmother, I heard it from Yenna's mother." Upon hearing that, the grandmother immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, you're a police officer? Do you have something to do here?" He replied, "I'm on my way home. My house is across from the laundry shop over there." The grandmother suddenly smiled brightly like a flower and said, "Is that so? Having a police officer living nearby is really reassuring. From now on, please help us." He amiably replied, "Yes, please go home carefully. Goodbye to little Yenna." The little girl happily said, "Goodbye, uncle." As they walked, the grandmother turned her head back to look at him and thought, "That young man is really handsome. I wonder, what if Yenna's father was also as handsome as him?" Seeing that the grandmother was walking a little slowly, the little girl quickly urged, "Grandma, let's hurry home." At the same time, in Chai Yun's house, she suddenly angrily yelled, "Liang O! Liang O! Liang O! Ah, this is so annoying." Then, feeling extremely uncomfortable, she thought, everything would be much easier if I could take her away from Jian. Ah, I don't want to go to work, but I also can't take vacation. Wait, there's no one who lives perfectly without making a mistake, right? If I ask Liang O's old university, could I find something? Or not? But I don't know anyone. Suddenly remembering something, Chai Yun sat up and said, "Ah, that's right," and quickly took her phone and called someone. "Hello, it's me, Chorney, content creator for Max Planning. Does the recruitment team still remember me? The reason I'm calling is because I'm very interested in the communication skills of company TH. Could you arrange a meeting with someone from that company? As soon as possible, please." Then she determinedly thought, "Just you wait, Liang O. I'll dig up everything, little by little." At the same time, in the company, Liang O suddenly made a proposal. "I'll take care of the summarization part. Team leader, please go home first." Miron thanked her, hearing that. "Oh, I'll leave it up to you then. Thank you, Assistant Manager Lee. A long while later, just as she finished the summarization part, Leong-o joyfully stretched her body and said, "Done." Suddenly, someone appeared and exclaimed, "You're too hardworking." Startled, she let out a loud, "Ah," and asked, somewhat questioningly, "Why is the director here? Didn't you say you had something to do today?" Li Jian teased her, hearing her speak. "I returned after finishing my work for someone." She asked, surprised, "Yes?" He smiled as he looked at her for a while and then unconsciously remembered Yenna as he replied, "I saw a very adorable little girl." And then inwardly continued, "The words inside that made me remember someone no less adorable." Suddenly, someone else entered. "Oh, director, are you still here?" Li Jian immediately replied, "I just arrived after finishing some things." "Ah, there are some things I need your help with." "All right then, Assistant Manager Lee, I'll see you tomorrow." Leong-o didn't immediately reply but stared at him blankly for a moment. Then she whispered, "Well, let's get off work." The next day, at Leong-o's house, after listening to the grandmother relay the events of the previous night, she was completely surprised. "That happened?" she asked. The grandmother immediately affirmed it. "That's right. It's lucky that the boy's father's friend was there. If not, the matter would have been serious." "Ah, Yenna also likes that boy a lot. Her mouth is always chatting away, calling him uncle, uncle." She asked, surprised, "Yenna really did that?" The grandmother smiled brightly and replied, "Exactly. No doubt about it. That boy is very handsome. Seeing him makes me think my granddaughter looks just like me." She felt a little embarrassed and said, Really, Mom? You need to be realistic." Her mother chided her, "As if you don't notice handsome guys." She firmly asserted, "Of course I do. I don't care about looks at all." Upon hearing this, her mother immediately presented evidence. "Don't lie. My daughter is so pretty." She retorted promptly, "Mom, I'm the one who gave birth to her." Just then, Yenna suddenly wondered and asked, "Mom, why did you come home so late yesterday?" She quickly walked toward her room and replied, "Mommy's here. Is my baby awake?" A while later, at the office where Leong-o worked, Chae-yoon was slowly walking inside. For some reason, she had changed her hairstyle and fashion style that day. As soon as she entered, she immediately greeted, "Hello, everyone. How is everyone today?" Someone responded, "Oh, Manager Chai, are you okay? I heard you were sick yesterday." She suddenly said worriedly, "I'm so worried about the presentation. I have to be responsible anyway." Leong-o hurriedly handed her a document and said, "The presentation is complete. Please review this proposal, manager." Upon hearing this, Chun-bai quickly picked up the proposal, reviewed it, and commented, "All right. May I offer my opinion? Chem. The proposed idea is decent, but regarding the main content, I think it's quite formulaic and boring. What does the planning team think? This I remember you part is too outdated. There's no breakthrough or creativity at all. I think we should remove this part and get rid of this thoughtless copying. Moreover, focusing on the mother-daughter relationship is so boring. Since the target customers are in their 20s and 30s, I think it would be better to focus on the love between couples hindered by geographical distance." If I had been a little healthier that day, I would have given better suggestions. So unlucky. Leong-o felt a little sorry for her and thought to herself, "Well, nothing can be done. It seems like she's planning to bully me. But she's looking at the wrong person, Chun-bai. That draft is Assistant Unju's idea." After thinking to herself, she quickly voiced her opinion. "I also thought about long-distance couples, but the advertisement is only 15 seconds long. I'm sure the relationship between mother and daughter can impact the audience more even in a short time." Upon hearing this, Chun-bai sighed and quickly criticized, "TSK. I don't see any connection, even if I imagine the whole advertisement." Though she was very annoyed, Unju still tried to remain calm and coldly asked, "You lack imagination, don't you?" She forced a smile and replied, "Deputy Assistant Goju and Jo Sin are just working as replacements. Have you completed your job well? There are many new trends this week." She calmly folded her arms and asked, "Are you planning to attend the meeting today, Manager Chun-bai?" She replied, "Of course I am. Why do you ask? She sneered and continued. I'm just worried you won't feel comfortable. I heard that director Young Jian and the manager here have broken up. I knew when I was handing over work with deputy assistant Jo Sin. Your heart must be broken, especially after waiting so long and ultimately not being able to get married. Upon hearing this, Le Yong-o felt a little pity and thought to herself, oh, Chai Yunai, why are you picking a fight with Goju instead of me? But wait a minute, how did Deputy Assistant Jo S know about their relationship? Chun Bai couldn't have told Assistant Jo first. Could it be Young Jian? Unai gritted her teeth and asked, did Deputy Assistant Jo S really say that Jian and I broke up? Then, without waiting for a response, she stood up and shouted. You can't possibly believe someone who caused a scandal and was kicked out of the company, can you? Yunb angrily walked out of the room. Unju's face darkened and she looked resentful. She dares to mess with me? Le Yong-o, who was sitting next to her, was terrified by her aura and didn't dare to speak while she was talking. Does she want to attract attention because she's too heartbroken after breaking up with the director? Sin was working when she was called, Assistant Jo S. She looked up to see who it was and was startled. A manager. Why are you here? Sin thought nervously, she must be here to question me about gossiping over her fake wedding. If there really isn't anything between them, then I don't need to be afraid. Unexpectedly, Unai walked to her desk and gently said, how are you? I really miss you. Assistant Jo is my best friend. I feel like I've lost half of my soul. She put on a sincere face and explained. Did you hear everything from Jian? Anyway, Assistant Jo Sin, that's not the truth. We're just dealing with some complicated issues. There's a culprit behind everything. We talked about it in the restroom, remember? Both your intuition and mine were accurate. Can you understand how I feel? Sin was a little surprised and asked, so you're saying Deputy Assistant Le Young-o stole the director from you? Unai squeezed out a few crocodile tears and added weakly, I really feel so helpless that I can't think of what to do. Sin remained silent for a moment. Unai took her hand and said, I have to explain it one day. Until then, let's get through everything together. I'm very sad and bored, but I believe I can overcome it. Assistant Jo has to work here because of Le Young-o. She persuaded Sin at all costs. Let's work hard together, be strong, and leave everything where it belongs. Okay. In the hallway, Young-o bumped into Jian and offered, are you going to the meeting? Let me escort you. Jian agreed. Okay. Young-o couldn't help but ask curiously, by the way, director, did you tell Deputy Assistant Jo S everything about the rumor that you were getting married and that Unai was the one who arranged it? Jian avoided answering. Young-o was speechless. So it really was him. She quickly thought, he was supposed to have Chunbai correct it within a week, but he didn't intend to wait for the problem to resolve. Impressive. Really impressive. I don't even remember what this man looked like 7 years ago. Young-o spoke again. But isn't it a little heartless of you to be so indifferent? I think you're partly at fault, director. Jian casually retorted. What did I do wrong? Young-o wondered. Wasn't it wrong to create a fake relationship like that in the first place? Jian looked at her and said, you sound jealous. Young-o completely denied it. Not at all. I'm advising you as a friend. Inside the presentation room, the team leader announced, this is the conclusion of the product team after reviewing it. Jian continued, the advantage of choosing agencies as distribution channels is that we can receive cooperation from other branches. I hope to gather more ideas to leverage these branch networks. If we find good ones, I'll propose them to those locations. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Jian asked, by the way, who was chosen to present the product? The team leader replied, currently, I'm planning to do it, but I'm hesitant since the target runs until 2030. Someone suggested, then director, what if we switch to manager Chai Yunai? She has a really great voice. Jian didn't comment and mentioned someone else. Assistant Le Young-o is doing very well in advertising, right? The team leader responded. Yes, she always puts her heart and soul into it. Jian smiled. Besides, she's also very perceptive. Young-o remembered some related events and was startled. What? Is he teasing me? Jian decided. Let assistant Le Youngo handle it. Youngo hesitantly accepted the task. Yes. Unai's face darkened in a corner. At the restaurant, everyone asked, Deputy Assistant Le Youngo hasn't met anyone from S Telecom yet, right? She replied. Ah, yes. The seniors began to instruct. The leaders are over there. The team leader suddenly noticed. You seem to be eating less today. Are you too worried? Youngo smiled wryly. Haha, no. I'm just listening to the team leader. The team leader urged. You should eat quickly too. Youngo replied. Don't worry. I'm using the company card to pay for this meal, so I have to try to eat. The team leader praised her. This is why I trust you. You never get intimidated, no matter where you are. A little later, the team leader and a few others asked to leave first. We'll take our leave first because we have some things to do. Eat comfortably. We still have to check some things. Youngo bid them farewell. Okay, see you later. She sat until the end and said with a smile, I'll visit again next time. As she touched the door to leave, a shadow came up behind her. Unai suddenly spoke. Le Youngo, do you know that Jian is interested in you? She turned around to hear the woman say. It's all because of you, Le Youngo. Everything is because of you. Youngo thought, what does she want to say that she waited until I finished eating? I guess I need to listen to this. Unai said harshly with a contemptuous expression. He was born into a chaebol family. He needs someone of equal status. Coming from an incomplete family and being so poor, it's obvious he's just pitying you. Are you trying to be pathetic, or do you want his wealth? Is that the only way you can compete? Youngo began to regret it in her heart. I shouldn't have listened to this crazy woman. As she was about to leave, Unai added, you know what? Not to mention how you weren't taught everything has a limit. How dare you sneak around with your friend's man? Youngo paused and asked, your man? Unai laughed. Oh, calling you a friend is a bit much, isn't it? In short, sneaking around with someone else's man isn't good, Le Youngo. Youngo smiled inwardly in response to Unai's hateful words. That's right. Thank you for the advice. Since you said that, I guess it's because I'm Le Youngo. So what? You must be jealous because that kind of attention isn't for you. Because you're not Le Youngo. Anyway, someone else's man? Someone else's wealth? That person isn't yours. He has never been yours. Unai was bullied to the point of tearing up and being speechless. Youngo coldly thought, they really aren't anything to each other. She continued. You're the only one holding on to hopeless memories with someone else. Unai, you will never be able to have young Jian. Youngo firmly declared, he is mine. Although the reason in her heart was different. I mean, heck, he's the father of my child. Sorry for saying careless things about you, young Jian. But she wasn't polite either. Unai was trembling with anger but couldn't resist. She immediately left. Youngo watched her go. She didn't even apologize. Suddenly, a voice echoed. That's right. Youngo was startled and curious. She ran down the stairs, looking around. Unexpectedly, she saw Director Jian. He just looked at her and smiled. Youngo stared blankly at Jian. She panicked. What did I say? She had declared to Unai that he is mine. Her face paled. Am I crazy? Jian added fuel to the fire. You said it so loudly. Youngo blushed, shouting inwardly. Ah. She flustered, backed away, thinking, what should I do? What should I do now? She suddenly pointed forward and mumbled. Oh my gosh. Look over there. Jian was genuinely curious and looked. She seized the opportunity and told herself, right now. Run as fast as you can. Jian watched her run away and assessed her deeply. On the way home, Youngo cursed herself. Lying like that is so ridiculous, doing exactly what Chunbai did. I blushed and cried from embarrassment. He's the kind of person who's never said I love you in 7 years, so what makes me say he's mine? We only became friends not long ago, and I ended everything like this. Le Youngo, you're an idiot. The very next morning at the office, Youngo immediately stood in front of the team leader and asked, Team leader, is there any more work here that I need to handle? The team leader responded, Huh. The team is preparing to attend the conference with S Telecom. Do you want to participate? Young-oh agreed without hesitation. Yes, thank you. I'll go right now. Her series of incomprehensible actions left the team leader speechless. However, instead of using the elevator, she insisted on choosing the longer route, the stairs. It just so happened that Jian walked in afterward and looked around. The team leader was curious. Director, is something wrong? Jian turned away and replied, nothing. Just continue working. He silently walked down the hallway, then curved his lips into a mysterious smile, thinking, she let something like that slip out and I accidentally caught it. Suddenly, someone called his name. Jian. He walked into the room and saw a familiar face. Oh, Unip. What's wrong? Unip replied. Nothing. I just happened to be passing by while I had some work at the building next door. Jian didn't have a reason to kick him out. Okay. Come in. The two were silent for a moment, but what was noteworthy was that Jian occasionally smiled to himself. Unip was curious. What's going on? Jian was a little distracted. Huh? Nothing. Why do you ask? Unip exposed him. Because you've been smiling this whole time. Jian couldn't believe he had done that. Me? Unip remarked. You look brighter than usual. Jian was thinking about someone's words, he is mine, so he replied vaguely. Just some interesting things happened. Unip wondered. What kind of things? Jian naturally didn't want to reveal it and replied tactfully. Personal matters. Hearing this, Unip knew he couldn't ask further. Jian suddenly mentioned. By the way, have you heard Bai say anything? Unip didn't know anything. About what? Jian said. We're going to end this fake relationship. Unip was stunned. What do you mean? Jian didn't mind explaining. Do you know anything? Unip was still clueless. Huh? Jian accused his sister. Unai has been going around spreading rumors that she's going to marry me. Unip chuckled and replied. What if we actually did it? You don't have any close female friends either, do you? I'm not saying this to flatter my sister, but she's really good. Jian flatly refused. She deserves to meet someone who loves her. At the production team office, Young-oh tiredly announced. As usual, I'm back. Seeing her, Ki-hoon said. Director Young Jian was just looking for you. He said to go to his office as soon as you get back. Young-oh lowered her head and sighed. Her hand trembled. No, this isn't right. I'm sorry everyone. I can't do this anymore. I want a new job. A colleague accidentally saw what she was holding and gossiped. Resignation letter? Young-oh replied. I think I'll feel better if I carry this with me. Unjo felt something was wrong and asked. What mistake did you make again? Assistant Le looked at Unjo with sparkling eyes and said. Assistant Go Unjo, you know I really like you, right? Unable to resist her puppy dog eyes, Unjo could only agree. Let's go together. Young-oh was delighted. Oh. Assistant Go is really an angel. Ki-hoon was a little worried. Should I go with you too? Young-oh wanted it more than anything. It would be great if you could. The three of them walked into the director's office. Director, I'm here as you instructed. Jian was puzzled. I didn't call Sahan and Go. Young-oh immediately defended. Because Assistant Go also has something to report. I brought Ki-hoon along so he can learn from it. Jian found it reasonable and accepted it. Okay. Report. Unjo placed the product on the table. Jian asked. This is the draft designed for the new product package for Dawn Company. We're going to proceed like this, right? Unjo calmly replied. Yes. Young-oh was startled and said quietly. No, Assistant Go. The room fell silent again. Seeing Jian staring at her, Young-oh asked. Director, do you have anything to say to me? Jian asked in return. I heard you went to the exhibition at S Telecom. Is it in line with our current production strategy? Young-oh truthfully replied. Yes. The representative of S Telecom seems to prefer stories. We can continue as planned. Jian tapped his fingers on the table. I see. The tapping grew louder and louder. Young-oh understood him very well. This person is very angry. Jian suddenly spoke up to dismiss them. Then I'll call you again when I need you. Young-oh nodded. Yes. Then we'll take our leave to go back to work. As everyone was leaving, Jian stood up. His pace was a little faster. In just a few seconds, he approached Young-oh, but she didn't notice anything until she saw someone's arm reaching forward. The door slammed shut. Ki-hoon hesitated outside and asked, "Oh, Assistant Lee hasn't come out yet?" Unjo knew who the culprit was but didn't reveal it. She just said, "I think they still have something to talk about." Ki-hoon understood. "We still have to protect her, right?" Unjo pulled her brother away. "We've done our best. Let's go." Young-oh realized she'd been blocked. Neither of them spoke. Young-oh realized the situation and said quietly, "Director, the reason for that statement is." Jian was calm and asked, "Whose man am I? What made you say things like that?" Young-oh was a little tongue-tied. Jian kept a bit more distance to make her comfortable. She opened her mouth. "I'm sorry. I'll go see Unai right now to say that I." Jian leaned down and kissed her. Before Young-oh could react, he released her and said inwardly, "If you want me to be yours, then you should take responsibility. Don't you think so, my love?" The room was filled with the ambiguous atmosphere of a couple. Young-oh's eyes widened. Jian's lips pressed tighter. In her mind, she didn't want this to happen at all. "No, this isn't right. I just tried to start over as a friend. Why does it end like this?" In the end, Young-oh gently pushed young Jian away. He looked at her lovingly with adoring eyes. She thought, "I missed something. It's been too long because I didn't try anymore. I didn't see that in his eyes, this man can still chase me with the heart he had before. He can still return to the person he was 7 years ago. The only one who is always conflicted between longing and contentment is me." But right now, young Jian was about to kiss Leongo again. Then Leongo gently put her hand on young Jian's lips and said, "That's right, you're going in the wrong direction. No matter how complicated the situation is, you shouldn't do that. It's not because you agreed to be a fake boyfriend or denied the fabricated marriage, but even more than that, because of your wrong choice, you and I had to do that. We're all wrong, no one is right. In the end, you make it really difficult for me to move towards you." Young Jian took Leongo's hand. Leongo's heart began to race. He carefully placed her hand on his chest and said, "Okay." Seeing young Jian smile, Leongo was confused. Why is he smiling? What is he going to do next? Leongo's face flushed red. "I mean, you have to think again until the issue with Cha Unai is resolved." Young Jian replied, "I understand. There it is again, you can't do that. Your I understand is all lies, and when everything falls apart, you just stand still again." Young Jian held Leongo's hand tight. "I understand." "Huh? Seriously? Not kidding? Do you really understand?" Young Jian pulled Leongo closer. "I know that." Leongo's words grew shorter and shorter. After saying that, he kissed her lightly on the lips, then asked, "But I'm still not your man, am I?" Hearing that, Leongo was flustered and didn't know how to answer. Young Jian whispered in Leongo's ear quickly, "Make me yours. I'm really looking forward to it." At Park SS house, he stood quietly in the kitchen washing dishes. After washing, he neatly placed them on the shelf. His wife sat in the living room holding the ultrasound paper with a not-so-good mood. It's the third child. After finishing everything, Park S was drying his hands when he saw his wife holding the ultrasound paper. "The third one? We're having another one soon?" He went over and hugged his wife. "Honey," his wife said, "it's not just me struggling. You have a hard time too." Park S continued, "It's all my fault for messing around." His words made his wife quite unhappy. "Messing around? The kids will hear that. You shouldn't say things like that. Any baby should be blessed, and our Doan will also be entering puberty. The third one will probably spend more time with Doan." Park S looked at his wife and felt guilty because the first one was also unexpectedly discovered, and now the third one too. He held his wife's hand tightly and said, "Honey, I'll try. I'll take leave to take care of the kids or do things like that. I'll do everything, so please don't worry." His wife gently said, "You'll do well. I know it well. You're already great. It's just me. No, let's live well together. Every time I carry a small life in my belly, I feel like my life is changing. Now I'm gradually stepping into the third page. Right at Chun's office, he read the paper in his hand with a tense expression. Just then, his younger sister Chun-Bai came to find him. What's wrong? Why did you call me? Yep started to get annoyed. He left his chair and walked over to where Chun-Bai was standing. What the hell did you do? His sharp, knife-like eyes looked at Chun-Bai. What did you do to Jian to the point where he himself said to end this fake relationship? With a face that couldn't be more disappointed, Chun-Bai teared up. Brother Jian said that, really? He looked very disappointed. Yep raised his voice. What the hell happened? Do you know how much effort I put in to get you two on the road to marriage? We've come this far. I can't stop now. I have to get my sister to marry young Jian at all costs. Yep grabbed Chun-Bai's arms tightly. Tell me. Chun-Bai pushed her brother's hand away and said, it's that bitch's fault. After she came to the company, brother Jian became completely different. She said he's like her father and then like her ex-boyfriend, always seducing brother Jian. Yep still didn't understand. What are you saying? Explain it more clearly. Jian falling in love with that kind of woman? Chun-Bai shouted. That's why it's weird. You're the one who made it. You're the one who took care of the woman who flirted with young Jian years ago. You were the one who spread the news that you and Jian were dating. You're good at that stuff, right? So do something to her. Play with her. Anything. Yep asked his sister. What's her name? Chun-Bai said each word clearly. It's Leongo. Content creation of production team 2 assistant manager Leongo. He widened his eyes. Leongo? Impossible. The next day, Yunai went to meet the representative of the planning manager Chun-Bai. Here, manager. This is Namj, the representative of the planning. Chun-Bai smiled friendly. Nice to meet you. I'm Yunai from Max Planning. The reason I made an appointment with you is because you may not know my boyfriend is the chairman of Max Planning. Hearing Chun's introduction, she was surprised. Oh my. Is that so? Yes, that's why no matter how hard I try, I feel like my ability isn't recognized. JA smiled. I understand. By the way, Leongo used to be your employee, right? Leongo, the employee that Max Planning exchanged with Sangay Planning? Leongo works at Place, Chun-Bai replied. Yes, he works on the team right next to me. How is he doing, assistant manager? Leongo is a very insightful and talented person. Chun-Bai smiled fake. Yes, that's right. He's both talented, pretty, and smart. This is a secret, but some customers used to have a crush on him. If it wasn't for me, I bet he would have gotten even more attention. Hearing that Leongo has a child, Yunai was startled. What? You didn't know? He has a very cute daughter by now. She must be 6 years old. Chun-Bai exclaimed. 6 years old? JA startled and covered her mouth. Did I say too much? Chun-Bai looked at JA. Oh no, I know that. Someone told me before. At this time, Chun-Bai's malicious face was revealed. Leongo, you still haven't wisened up, have you? First the mother, then the child. How dare you mess with my man? At the office, Leongo wasn't very focused because her mind was thinking about young Jian. So, young Jian, how have you lived these past 7 years that you've become like this now? Leongo recalled the moment when he looked at her very provocatively, and she fell into contemplation. Even though we are no longer the same as we were 7 years ago, there is still a connection between us that is engraved to the point where it cannot be erased. Young Jian, you must be very happy now carrying me away as if I were yours. Leongo woke up again. Wait, now is not the time for that. I have to think about what to do next. Somehow things are going in this direction, but if I go deeper, Jen's mother will hate me even more. Moreover, the guy who tried to kidnap Yenna still hasn't been caught. If that paper wasn't written by Jen's mother, then they don't need me. They just want to take Yen away. I might have to fight for custody of her. Should I hire a lawyer? Seeing a text message from young Jian on her phone, she opened it to read it. I'll be back to the company after field research. Let's go home together. I'll give you a ride. Leongo was startled. What? No need. I'll go home myself. And we're in working hours, right? That's right. so no personal messages. Okay. The staff member saw that young Jian's tone today was different from usual. Director, you seem to be in a good mood today. Normally you don't look this happy. Young Jian looked at the staff member. Me? Yes, you look happy. Suddenly, the image of Leongo reminding him appeared in young Jian's head. Don't be too obvious at work. Thank you, because the assigned team is doing very well, so I'm satisfied. The staff member left. Then you have to reward them. By the way, team leader On Chan submitted a proposal, but I didn't catch it in time. Can you check it again? Young Jian replied. Is that so? I'll check it right away. Young Jian took out his phone to call the team leader right away, but team leader Onan didn't answer. He immediately texted Leongo to ask. Team leader Onan isn't at his desk. I can't contact him. Leongo texted back. Team leader isn't here. Should I remind him when I see him? Then please. Understood. Young Jian texted again. So there's no one left in product team 1? While Leongo's mind wasn't good, she answered wrong. They're all bastards. Looking at that text message, Jian froze when the message was sent. Leongo realized. I don't know what I'm writing. She immediately texted back to explain. Is absent. No one is here. Everyone is gone. Leongo's ignorant text messages made Jung Jian laugh out loud. The staff member saw this and said, You found a lot of fun things recently. Immediately, young Jian regained his seriousness. I'm sorry. One of the staff members misspelled something, so it's quite funny. The staff member continued. Other directors usually scold staff when they misspell things, but it seems your staff are very lucky. Young Jian smiled. Thank you for that. At Leongo's office, she sat pensively thinking. I want to become a perfect person, never making mistakes, but I just wrote a silly error. Suddenly, a staff member brought documents and asked Leongo to look over them. Assistant Manager Lee, are you free? It's about the collaboration issue that the director mentioned earlier. I have some ideas, so please look over them and give me your opinion. Leongo warmly agreed. Ah, of course. After reading through, Leongo commented, These are really great ideas. They're all creative and outstanding. I think it's okay to present them to the director. The staff member happily thanked Leongo. But if I present them, it means I have to work overtime and stay with the director. Hearing that, Leongo asked, Do you want that? The staff member immediately replied, Of course not. As soon as she finished speaking, young Jian appeared. The staff member exclaimed, The director is here. Leongo thought, Just mentioning the devil and he appears. Young Jian said seriously to all the staff, It's already 8 o'clock at night. No need to stay too long today. Everyone can pack up and go home. Team leader Song Miron was excited. Okay. The production team also packed up and rested. The whole office was happy. Great, Le Young-oh offered to stay and clean the room. Because I'm the messiest, so I'll clean the room. The team leader agreed. Okay, thank you Assistant Manager Lee. Leongo was cleaning the office when young Jian went in and said, A content creator shouldn't at least write correctly. Is the message very clear? But I'm confused because I don't know anything. Anyway, don't overdo it at work, right? Let me go. I'll take you home. Leongo glanced at young Jian. You know it's still about work. You tell me not to overdo it, but you still tease me. Jian continued to tease. I'll take you. Although Leongo refused. That's not necessary. Leongo remembered saying very clearly in the text message that she would go home alone, but for some reason now Leongo snapped. Can you go away from me a bit? Suddenly, Chunbai came to the company at this hour, so Leongo was quite surprised. Chunbai just entered the office and saw everyone packing up to go home. Oh my, everyone is gone. I feel better because I took medicine this morning, so I came back. I missed everything, so I feel sorry. The team leader approached Cha Yunai. Manager Chai, you should rest. Why come back so late? Everyone got off early today, so you should also go home and rest. Chai Yunbai laughed. You're right. I'll try my best tomorrow. Sorry, team leader. Chunbai looked at Leongo and said. And assistant manager Leongo, go home early or your daughter will miss you. Leongo didn't expect how Chunbai knew about her having a child. Young Jian stopped abruptly. Everyone in the office was noisy, asking each other. What? Assistant Manager Lee has a daughter? That's right. My friend is an old colleague of Assistant Lee. He told me that he said it's a cute 6-year-old girl. The whole room laughed. I thought Assistant Lee was still single. She looked so pretty. I never thought she had a 6-year-old child. Chunbai didn't see Leongo say anything, so she deliberately asked again. Assistant, are you married? When everyone knew, Leongo didn't hesitate to tell the truth. I'm still single. I have a child, but I've never been married. I am a single mother. Chunbai's fake face appeared. So you're a single mother? I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. It's okay. It's not your fault. Moreover, I don't see it as a weakness, and the fact that my daughter is very cute. Chunbai started using fake words to praise Leongo. As expected of Miss Lee. You're so strong and commendable. If it were me, I probably couldn't say that. That must be a cute child. You're really great. To prevent CHA Unai from making things difficult for Leo, team leader S. Murrin came up with a plan. Meet the director to discuss the presentation. After young Jian left, Chunbai also stopped and didn't make things difficult for Leongo anymore. Everything was quiet again. Kyun was worried and kindly wanted to take Leongo home. Assistant, you're planning to go home, right? Let me take you home. Leongo smiled. Thank you. At the director's office, the team leader was presenting to the director about the project presentation when manager Chun suddenly got a signal from young Jian to stop. Wait, just a few seconds. Young Jian immediately ran to meet Leongo. Young Jian heard Kyun and Leongo talking to each other. Assistant Lee, are you okay? Leongo replied. Of course. Young Jian stopped, looking at the two of them. So rude. I want to go crazy. Leongo asked. Why does Kyun look so sad? Kyun continued. Manager Chunbai is really mean. I didn't think she would go that far. I didn't think things would be exposed like this. I just wanted to protect you. I'm really okay. Thank you for worrying about me. Do you want to go down to the parking lot with me or wait in the lobby? Let's go down together. Seeing the two of them chatting happily like that, young Jian's jealousy flared up again. In the women's restroom, CHA Unai was looking at herself, touching up her makeup and singing casually. The staff member felt annoyed, so she scolded CHA Unai directly. If you don't know anything, keeping silent won't make anyone think you're mute. Chuanai retorted. Are everyone in Team 2 so stupid? Aren't you the only ones who don't know anything? You guys returned to the office. Hearing the phone ringing, CHA Unai picked up the phone. Yes, this is CHA Unai. Manager CHA Unai heard that young Jian wanted to meet. Can I meet you for a bit? She happily replied. Yes, of course. Director Chunbai thought, here it comes. Of course, he'll want to hear clearly what happened. Just arriving at the director's office, her face lit up. Honey, what's wrong? Young Jian coldly said. The presentation with the opponent is no longer necessary. You can drop it. Chunbai was confused. Why? Young Jian emphasized again. I said it's no longer necessary. Know that and focus on the main part. Chuanai thought in her head, well, it's okay. I didn't want to work with production team 2 from the beginning anyway. I understand. Is that all? Young Jian came closer and asked Chunbai. Do I belong to you? Chun's face began to turn pale. Yes. You said that to Leongo? Oh, right. I belong to you. Chunbai trembled and asked young Jian. Leongo said that? Young Jian said in a low voice. I heard it myself, right in front of the restaurant. But I'm not the only one who said that. Leongo also said ridiculous things like his mine. Even though you heard everything, you only blame me. Why only me? Young Jian continued. I told you to clean up all the rumors you created, but look, it's even worse than before. If it continues like this, we'll use legal means to resolve it. But honey, don't you feel grateful to me at all? Young Jian asked Chunbai. Back for what? Leongo also said that hers. I've exposed everything. She's a blatant liar and also a single mother. The anger inside young Jian flared up, then he shouted loudly, "Chun Bai, shut your mouth right now."